Arik the darkness and tilted his head toward the side rail as the sound of oars dipping through the water grew louder. When the noise closed to within a few feet, he slouched back into the shadows, pulling his head down low. This time the intruders would be welcomed aboard warmly, he thought with grim anticipation. The slapping of the oars ceased, but a wooden clunk told him the small boat had pulled alongside the larger vessel's stern. The midnight moon was a slim crescent, but crystal-clear skies amplified the starlight, bathing the ship in a cottony luminance. Timur knelt quietly as he watched a dark figure climb over the stern rail, followed by another, then another, until nearly a dozen men stood on the deck. The intruders wore brightly colored silk garments under tunics of lead leather armor that rustled as they moved. But it was the glint of their razor-sharp katanas, single-edged dueling swords, that caught his eye as they assembled. With the trap set and the bait taken, the Mongol commander turned to a boy at his side and nodded. The boy immediately began ringing a heavy bronze bell he cradled in his arms, the metallic clang shattering the still night air. The invaders froze in their tracks, startled by the sudden alarm. Then a hidden mass of 30 armed soldiers sprang silently from the shadows. Armed with iron-tipped spears, they flung themselves at the invaders, thrusting their weapons with deadly fury. Half of the boarders were killed instantly, struck by multiple spear tips that skewered their body armor. The remaining invaders wielded their swords and tried to fight back but were quickly overpowered by the mass of defenders. Within seconds, all of the boarders lay dead or dying on the ship's deck. All, that is, except a lone, standing dervish. Clad in an embroidered red silk robe with baggy trousers tucked into bearskin boots, he was clearly no peasant soldier. With devastating speed and accuracy, he surprised the attacking defenders by turning and running right into them, deflecting spear thrusts with quick waves of his sword. In an instant, he closed on a group of 3 off-ship's defenders and quickly dropped them all to the deck with a flash of his sword, nearly cutting one man in two with a single swipe-off blade. Watching the whirlwind decimate his soldiers, Timur jumped to his feet and unsheathed his own sword, then leaped forward. The swordsman saw Timur charge at him and deftly parried a spear thrust aside before whirling around and plunging his blooded sword in the path of the oncoming warrior. The Mongol commander had killed more than 20 men in his lifetime and calmly sidestepped the swinging blade. The sword tip whisked by his chest, missing the skin by millimeters. As his opponent's sword passed, Timur raised his own blade and thrust it tip first into the attacker's side. The invader stiffened as the blade tore through his rib cage and bisected his heart. He bowed weakly at the Mongol as his eyes rolled back, then he fell over dead. The defenders let out a cheer that echoed across the harbor, letting the rest of the assembled Mongol invasion fleet know that the guerrilla attack this night had failed. "You fought bravely," Timur complimented his soldiers, mostly Chinese, who gathered around him. "Throw the bodies of the Japanese into the sea and let us wash their blood from our decks. We may sleep well and proud tonight." Amid another cheer, Timur knelt next to the samurai and pried away the blood-stained sword clasped in the dead man's hands. In the dim light off ship's lanterns, he carefully studied the Japanese weapon, admiring its fine craftsmanship and razor-sharp edge, before sliding it into his own waist scabbard with a nod of satisfaction. As the dead were unceremoniously dumped over the side, Timur was approached by the ship's captain, a stern Korean named Yon. "A fine battle," Yon said without empathy, "but how many more attacks on my ship must I endure? The land offensive will regain momentum once the south of the Yangtze fleet arrives. The enemy will soon be crushed and these raiding attacks will cease. Perhaps our entrapment off enemy tonight will prove to be a deterrent." Yon grunted in skepticism. "My ship and crew were to have been back in Busan by now. The invasion is turning into a debacle. While the arrival of 2 fleets should have been better coordinated, there is no question as to the ultimate outcome. Conquest shall be ours," Timur replied testily. As the captain walked away shaking his head, Timur cursed under his breath. Reliant on a Korean ship and crew and an army of Chinese foot soldiers with which to do battle was like having his hands tied behind his back. Land a division of N-Long-Ol cavalry, he knew, and the island nation would be subdued in a week. Wishing would not make it so, and he begrudgingly considered the validity of the captain's words. The invasion had in fact started off on a shaky footing, and, if he was superstitious, he might even think there was a curse on them. When Kublai, Emperor of China and Khan of Khans of the Mongol Empire, had requested tribute from Japan and been rebuffed, it was only natural to send an invasion fleet to subdue their insolence. But the invasion fleet sent in 1274 was much too small. Before a secure beachhead could be established, a severe gale battered the Mongol fleet, decimating the warships as they stood out at sea. Now, 7 years later, the same mistake would not be made. Kublai Khan called for a massive invasion force, combining elements of the Korean Eastern Fleet with the main battle group from China, the south of the Yangtze Fleet. Over 150,000 Chinese and Mongol soldiers would converge on the southern Japanese island of Kyushu to overrun the ragtag warlords defending the country. But the invasion force had yet to be consolidated. The Eastern Fleet sailing from Korea had arrived first. Pining for glory, they tried landing forces north of Hakata Bay but quickly ground down. In the face of a spirited Japanese defense, they were forced to pull back and wait for the Second Fleet to arrive. With growing confidence, the Japanese warriors began taking the fight to the Mongol fleet. Brazen raiding parties on small boats would sneak into the harbour at night and assault the Mongol ships at anchor. The gruesome discovery of decapitated bodies told the story of yet another attack by samurai warriors, who took the heads of their slain victims home as war trophies. After several guerrilla strikes, the invasion fleet began tying their ships together for protective safety. Timur's entrapment ploy of mooring his ship alone at the edge of the bay had worked as anticipated, enticing a Japanese boarding party to their death. Though the late-night attacks caused little strategic harm, they dampened the fading morale of the invading forces. The soldiers were still stationed aboard the cramped Korean ships nearly 12 months after departing Busan. Provisions were low, the ships were rotting, and dysentery outbreaks were cropping up across the fleet. But Timur knew that the arrival of the south of the Yangtze ships would turn the tables. The experienced and disciplined force from China would easily defeat the lightly organized samurai warriors, once they were landed in mass. If only they would arrive. The next morning broke sunny and clear, with a stiff breeze blowing from the south. On the stern of his Mugun support ship, Captain Yon surveyed the crowded confines of Hakata Bay. The fleet of Korean ships was an impressive sight in its own right. Nearly 900 vessels stretched across the bay in an assortment of shapes and sizes. Most were wide and sturdy junks, some as small as 20 feet, others like Yon's stretching nearly 80 feet long. Almost all had been constructed purposely for the invasion. But the Eastern Fleet, as it was known, would be dwarfed by the forces to come. At 3:30 in the afternoon, a call rang out from a lookout, and soon excited cries and the sound of banging drums thundered across the harbour. Out to sea, the first dots of the southern invasion force appeared on the horizon crawling toward the Japanese coast. Hour by hour, the dots multiplied and grew larger until the entire sea seemed to be a mass of dark wooden ships with blood-red sails. More than 3,000 ships came, 100,000 additional soldiers emerged from the Korea Strait, comprising an invasion fleet the likes of which would not be seen again until the invasion of Normandy almost 700 years later. The red silk sails of the war fleet flapped across the horizon like a crimson squall. All night and well into the following day, squadron after squadron of Chinese junks approached the coast, assembling in and around Hakata Bay as the military commanders calculated a landing strike. Signal flags rose high on the flagship, where Mongol and Chinese generals planned a renewed invasion. Behind the defences of their stone sea wall, the Japanese looked on in horror at the massive fleet. The overwhelming odds seemed to heighten the determination in some of the defenders. Others looked on in despair and desperately prayed for the gods to help through heavenly intervention. Even the most fearless samurai recognized that there was little likelihood they would survive the assault. But 1,000 miles to the south, another force was at work, more powerful even than the invasion fleet of Kublai Khan. A percolating mix of wind and sea and rain was brewing together, welding into a wicked mass of energy. The storm had formed as most typhoons do, in the warm waters of the western Pacific near the Philippines. An isolated thunderstorm set off its birth, upsetting the surrounding high-pressure front by causing warm air to converge with cold. Funneling warm air off the ocean's surface, the churning winds gradually blew into a tempest. Moving unabated across the sea, the storm grew in intensity, exuding a devastating force of wind. Surface winds raged higher and higher, until exceeding 160 miles per hour. The super typhoon, as they are now branded, crept almost straight north before curiously shifting directions to the northeast. Directly in its path were the southern islands of Japan and the Mongol fleet. Standing off Kyushu, the assembled invasion force was focused only on conquest. Oblivious to the approaching tempest, the joint fleets assembled for a combined invasion. "We are ordered to join the deployments to the south," Captain Yon reported to Timur after signal flags were exchanged within his squadron. "Preliminary ground forces have landed and secured a harbour for unloading the troops. We are to follow portions of the Yangtze fleet out of Hakata Bay and prepare to land our soldiers as reinforcements. It will be a relief to have my soldiers on dry land again," Timur replied. Like all Mongols, Timur was a land warrior used to fighting on horseback. Attacking from the sea was a relatively novel concept for the Mongols, adopted only in recent years by the emperor as a necessary means of subjugating Korea and South China. "You shall have your chance to land and fight soon enough," Yon replied as he oversaw the retrieval of his ship's stone anchor. Following the main body of the fleet out of Hakata Bay and along the coastline to the south, Yon looked uncomfortably at the skies as they blackened on the horizon. A single cloud seemed to grow larger and larger until it shaded the entire sky. As darkness fell, the wind and seas began to seethe, while sprays of rain slapped hard against the ship's surface. Many of the Korean captains recognized the signs of an approaching squall and repositioned their ships farther offshore. The Chinese sailors, not as experienced in open water conditions, foolishly held their positions close to the landing site. Unable to sleep in his rollicking bunk, Timur climbed above deck to find 8 of his men clinging to the rail, seasick from the turbulence. The pitch-black night was broken by dozens of tiny lights that danced above the waves, small candlelit lanterns that marked other vessels of the fleet. Many of the ships were still tied together, and Timur watched as small clusters of candlelight rose and fell as one on the rolling swells. "I will be unable to land your troops ashore," Yon shouted to Timur over the howling winds. "The storm is still building. We must move out to sea in order to avoid being crushed on the rocks." Timur made no effort to protest and simply nodded his head. Though he wanted nothing more than to get his soldiers and himself off the pitching ship, he knew an attempt to do so would be foolhardy. Yon was right. As miserable as the prospect sounded, there was nothing to do but ride out the storm. Yon ordered the lugsail on the foremast raised and maneuvered the ship's bow to the west. Tossing roughly through the growing waves, the sturdy vessel slowly began fighting its way away from the coastline. Around Yon's vessel, confusion reigned with the rest of the fleet. Several of the Chinese ships attempted to put troops ashore in the maelstrom, though most remained at anchor a short distance away. A scattering of vessels, mostly from the Eastern Fleet, followed Yon's lead and began repositioning themselves offshore. Few seemed to believe that yet another typhoon could strike and damage the fleet as in 1274. But the doubters were soon to be proven wrong. The super typhoon gathered force and rolled closer, bringing with it a torrent of wind and rain. Soon after dawn the sky turned black and the storm reared up with its full might. Torrential rains blew horizontally, the water pellets bursting with enough force to shred the sails of the bobbing fleet. Waves crashed ashore in thunderous blows that could be heard miles away. With screeching winds that exceeded a Category 4 hurricane, the super typhoon finally crashed into Kyushu. On shore, the Japanese defenders were subject to a 10-foot wall of storm surge that pounded over the shoreline, inundating homes, villages, and defense works while drowning hundreds. Ravaging winds uprooted ancient trees and sent loose debris flying through the air like missiles. A continuous deluge of rain dumped a foot of water an hour on inland areas, flooding valleys and overflowing rivers in a deadly barrage. Flash floods and mudslides killed untold more, burying whole towns and villages in seconds. But the maelstrom on shore paled in comparison to the fury felt by the Mongol fleet at sea. In addition to the explosive winds and piercing rains came mammoth waves, blown high by the storm's wrath. Rolling mountains of water belted the invasion fleet, capsized many vessels while smashing others to bits. Ships anchored close to shore were swiftly blown into the rocky shoals, where they were battered into small pieces. Timbers buckled and beams splintered from the force of the waves, causing dozens of ships to simply disintegrate in the boiling seas. In Hakata Bay, groups of ships still lashed together were battered mercilessly. As one vessel foundered, it would pull the other ships to the bottom like a string of dominoes. Trapped inside the fast-sinking ships, the crew and soldiers died a quick death. Those escaping to the violent surface waters drowned a short time later, as few knew how to swim. Aboard the Korean Mugun, Timur and his men clung desperately to the ship as it was tossed like a cork in a washing machine. Yon expertly guided the vessel through the teeth of storm, fighting to keep his bow to the waves. Several times, the wooden ship heeled so far over that Timur thought she would capsize. Yet there was Yon standing tall at the rudder as the ship righted itself, a determined grin on his face as he did battle with the elements. It wasn't until a monster 40-foot wave suddenly appeared out of the gloom that the salty captain turned pale. The huge wall of water bore down on them with a thunderous roar. The cresting wave swept onto the ship like an avalanche, burying the vessel in a froth of sea and foam. For several seconds, the Korean ship disappeared completely under the raging sea. Men below decks felt their stomachs drop from the force of the plunge and oddly noted the howl of the wind vanish as everything went black. By all rights, the wooden ship should have broken to pieces by the waves pounding. But the tough little vessel held together. As the giant wave rolled past, the ship rose like an apparition from the deep and regained her position on the frenzied sea. Timur was tossed across the deck during the submersion and barely clung to a ladder rung as the ship flooded. He gasped for air as the vessel resurfaced and was distraught to see that the masts had been torn off the ship. Behind him, a sharp cry rang out in the water off the stern. Glancing about the deck, he realized with horror that Yon and 5 Korean seamen, along with a handful of his own men, had been swept off the ship. A chorus of panicked cries pierced the air momentarily before it was washed out by the howl of the wind. Timur caught sight of the captain and men struggling nearby in the water. He could only watch helplessly as a large wave carried them from his sight. Without masts and crew, the ship was now at the complete mercy of the storm. Pitching and wallowing feebly in the seas, pounded and flooded by the high waves, the ship had 1,000 opportunities to founder. But the simple yet robust construction of the Korean ship kept her afloat while around her scores of Chinese ships vanished into the depths. After several intense, buffeting hours, the winds slowly died down and the pelting rains ceased. For a brief moment, the sun broke clear, and Timur thought the storm had ended. But it was just the eye of the typhoon passing over, offering a brief reprieve before the assault would continue again. Below decks, Timur found 2 Korean sailors still aboard and forced them to help man the ship. As the winds picked up and the rains returned, Timur and the sailors took turns tying themselves to the rudder and battling the deadly waves. Lost as to position or even the direction they sailed, the men bravely focused on keeping the ship afloat. Unaware that they were now absorbing the counterclockwise winds that swirled from the north, they were pushed rapidly through open water to the south. The brunt of the typhoon's energy had been expended as it struck Kyushu, so the battering was less intense than before. But gusts over 90 miles per hour still buffeted the vessel, blasting it roughly through the seas. Blinded by the pelting rain, Timur had little clue to their path. Several times the ship nearly approached landfall, inching by islands, rocks, and shoals that went unseen in the gloom of the storm. Miraculously, the ship blew clear, the men aboard never realizing how close they came to death. The typhoon raged day and night before gradually losing its power, the rain and winds fading to a light squall. The Korean Mugun, battered and leaky, held fast and clung to the surface with gritty pride. Though the captain and crew were lost and the ship was a crippled mess, they had survived all that the killer storm could throw at them. A quiet sense of luck and destiny settled over them as the seas began to calm. No such luck befell the rest of the Mongol invasion force, which was brutally decimated by the killer typhoon. Nearly the entire Yangtze fleet was destroyed, smashed to bits against the rocky shoreline or sunk by the vicious seas. A jumbled array of broken timber from huge Chinese junks, Korean warships, and oar-driven barges littered the shoreline. In the water, the cries of the dying had long since echoed over the shrieks of the wind. Many of the soldiers, clothed in heavy leather body armor, sank immediately to the bottom upon being cast in the waves. Others fought through the throes of panic to stay afloat, only to be pummeled by the heedless onslaught of massive waves. The lucky few who crawled ashore alive were quickly cut up by marauding bands of samurai roving the shoreline. After the storm, the dead littered the beaches like stacked cords of wood. Half-sunken wrecks lined the horizon off Kyushu in such numbers that it was said a man could walk across the Imari Gulf without getting wet. The remnants of the invasion fleet limped back to Korea and China with the unthinkable news that Mother Nature had again spoiled the Mongol plans of conquest. It was a crushing defeat for Kublai Khan. The disaster represented the worst defeat suffered by the Mongols since the reign of Genghis Khan, and showed the rest of the world that the forces of the great empire were far from invincible. For the Japanese, the arrival of the killer typhoon was nothing less than a miracle. Despite the destruction incurred on Kyushu, the island had been spared conquest and the invading forces defeated. Most believed it could only have come as a result of the 11th-hour prayers to the sun goddess at the Shrine of Ice. Divine intervention had prevailed, a sure sign that Japan was blessed with heavenly protection to ward off foreign invaders. So strong was the belief in the kamikaze, or divine wind as it was called, that it permeated Japanese history for centuries, reappearing as the appellation for the suicide pilots of World War XI. Aboard the Korean troopship, Timur and the surviving crew had no idea as to the devastation suffered by the invasion fleet. Blown out to sea, they could only assume that the invading force would regroup after the storm passed and continue the assault. "We must rejoin the fleet," Timur told the men. "The Emperor is expecting victory and we must fulfill our duty." There was only one problem. After 3 days and nights of severe weather, tossed about without mast and sails, there was no telling where they were. The weather cleared, but there were no other ships in sight. Worse for Timur, there was nobody aboard capable of navigating a vessel at sea. The 2 Korean sailors who survived the storm were a cook and an aged ship's carpenter, neither possessing navigation skills. "The land of Japan must be to the east of us," he conferred with the Korean carpenter. "Construct a new mast and sails, and we shall use the sun and stars to guide us east until we reach landfall and relocate the invasion fleet." The old carpenter argued that the ship was not seaworthy. "She is battered and leaking. We must sail northwest, to Korea, to save ourselves," he cried. But Timur would have none of it. A temporary mast was hastily constructed and makeshift sails raised. With a fresh determination, the Mongol soldier-turned-sailor guided the waylaid ship toward the eastern horizon, anxious to put ashore again and rejoin the battle. 2 days passed, and all Timur and his men could see was blue water. The Japanese mainland never materialized. Thoughts of changing course were dispelled when yet another storm crept up on them from the southwest. Though less intense than the earlier typhoon, the tropical storm was widespread and slow-moving. For 5 days, the troop ship battled the throes of high winds and heavy rains that pitched them wildly about the ocean. The beaten ship seemed to be reaching its limits. The temporary mast and sails were again lost overboard to the gales, while leaks below the waterline kept the carpenter working around the clock. More disconcerting, the entire rudder broke free off ship, taking with it 2 of Timur's soldiers, who clung to it for dear life. When it seemed that the ship could bear no more, the second storm quietly passed. But as the weather eased, the men aboard became more anxious than ever. Land had not been sighted in over a week and food supplies were beginning to dwindle. Men openly pleaded with Timur to sail the ship to China, but the prevailing winds and current, as well as the lack of a ship's rudder, made that impossible. The lone ship was adrift in the ocean with no bearings, no navigation aids, and little means to guide the way. Timur lost track of time, as the hours drifted into days, and the days into weeks. With their provisions depleted, the feeble crew resorted to catching fish for food and collecting rain water for drinking. The grey stormy weather was gradually replaced by clear skies and sunny weather. As the winds tapered, the temperature warmed. The ship seemed to grow stagnant along with the crew, drifting aimlessly under light winds over a flat sea. Soon a death cloud began to hover over the vessel. Each sunrise brought the discovery of a new corpse as the starving crewmen began to perish in the night. Timur looked over his emaciated soldiers with a feeling of dishonor. Rather than die in battle, their fate was to starve on an empty ocean far from home. As the men around him dozed in the midday sun, a sudden clamor erupted on the port side deck of the ship. "It's a bird," someone cried. "Try to kill it." Timur lurched to his feet to see a trio of men attempting to surround a large, dark-billed seagull. The bird hopped around spastically, eyeing the hungry men with a wary look. One of the men grabbed a wooden mallet with a gnarled sunburned hand and flung it swiftly at the bird, hoping to stun or kill it. The gull deftly sidestepped the flying mallet and, with a loud squawk of indignation, flapped its wings and rose lazily into the sky. While the disgruntled men cursed, Timur quietly studied the gull, his eyes following the white bird as it flew south and gradually melted into the horizon. Squinting at the far line of blue where the water met the sky, he suddenly arched a brow. Blinking forcefully, he looked again, tensing slightly when his eyes registered a small green lump on the horizon. Then his nose joined in on the fantasy. Timur could smell a difference in the air. The damp salt air that his lungs had become used to now had a different aroma. A sweet, slightly flowery fragrance wafted through his nostrils. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his throat and grumbled to the men on the deck. "There is land before us," he said in a parched voice, pointing toward the path off Gull. "Let every man who is able help guide us to it." The exhausted and emaciated crew staggered to life at the words. After straining their eyes at the distant speck on the horizon, the men gathered their wits and went to work. A large deck support beam was sawed loose and man-handled over the stern, where, secured with ropes, it would act as a crude rudder. While 3 men wrestled the beam about to steer the ship, the remaining men attacked the water. Brooms, boards, and even sabres were used as makeshift oars by the desperate men in a struggle to row the battered vessel to land. Slowly the distant spot grew larger, until a shimmering emerald island materialized, complete with a broad, towering mountain peak. Approaching the shoreline, they found heaving waves battering a rocky coastline, which rose up vertically. In a panicked moment, the ship became caught in a cross-current that drove them toward an inlet surrounded by jagged boulders. "Rocks ahead," the old ship's carpenter cried, eyeing the protrusions off the bow. "Every man to the left side of the ship," Timur bellowed as they bore down on a dark wall of rock. The half-dozen men on the starboard railing ran, scampered, and crawled to the port side and frantically slapped the water with their makeshift oars. Their last-second surge nosed the bow away from the rocks, and the men held their breath as the port hull scraped against a line of submerged boulders. The grinding ceased, and the men realized that the ship's timbers had held together once more. "There is no place to put ashore here," the carpenter shouted. "We must turn and go back to sea." Timur peered at the sheer rock cliff rising above the shore. Porous black and grey rock stretched in a high jagged wall in front of him, broken only by the small black oval of a cave, cut off their port bow at the waterline. "Bring the bow around. Row again, men, at a steady pace." Clawing at the water, the drained men propelled the boat away from the rocks and back into the offshore current. Drifting along the land mass, they saw that the towering shoreline eventually softened. Finally, the carpenter spat out the words the crew waited to hear. "We can land her there," he said, pointing to a large crescent-shaped cove cut into the shoreline. Timur nodded, and the men guided the vessel toward shore, a final gust of energy flowing from their limbs. Paddling into the cove, the exhausted men drove the ship toward a sandy beach, until its barnacle-encrusted hull ground to a halt a few feet from shore. The weary men were nearly too spent to climb off the ship. Grabbing his sword, Timur painfully staggered ashore with 5 men to search for food and fresh water. Following the sound of rushing water, they cut through a thicket of tall ferns and found a freshwater lagoon, fed by a waterfall that rushed down a rocky ledge. In jubilance, Timur and his men plunged into the lagoon and happily gulped down mouthfuls of the cool water. Their enjoyment was short-lived when a sudden pounding broke the air. It was the boom of the signal drum aboard the Korean ship, thumping out a cry to battle. Timur sprung to his feet in a single motion and called immediately to his men. "Back to the ship. At once." He didn't wait for his men to assemble but vaulted ahead in the direction of the ship. Whatever pain and weakness his legs had felt before vanished under the replenishment of fresh water and the surge of adrenaline rushing through his body. Bounding through the jungle, he could hear the drumbeat's decibels rise in his ears as he moved closer until he finally burst past a cluster of palm trees and onto the sandy beach. The veteran soldier's eyes quickly scanned the surrounding waters and immediately spotted the source of the alarm. Midway across the cove, a narrow canoe sailed toward the grounded ship. Seated inside, a half-dozen shirtless men rhythmically muscled spade-shaped wooden paddles through the water, driving the canoe swiftly toward shore. Timur noted the men's skin was colored a deep bronze, and most had curly black hair kept shorter than his own. Several of the men wore necklaces with a hook-shaped bone dangling across their chests. "Your orders, sir?" asked a frail soldier who had been banging the drum, finally ceasing the alarm. Timur hesitated before answering, knowing that a harem of old maids could defeat his emaciated crew in their present state. "Arm with spears," he ordered calmly. "Defensive line behind me on the beach." The surviving remnants of his command staggered off the boat and out of the jungle, lining up behind Timur with the few remaining spears still aboard. The ragged force had little strength left, but Timur knew they would die fighting for him if necessary. He felt for the grip-off Japanese samurai sword he now wore at his belt and wondered if he would die with its blade in his hand. The canoe made its way directly toward the men on the beach, its rowers silent as they propelled the boat to shore. When the bow scraped the sand at the water's edge, the occupants jumped out and quickly dragged the canoe onto the beach, then stood solemnly alongside the craft. For several seconds, the two parties eyed each other suspiciously. Finally, one of the men from the canoe crossed the sand and stood before Timur. He was short, barely 5 foot tall, and older than the rest, with long white hair wrapped with a bark strip into a ponytail. He wore a string of shark's teeth around his neck and gripped a wooden staff made from twisted driftwood. His brow and eyes sparkled with luster, and he smiled broadly at the Mongol, displaying a crooked row of bright white teeth. In a melodic language, he spoke rapidly, offering what seemed to be an unthreatening greeting. Timur simply nodded slightly, keeping a sharp eye on the other men by the canoe. The old man jabbered for several minutes, then abruptly returned to the canoe and reached inside. Timur tightened his grip on the Japanese sword and gave his men a knowing look of caution. But he relaxed when the old man stood and held up a fat 30-pound yellow fine tuna. The other natives reached into the canoe and retrieved other fish and shellfish carried in reed baskets, which they placed at the feet of Timur's men. The famished soldiers anxiously waited for approval from the Mongol leader, then voraciously attacked the food, smiling thanks to the native hosts. The old man strode up to Timur and offered him a drink of water from a pigskin bag. Having gained mutual trust, the natives pointed into the jungle and motioned for the shipwrecked men to follow. Hesitantly leaving their ship, Timur and his men followed the natives through the jungle, hiking for a mile or two before entering a small clearing. Several dozen small thatch-covered huts surrounded a fenced corral where small children were playing with a herd of pigs. On the opposite side of clearing, an even larger hut with a high roof served as the home of the village chief, who Timur was surprised to learn was none other than the old white-haired man. The residents of the village gawked at the strangers as a feast was hastily prepared and the Asian Waniers were welcomed into the community with great honor. The ship, clothes, and weapons of the strangers were evidence of great knowledge, and the men were prized surreptitiously as new allies against potential enemy combatants. The Chinese and Korean warriors were simply glad to be alive and welcomed the generous offers of food, housing, and female companionship that the friendly villagers extended. Only Timur accepted the hospitality with reservation. As he chewed on a slab of grilled abalone with the village chief, his men around him enjoying themselves for the first time in weeks, he silently wondered if he would ever see Mongolia again. Over the next few weeks, the men of the Mongol invasion force took up residence in the village, gradually assimilating into the community. Initially, Timur refused to settle in the camp, sleeping in the rotting ship each night. Only when the storm-ravaged hull timbers finally gave way and the battered remains of the ship slid to the bottom of the cove did he reluctantly move to the village. Thoughts of his wife and 4 children played in his mind, but, with the ship ruined, Timur began to give up hope of returning home. His crew had gladly accepted their new lives on the tropical outpost, viewing their station as far preferable to the bleak life in China as soldiers of the Mongol emperor. It was an attitude Timur could never accept. The scrappy Mongol commander was a loyal servant to the Khan and knew it was his duty to return to service at the first opportunity. But with his ship in pieces at the bottom of the cove, there was no viable means of returning home. With a bitter reluctance, Timur gradually resigned himself to a castaway's life on the large island. The years trickled by and gradually softened the resolve of old warrior. Over time, Timur and his men had learned the lyrical native tongue of the island community, and the Mongol commander enjoyed swapping adventure tales with the white-haired chief. Mahu, as he was called, bantered on about how his ancestors had sailed an epic voyage across the Great Sea just a few generations before in mammoth sailing ships. The island had called to them, he said, with a rumble and a billow of smoke from the mountaintop, a sign of welcome from the gods to come and prosper. The gods had smiled on them ever since, providing a land of temperate weather and abundant food and water. Timur chuckled at the description, wondering how the primitive natives who barely traversed to neighboring islands in small canoes could find their way to crossing the ocean itself. "I would like to see one of these majestic sailing ships," he chided the old man. "I will take you to one," Mahu replied indignantly. "You will see for yourself." The amused Timur saw that the old chief was serious and took him up on the offer. After a 2-day trek across the island, he was beginning to regret his curiosity when the weathered jungle path they followed suddenly opened onto a small sandy beach. Timur stopped when his feet touched the sand, and the old man silently pointed toward the far end of beach. Timur didn't recognize it at first. Gazing across the beach, he saw only a pair of large tree trunks lying perpendicular to the shore. The rest of the beach appeared barren. As his eyes fell back to the fallen trees, he suddenly realized that they were more than just dead wood, they were the support frames for a massive raft that lay half buried in the sand. The Mongol warrior ran toward the object, not believing his eyes. With each step, he became more mesmerized. Though obviously sitting on the beach for years, perhaps even decades, the ancient sailing craft was still intact. Timur could see it was a double-hulled design, with a single flat deck supported by the two large logs. The vessel stretched over 60 feet but carried only a large single mast, which had rotted away. Though the plank deck had disintegrated, Timur could see that the massive support timbers looked as sturdy as when they were felled. There was no doubt in Timur's mind that the boat had been an ocean-going vessel. Mahu's fanciful tale was true after all. Timur excitedly gazed at the remains of the vessel, eyeing a means to escape the island. "You shall return me to my home and emperor," he muttered wistfully to the wooden mass. With a native work crew under the direction of the Korean ship's carpenter put to the task, Timur set about refitting the old sailing vessel. Deck planking was cut and fit from nearby hardwood trees. Coconut husk fibers were braided into senet cord and tied to the hull timbers and supports. A large reed sail was woven and fitted to the replacement mast, cut from a young tree near the beach. In just a few short weeks, the nearly forgotten ocean voyager was reclaimed from the sands and made ready to ply the waves again. To sail the craft, Timur could have ordered his old crew aboard, but he knew that most were afraid to risk their lives again in a daring sea voyage. Many of the men now had wives and children on the island. When he asked for volunteers, just 3 men stepped forward, along with old Mahu. Timur could ask for no more. It would be barely enough to sail the old craft, but Mongol commander accepted without question the decision of those who elected to stay. Provisions were stocked, and then the men waited until Mahu declared that the time was right. "The goddess Hina will offer us safe passage to the west now," he finally told Timur a week later, when the Rhines shifted direction. "Let us be away. I shall report to the emperor of his new colony in this distant land," he shouted to the men assembled on the beach as the twin canoe hull broke through the surf and an offshore breeze launched them briskly out to sea. Loaded with plenty of water, dried fish, and fruit from the local landscape, the ship set sail with enough stores for the crew to survive for weeks at sea. As the lush verdant island disappeared in the waves behind them, the men aboard the catamaran felt a moment of insecurity and foolishness. Their deadly struggles on the sea more than a decade earlier came flooding back, and they all wondered whether the forces of nature would allow them to survive again. Yet Timur was confident. His trust lay in the old man, Mahu. Though the native chief had little sailing experience, he had read the stars with ease and tracked the sun's movements by day while studying the clouds and sea swells. It was Mahu who knew that the winds to the south of the island turned west in the fall months, which would fill their sails with a steady breeze in the direction home. It was Mahu who also knew how to catch tuna with a line and bone hook using flying fish for bait, which would supplement their diet during the long voyage. After landfall disappeared from sight, the sailing came surprisingly easy for the inexperienced crew. Fair skies and calm seas greeted the men each day for a fortnight as they sailed with the wind. Only an occasional squall tested the boat's sturdiness, and it also gave the crew a chance to collect fresh rain water. All the while, Mahu calmly issued the sailing orders while constantly tracking the sun and stars. Studying the clouds on the horizon several days later, he noticed an unusual clustering to the southwest. "Land to the south, 2 days' sailing," he proclaimed. Relief and excitement flowed through the crew at the prospect of reaching land again. But where were they, and what lands were they approaching? The next morning, a dot appeared on the horizon, which grew larger with each passing hour. It was not land, however, but another sailing vessel crossing their path. As the ship drew near, Timur could see it sported a low stern and captured the wind with triangular white sails. She was not a Chinese vessel, he knew, but looked to be an Arab merchant ship. The trader drew alongside the island catamaran and dropped its sails as a thin dark-skinned man in a brightly colored robe shouted a greeting from the rail. Timur studied the man for a moment, then, reading no threat, climbed aboard the small sailing ship. The trading vessel was from Zanzibar, its captain a jovial Muslim merchantman with considerable experience trading goods with the royal court of the Great Khan. The ship was bound for Shanghai with a cargo of ivory, gold, and spices, to be traded for fine Chinese porcelain and silk. Timur's tiny crew was welcomed aboard and sadly watched as their sturdy double-hulled canoe was cut loose, left to drift the Pacific alone. The Muslim captain shrewdly guessed that saving the life of a Mongol commander would result in a more favored trading status, and he wasn't disappointed. Landing at the port city of Shanghai, the vessel ignited an immediate uproar. News of the soldiers' appearance 13 years after the aborted invasion of Japan spread across the city like wildfire. Representatives from the government met Timur and his men and whisked them up to the imperial city at Tartu for a briefing with the emperor. Along the way, Timur quizzed his escorts about news of war and politics during his absence. Much of the news was dispiriting. The invasion of Japan had been an unmitigated disaster, he learned, the typhoon having wiped out over 2,000 ships and nearly 100,000 men. Timur was saddened to learn that his commander and many of his comrades had not returned with the remnants of the surviving fleet. Equally disturbing was the revelation that the islands of Japan still lay unconquered. Though Kublai Khan wished to attempt a third invasion, his advisers had wisely quelled the notion. In a little over a decade, the dominance of entire empire had been shattered. After defeat in Japan, an expedition to suppress unrest in Vietnam had also met with failure, while the expense of expanding the Grand Canal to Chengdu had nearly caused the economy to collapse. Questions about the emperor's health created apprehension about his successor. A simmering resentment already resided in the people over the fact that a Mongol ruled the Yuan Empire. There seemed to be little dispute. Since defeating the Songhai dynasty in 1279 and uniting China under a single rule, Kublai Khan's empire was now withering in a slow decline. Arriving in the capital city of Tartu, Timur and his men were led to the imperial city and escorted into the private chambers of the emperor. Though Timur had seen Kublai Khan many times in earlier years, he was shocked at the sight of the man before him now. Stretched out on a padded chaise lounge and clad in yards of silk robing was a fat haggard man who stared through sullen black eyes. Despondent over the recent death of his favourite wife and the loss of his second son, Kublai had turned to food and drink for solace, consuming both in excess. Though he'd reached the startling age of 80, the dietary excesses were now wreaking havoc on the revered leader's health. Timur noted that the overweight Khan rested a gout-inflamed foot on a pillow, while jugs of fermented mare's milk stood at arm's length. "Commander Timur, you have returned from a considerable absence to resume your duty," the Khan stated in a raspy voice. "As the emperor commands," Timur replied, bowing deeply. "Tell of your voyages, Timur, and the mysterious land on which you were shipwrecked." Carved chairs were brought for Timur and his men to sit, as the Mongol commander described the fierce typhoon that blew his ship away from the Japanese mainland and their subsequent plight adrift at sea. As cups of the alcoholic liquid were passed around, he described their luck at landing on the lush island and being welcomed by the local inhabitants. Introducing Mahu, he told of the old man's aid in sailing the large double-hulled vessel across the sea before they met up with the Muslim merchant. "A remarkable journey," Kublai lauded. "The lands you fell upon, they were rich and fertile." "Exceedingly. The soil is bountiful, and, with a temperate climate subject to much rainfall, an abundance of wild and cultivated plants flourish there." "Congratulations, my emperor," said a tinkled man with a long white beard standing at the Khan's side. The Confucian advisor to the throne was clearly unimpressed with the tale or the audience before him. "You have once again added new lands to the empire. It is here you have left a garrison behind?" Kublai asked. "The lands are now under Mongol rule." Timur silently cursed the Confucian advisor's ploy to fabricate glory for the emperor. He knew that the men he left behind had long ago ground their swords for domestic life. Their loyalty to the Khan had been a question well before they even shipwrecked. Yes, Timur lied. A small contingent rules the land in your name. He looked at the old village chief and Fahu with shame, but the old man simply nodded back, understanding the politics of the empire. Kublai gazed past the men across the room, his eyes seeing an image far beyond the walls of the palace. Timur wondered if the Mongol ruler was intoxicated from the drink. I should like to see this wondrous place, this land where the sun first shines on my empire, Kublai finally whispered dreamily. Yes, it is a near paradise on earth. As beautiful as any lands under the rain. You know the route back, Timur. I do not know the ways of navigation at sea, but Mahu can read the sun and the stars. He could find the way back to his home in a stout ship, I believe. You have served the empire well, Timur. Your loyalty to the empire shall be well rewarded, Kublai gasped, coughing up a mouthful of liquid that sprayed over his silk tunic. Thank you, my emperor, he replied, bowing again. A pair of palace guards suddenly materialized and escorted Timur and his men out of the Khan's chamber. The Mongol commander felt remorse as he left the palace. The great Kublai Khan was but a tired and ancient shell of the old leader who ruled one of the largest empires in world history. Much more than a bloodthirsty conqueror like his grandfather, Kublai had ruled with an enlightenment not seen before. He welcomed traders and explorers from distant lands, imposed laws that fostered religious tolerance, and promoted scientific research into geography, astronomy, and medicine. He was now near death, and the empire couldn't help but become a less inspired land without his visionary leadership. As Timur exited the grand palace grounds, he suddenly noticed that Mahu was not by his side. Oddly, he realized that the old villager had remained behind in the emperor's chamber. Timur waited for him to emerge, but after several hours gave up and proceeded out of the capital city to his home village and family. He never again saw the old man who had led him home and often wondered of fate of his foreign friend. Just 2 months later, the somber news was announced of the death of the great emperor. Kublai Khan had finally succumbed to the ravages of age and alcoholism. An elaborate farewell ceremony to honor the emperor's life was held in Tartu, the city he had selected to be his primary capital. An altar would later be constructed in his honor south of the city, now known as Beijing, which still stands today. After the public services, a funeral caravan left the city toting the coffin of the great Khan in an ornate carriage. Followed by 1,000 horses and soldiers, the solemn procession marched slowly north into Mongolia and the homeland of Kublai. At a secret spot in the Kentai Mountains, the tomb of Kublai Khan was laid to rest with a cortege of animals, concubines, and valued riches from across the empire. To ensure a peaceful afterlife, the burial region was trampled with horses to disguise the site. Construction laborers tasked with digging the tomb were executed outright and the procession commanders sworn to secrecy under penalty of death. In a few short years, the burial site of Mongol leader was lost to history, and the memory of Kublai Khan cast to the rains that whip tirelessly down the slopes of the green forested mountain range. 1,000 miles to the south, a large Chinese junk slipped out of its dock at Shanghai before dawn and silently drifted down the Yellow River toward the Pacific Ocean. One of just a handful of ocean-going trade ships in the emperor's fleet, the massive junk stood over 200 feet long, carrying a dozen sails on 4 tall masts. With the Yuan Empire still in mourning, the vessel didn't fly its usual state banners, and, in fact, carried no identifying flags at all. Few people on shore wondered much about the early departure of the large ship, which normally set sail with great fanfare. Only a handful of onlookers noted that the vessel was manned with half its normal crew. And fewer still noticed the odd sight at the ship's helm. An old dark-skinned man with flowing white hair stood next to the captain, pointing to the clouds and rising sun. In a strange tongue, he directed the path of the majestic vessel as it departed civilization and entered the waters off vast blue ocean for a distant and uncharted destination. 1937 SMU, sea in distance echoed with the call of a tribal war drum. First a subtle pop would waft TLN off the air, followed by an inevitable jarring thud a few seconds later. The lazy pause between each beat led to a false hope that the acoustic barrage had finally come to an end. Then another quiet pop would ring through the air, unnerving all within earshot as they waited for the impact to follow. Leigh Hunt stood up from a freshly dug earthen trench and stretched his arms skyward before carefully setting a hand trowel atop a nearby mud brick wall. The Oxford-educated field archaeologist for the British Museum was dressed for the part, clad in long khaki pants and matching dual-pocket shirt, both of which were coated in a fine layer of dust and sweat. Instead of the classic pith helmet, he wore a battered fedora to shield his head from the rays of the summer sun. Through tired hazel eyes, he peered east down a wide valley toward the source of the thundering noise. For the first time, small puffs of smoke could be seen on the horizon through the shimmering heat of the morning sun. "Tsendine, it would appear that the artillery is moving closer," he spoke nonchalantly in the direction of the trench. A short man wearing a thin woolen shirt with a red sash tied around his waist climbed quietly out of the pit. Beyond him in the trench, a crew of Chinese laborers continued digging through the dry soil with heavy spades and hand trowels. Unlike the Chinese workers, the small but broad-shouldered man had slightly rounded eyes, which were imbedded in a face of dark leathery skin. They were features that the local Chinese knew at a glance belonged to a Mongolian. "Peking is falling. Already the refugees are fleeing," he said, pointing toward a small dirt road a mile away. Rolling through the dust, a half-dozen ox-drawn carts toted the life possessions of several Chinese families escaping to the west. "We must abandon the excavation, sir, before the Japanese are upon us." Hunt instinctively felt for the .455 caliber Webley Fosbury automatic revolver holstered at his hip. 2 nights before, he had shot at a small gang of marauding bandits that attempted to steal a crate of excavated artifacts. In the environment of China's collapsing infrastructure, bands of thieves seemed to roam everywhere, but most were unarmed and unsophisticated. Fighting his way past the Japanese Imperial Army would be an entirely different matter. China was rapidly imploding under the juggernaut of the Japanese military might. Ever since the renegade Japanese Kwantung Army had seized Manchuria in 1931, Japan's military leaders had set their sights on colonizing China in the manner of Korea. 6 years of thrusts and parries and staged incidents finally erupted in the summer of 1937 when the Japanese Imperial Army invaded northern China, in fear that the nationalist forces of Chiang Kai-shek were growing too strong. Though the Chinese forces vastly outnumbered the Japanese army, they were no match for the superior equipment, training, and discipline that the Japanese forces brought to the field. Utilizing his resources as best he could, Chiang Kai-shek battled the Japanese by day, then retreated at night, in an attempt to slow the Japanese advance in a war of attrition. Hunt listened to the crack of the approaching Japanese artillery that now signaled the loss of Peking, and he knew that the Chinese were in trouble. The capital city of Nanjing would be next, resulting in yet a further pullback to the west of Chiang Kai-shek's army. With an impending sense of his own defeat, he glanced at his wristwatch, then spoke to Tsendine. "Have the coolies cease all excavations at noon. We'll secure the artifacts and complete final documentation of the site this afternoon, then join in the growing caravan heading west." Glancing at the road, he noted a ragtag band of Chinese nationalist soldiers filtering into the evacuation route. "You will be leaving on the aircraft to Nanjing tomorrow?" Tsendine asked. "Assuming the plane shows up. But there's no sense in flying to Nanjing under these hostile conditions. I intend to take the most important artifacts and fly north to Ulaanbaatar. You'll have to manage the remaining items, equipment, and supplies with the pack train, I'm afraid. You should be able to catch up with me in Ulaanbaatar in a few weeks." I'll wait for you there before catching the Trans-Siberian Railway west. A wise move. It is evident that the local resistance is failing. Inner Mongolia offers little strategic value to the Japanese. They are likely just chasing the remnants of the defensive forces out of Peking, he said, waving an arm toward the distant artillery barrage. I suspect they will pull back shortly and enjoy a few days or even weeks pillaging Peking before renewing the offensive. Plenty of time for us to be on our way. It is unfortunate that we must leave now. We are nearly finished with the excavation of the Pavilion of Great Harmony, Tsendine said, surveying a maze of excavated trenches that stretched around them like a World War I battlefield. It's a bloody shame, Hunt said, shaking his head in anger, though we've proven that the site has already been well ransacked. Hunt kicked at some excavated fragments of marble and stone piled near his feet and watched as the dust settled over the remnants that had once constituted an imposing imperial structure. While most of Heist's archaeological contemporaries in China were chasing prehistoric burial tombs loaded with bronze artifacts, Hunt's focus was on the more recent Yuan dynasty. This was his third summer on the grounds of Shangtu, excavating the remains of royal summer palace built in 1260. Staring at a barren hillside dotted with mounds of fresh dirt, it was difficult to imagine the former grandeur of the palace and grounds that would have stood before him nearly 800 years earlier. Though surviving Chinese historical records provide scant detail, Marco Polo, the Venetian adventurer who vividly documented 13th-century China and the Silk Road in his book The Travels, provided a striking description of Shangtu at its zenith. Built on a huge mound at the center of a walled city, the original palace was surrounded by a forest of transplanted trees and lapis lazuli stone paths, which lent a magical blue hue to the estate. Exquisite gardens and fountains weaved through a series of government buildings and residences that encircled the Taran Kao, or Pavilion of Great Harmony, which stood as the imperial palace. Constructed of green marble and stone and gilded with gold, the great structure was inlaid with glazed tiles and decorated with breathtaking paintings and sculptures from China's most skilled artisans. Used primarily as a summer residence by the emperor to escape the heat of Peking, Shangtu quickly developed into a scientific and cultural hub. A medical center and astronomical observatory were constructed, and the city became a haven for scholars both foreign and domestic. A constant breeze across the hilltop cooled the emperor and his guests, as he administered over an empire that stretched from the Mediterranean to Korea. But it was the emperor's adjacent hunting ground that perhaps gave the summer palace its most renown. It was a vast enclosed park of trees, streams, and thick grass, encompassing 16 square miles. The park was stocked with deer, boar, and other game for the hunting pleasure of the emperor and his guests. Elevated paths circled through the preserve, to keep the hunters' feet dry. Surviving tapestries show the emperor hunting in the park on a favorite horse, with a trained hunting cheetah at his side. Centuries of abandonment, neglect, and looting had reduced the palace to little more than scattered rubble. It was nearly impossible for Hunt to picture the lush grounds of gardens, fountains, springs, and trees as they existed centuries ago. The landscape was now barren. A wide, grassy plain stretched empty to the distant brown hills. The area was void of life, the city's past glory just a whisper on the wind that ruffled through the tall grass. Xanadu, the romantic name of Shangtu popularized by the Samuel Taylor Coleridge poem, existed now only in the imagination. With approval from the nationalist government, Hunt had begun excavations 3 years before. Trowel by trowel, he had been able to piece together the boundaries of the Palace of Great Harmony, identifying a grand hall, a kitchen, and a dining hall. An assortment of bronze and porcelain artifacts recovered from the earth told the tale of daily life at the palace. But, to Hunt's disappointment, there were no dazzling artifacts uncovered, no terracotta armies or Ming vases that would make a name for himself. The dig was nearly completed, just the remains of the royal bedroom chamber remained to be excavated. Already, most of his colleagues had fled the eastern regions of China, not wanting to get caught up in a civil war or foreign invasion. Hunt seemed to perversely enjoy the turmoil and pending danger from the site in northwest China, not far from Manchuria. With a love of antiquity and drama, he knew that he was standing thick in the middle of history in the making. Hunt also knew that the British Museum would be pleased with whatever artifacts he would provide them for their planned exhibit of Xanadu. The chaos and danger created by the Japanese invasion was actually a benefit. Not only did it add to the allure of the artifacts that he transported west, it actually made the process easier. Local authorities had already fled the nearby villages, and the government antiquities officials had not been seen in weeks. He would have an easy time removing the artifacts from the country. That is, assuming he could extricate himself as well. I guess I've kept you from your family long enough, Tsendine. I doubt the Russians will allow the Japanese to pussyfoot around in Mongolia, so you should be safe from this craziness. My wife shall welcome my return. The Mongol smiled through a yellowing set of sharply pointed teeth. The faint drone of a nearby aircraft halted their conversation. To the south of them, a small grey speck grew larger in the sky before banking to the east. Japanese reconnaissance aircraft, Hunt mused. Not a good sign for the nationalist chaps if the Japanese own the skies. The archaeologist pulled out a pack of Red Lion cigarettes and lit one off unfiltered smokes as Tsendine peered at the fading aircraft with a nervous look. The sooner we are away, the better, I think, he said. Behind them, a sudden commotion erupted from one of the excavation trenches. One of the Chinese laborers' heads popped up over the edge, his grimy jaws jabbering at a rapid clip. Is it? Hunt said, setting down his tea. He says he's found some lacquered wood, Tsendine replied, stepping toward the trench. Both men walked to the edge and peered down. The chattering laborer excitedly pointed his trowel toward the ground as the other laborers crowded around. Barely exposed through the dirt at his feet was a flat square yellow object the size of a serving platter. Tsendine, you handle the excavation, Hunt barked, waving away the other laborers. As the Mongolian jumped into the trench and carefully began scraping the dirt away with a trowel and brush, Hunt retrieved a notebook and pencil. Thumbing to a hand-drafted sketch of localized area and trench, he neatly outlined the object in its discovered location. Flipping to a blank sheet, he then began sketching the artifact while Tsendine gently dug around it. As the dirt and dust fell away, Hunt could see that the object was in fact a yellow lacquered wooden box. Every square inch was painted with delicate images of animals and trees in elaborate detail, trimmed with inlaid mother of pearl. Hunt noted with curiosity that an elephant was depicted on the lid. Carefully scraping the dirt away to its base, Tsendine gently lifted the box out of the sediment and placed it on a flat stone outside the trench. The Chinese laborers all stopped their digging and crowded around the ornate box. Most of their discoveries to date consisted of little more than broken shards of porcelain and the occasional jade carving. This was easily the most impressive item uncovered in their 3 years of digging. Hunt studied the box deliberately before taking it in his hands and lifting it. Something heavy was inside, which shifted as he moved the box. With his thumbs, he could feel a seam midway around the shallow sides and gently tried to separate the lid. The box, sealed for nearly 800 years, protested at first and then slowly opened. Hunt set the box down and gingerly worked his fingers around the entire edge, then pulled on the lid until it creaked off. Tsendine and the laborers all leaned in as if in a football huddle, peering to see what was inside. 2 objects were nestled in the box and Hunt removed them for all to see. A spotted animal skin, colored black and yellow in the camouflage pattern of a leopard or cheetah, was rolled up like a scroll, the ends tied together with leather straps. The other item was a patinated bronze tube, sealed at one end, but with a removable cap at the other end. The Chinese workers all grinned and chuckled at the sight of objects, not knowing what significance they held, but assuming correctly that they had some importance. Hunt set down the cheetah skin and examined the heavy bronze tube. It had aged a deep green color, which only enhanced the elaborate image of a dragon that stretched along its length. The tail of the imaginary beast curled around the capped end of the tube like a coil of rope. "Go ahead, open it up," Sendine urged with excited impatience. Hunt easily pried off the end cap, then held the tube up to his eye, peering in. He then turned the open end toward the ground and carefully shook the tube, catching with his open left palm the contents as it slid out. It was a rolled-up bolt of silk, dyed a pale blue. Sendine shook clean a nearby blanket and spread it across the ground at Hunt's feet. The archaeologist waited for the dust to clear, then knelt down over the blanket and carefully unfurled the silk roll to its full length of nearly 5 feet. Sendine noticed the normally unflappable archaeologist's hands trembled slightly as he smoothed out the creases in the silk. A picturesque landscape scene was painted on the silk, portraying a mountaintop with deep valleys, gorges, and streams depicted in beautiful detail. But the silk was obviously much more than an ornamental work of art. Along the left border was a sizable section of text that Hunt recognized as Uyghur script, the earliest Mongolian written language adopted from early Turkish settlers to the Asian steppes. On the right margin was a sequence of smaller images, depicting a harem of women, herds of horses, camels, and other animals, and a contingent of armed soldiers surrounding several wooden chests. The landscape portion of the painting was bare of life except for a lone figure at the very center of the silk roll. Standing on a small mountain rise was a Bactrian camel draped with a saddlecloth inscribed with 2 words. Oddly, the camel was painted weeping, shedding oversized tears that fell to the ground. As he studied the silk painting, a band of sweat formed across Hunt's forehead. He suddenly felt his heart thumping loudly in his chest and he had to force himself to take a deep breath of air. It just couldn't be, he thought. Sendine. Sendine, he muttered, nearly afraid to ask. It is Uyghur script. Can you read what it says? The Mongol assistant's eyes grew to the size of silver dollars as he, too, grasped the meaning of the image. He stuttered and stumbled as he tried to translate for Hunt. The wording on the left is a physical description of the mountainous region in the painting. At home atop Mount Birken-Kardun, nestled in the Kentai Mountains, our emperor sleeps. The Onon River quenches his thirst, between the valleys of the doomed. And the inscription on the camel. Hunt whispered, pointing a shaky finger at the center of the painting. Temujin, Sendine replied, choking the words out in a hushed tone of reverence. Temujin. Hunt repeated the word as if in a trance. Though the Chinese laborers failed to comprehend, Hunt and Sendine realized with shock that they had made a discovery of astounding proportions. A wave of emotion surged over Hunt as he digested the enormity of silk painting. Though he tried to mentally question its content, the power of the description was just too overwhelming. The weeping camel, the offerings depicted on the side, the locale description. Then there was the name on the camel's back. Temujin. It was the birth name of a tribal boy who became the world's greatest conqueror. History would remember him by his royally appointed moniker, Genghis Khan. The ancient silk painting before them could be nothing other than a diagram of the hidden burial site of Genghis Khan. Hunt collapsed to his knees as the realization of the find sunk in. The grave of Genghis Khan was one of the most sought-after archaeological sites in history. In an amazing tale of conquest, Genghis Khan had united the Mongol tribes of the Asian steppes and expanded on a march of conquest the likes of which have never been matched since. Between 1206 and 1223 AD, he and his nomadic horde captured lands as far west as Egypt and as far north as Lithuania. Genghis died in 1227 AD. At the height of his power, and was known to have been secretly buried in the Kentai Mountains of Mongolia, not far from his birthplace. In the Mongol tradition, he was buried secretly with 40 concubines and untold riches, the grave site carefully concealed by his subjects after interment. Ordinary foot soldiers who accompanied the cortege were put to death, while their commanders were sworn to silence upon threat of similar punishment. Any hint as to the location of the gravesite vanished as those in the know expired, keeping their loyal vow of silence to the very end. Only a camel, or so the legend went, tipped off the location a decade or so later. A Bactrian pack camel, known to be the mother of a camel interred with the great leader, was found weeping at a spot in the Kentai Mountains. The camel's owner realized it was crying for its lost son buried beneath its feet, in the same location where Genghis Khan must be entombed. Yet the fable ended there, the secret kept with the herder, and the grave of Genghis Khan left undisturbed in the Mongolian mountains of his birth. Now the legend was whisked to life in the silk painting before Hunt's eyes. "This is a most sacred find," Chsendine whispered. "It will lead us to the tomb of the great Khan." Chsendine spoke with a reverence that bordered on fright. "Yes," Hunt gasped, imagining the fame that would sweep his way if he led the discovery of Genghis Khan's grave. Suddenly fearful of exposing the significance of the silk to the Chinese laborers, one of whom might have an eager bandit in the family, Hunt hastily rerolled the fabric into the tube and replaced it in the lacquered box with the cheetah skin. He then wrapped the box in a cloth and secured it in a large leather satchel, which stayed clasped in his left hand for the rest of the day. After riddling the earth where the box was recovered and finding no other artifacts, Hunt reluctantly ordered a hole to the dig. The laborers quietly stowed their picks, shovels, and brushes into a wooden cart, then stood in line for their meagre salary. Though paid just pennies a day, several of the men had actually fought over the physically demanding jobs, which were a rare commodity in the poverty-stricken Chinese provinces. With the equipment and artifacts secured in a trio of wooden carts and the Chinese laborers dismissed, Hunt retired to his canvas tent after dinner with Chsendine and packed up his belongings. For the first time, an uneasiness fell over him as he documented the day's events in his personal journal. With the last-minute discovery of the valued artifact, he suddenly became more cognizant of dangers around him. Looters and bandits had wantonly robbed other excavations in Shaanxi province, and a fellow archaeologist had been beaten and pistol-whipped by marauders seeking 3,000-year-old bronze artifacts. Then there was the Japanese Annie. Though they might not harm a British citizen, they could very well appropriate his work and artifacts. And who knows? Would the discovery of Genghis Khan's grave prove to be a curse for him, as many claimed it was for Lord Carnarvon and the crew that discovered the grave of King Tut? With the satchel containing the wooden box safe under his cot, he slept fitfully, the myriad of thoughts banging around his head like a blacksmith's hammer. The night was made more ominous by the howl of a shrieking wind that rocked the tent till dawn. Rising groggily at daybreak, he was relieved to find the satchel safe and sound under his cot, while, outside, there were no Japanese militants to be seen. Chsendine was standing nearby, cooking some goat meat over an open fire with a pair of Chinese orphan boys who assisted the Mongol. "Good morning, sir. Hot tea is at the ready." Chsendine smiled, handing Hunt a cup of steaming brew. "All of the equipment is packed, and the mules are hitched to the carts. We can depart at your desire." "Jolly good. Stow my tent, a firewood, and take a good mind off that satchel under the cot," he said, taking a seat on a wooden crate and watching the sunrise as he enjoyed his tea. The first distant artillery shell sounded an hour later as the remaining excavation party rolled away from the Shangtu site aboard 3 mule-drawn wagons. Across the windswept plains stood the tiny village of Langqi, just over a mile away. The caravan continued past the dusty tomb, joining a small trail of refugees headed west. Near noon, the mules clopped into the aged town of Duolun, where they stopped at a roadside hovel for lunch. Downing a tasteless bowl of noodles and broth that was sprinkled with dead bugs, they made their way to a large flat meadow at the edge of town. Sitting atop one of the wagons, Hunt peered overhead into a partly cloudy sky. Almost like clockwork, a faint buzz broke the air, and the archaeologist watched as a tiny silver speck grew larger against the clouds as it approached the makeshift airfield. As the airplane neared, Hunt pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and tied it to a stick, thrusting it into the ground as a primitive windsock for the pilot to gauge the breeze. With a gentle touch, the pilot circled the metal-sided aircraft in a wide, low tum, then set the noisy plane down onto the turf in a quick motion. Hunt was relieved to see the plane was a Fokker F.V trimotor, a safe and able aircraft aptly suited to flying over remote stretches of barren landscape. He noted with curiosity that the name Blessed Betty was painted beneath the pilot's cockpit window. The motors barely gurgled to a stop when the fuselage door burst open and out jumped two men in worn leather jackets. "Hunt. I'm Randy," Code greeted the pilot, a tall man with a rugged yet friendly face who spoke with an American accent. "My brother Dave and I are here to fly you to Nanjing, or so the contract says," he added, patting a folded paper in his jacket pocket. "What's a pair of Yanks doing way out here?" Hunt mused. "Beats working in the shipyard back home in Erie, Pennsylvania," grinned Dave Code, an affable man like his brother who was quick with a joke. "Been flying for the Chinese Ministry of Railroads, supporting rail extensions on the Peking, Shanghai line. Though work has come to a sudden halt with this unpleasantness by these Japanese folks," Randy Code explained with a smirk. "I have a slight change in destination," Hunt said, sidestepping the banter. "I need you to fly me to Ulaanbaatar." "Mongolia?" Code asked, scratching his head. "Well, as long as we're headed away from the neighborhood of the Nippon Army, I guess it's okay with me. I'll plot it out, see if we have the range to get there," Dave said, walking back to the plane. "Hopefully, they'll have a gas station when we arrive," he laughed. With Code's help, Hunt supervised the loading of the more important artifacts and tools into the fuselage of Fokker. When the wooden crates had nearly filled the interior, Hunt took the satchel with the lacquered box and carefully placed it on the front passenger's seat. "That will be 150 miles less than the flight to Nanjing. But we'll need return mileage, which exceeds what your British Museum people contracted me to fly," Code explained, spreading a map of the region across a stack of crates. Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia, was marked with a star in the north-central region of the country, over 400 miles from the Chinese border. "You have my authorization," Hunt replied, handing the pilot a handwritten request for the change in route. "I assure you, the museum will honor the additional expense." "Sure they will, they don't want your artifacts to end up in the Tokyo Museum," Code laughed. Sticking the note in his pocket, he added, "Dave has the route to Ulaanbaatar laid in and promises we can make it in one hop. Since we'll be flying over the Gobi Desert, you're lucky the Blessed Betty has extra fuel tanks." "Whenever you're ready." Hunt walked over and surveyed the two remaining mule carts still packed with equipment and artifacts. Tsendine stood holding the reins of the lead mule, stroking the animal's ears. "Tsendine, we have had a difficult but fruitful summer. You have been invaluable in the success of the expedition. It has been my honor. You have done a great service to my country and heritage. My heirs shall be particularly grateful. Take the remaining equipment and artifacts to Shijiazhuang, where you can catch the rail to Nanjing. A representative from the British Museum will meet and arrange shipment of the items to London. I will wait for you in Ulaanbaatar, where we will investigate our latest find." "I look forward to the next search with great anticipation," Tsendine replied, shaking the archaeologist's hand. "Farewell, my friend." Hunt climbed aboard the loaded Fokker as the plane's three 220-horsepower right whirlwind radial engines roared to life. Tsendine stood and watched as Code turned the plane into the wind, then shoved the throttles to their stops. With a deafening roar, the aircraft jostled across the meadow, bouncing up and down several times before slowly lumbering into the air. Turning in a graceful arc low above the field, Code swung the big plane northwest toward the Mongolian border as it gradually gained altitude. Tsendine stood in the meadow and watched as the plane grew smaller on the horizon and the throbbing of the motors dissolved from his ears. Not until the aircraft had completely vanished from sight did he reach into the vest pocket of his coat for a reassuring touch. The bolt of silk was still there, as it had been since the early hours of night before. It was 2 hours into the flight when Hunt reached for the satchel and pulled out the lacquered box. The boredom of the flight mixed with the excitement of the find was too much to bear, and he was drawn to run the silk painting through his fingers one more time. With the box in his hands, he felt the familiar weight of the bronze tube rolling around inside in a reassuring manner. Yet something didn't feel right. Prying off the lid, he found the cheetah's skin tightly rolled up and stuffed to one side, as it had been before. The bronze tube sat next to it, appearing secure. But picking the tube up, he noticed it felt heavier than he remembered. With a shaking hand, he quickly pulled off the cap, releasing an outpouring of sand that dribbled onto his lap. As the last grain tumbled out, he peered in and saw that the silk scroll had vanished. His eyes bulged at the sudden realization that he'd been duped, and he struggled to catch his breath. The shock quickly turned to anger, and regaining his voice, he began screaming at the pilots. "Turn back! Turn the airplane around! We must return at once," he cried. But his plea fell on deaf ears. In the cockpit, the two pilots suddenly had something more troubling of their own to contend with. The Mitsubishi G-3M bomber, known in the West as Anil, was not on a bombing mission at all. Flying casually alone at an altitude of 9,000 feet, the twin-engine aircraft was flying reconnaissance, probing the aerial resources of Russia that were rumored to have surfaced in Mongolia. With its easy conquest of Manchuria and successful advance into northern China, the Japanese had sharpened their sights on the important seaports and coal mines of Siberia to the north. Leery of the Japanese intent, the Russians had already bolstered their defensive forces in Siberia, and recently signed a defense pact with Mongolia that allowed for the deployment of troops and aircraft in that mostly barren country. Already the Japanese were busy gathering intelligence, testing and probing the defensive lines in preparation for an outright northern offensive that would be launched from Manchuria in mid-1939. The Nil had come up empty on its foray into eastern Mongolia, finding no sign of troop deployments or runway construction on behalf of Russian aircraft. If there was any Russian military activity in Mongolia, it would be much farther north, the Japanese pilot concluded. Below him was nothing but the occasional nomadic tribe, wandering the empty expanse of the Gobi Desert with their herd of camels. "Nothing but sand out here," the Nil's copilot, a youthful lieutenant named Mirb, said with a yawn. "I don't know why the wing commander is excited over this real estate. As a buffer to the more valuable territory to the north, I suspect," Captain Nobuji Negishi replied. "I just hope we get repositioned to the front when the northern invasion occurs. We're missing all the fun in Shanghai and Peking." As Mirb stared at the flat ground beneath the plane, a bright glint of sunlight briefly flashed out of the corner of his eye. Scanning across the horizon, he tracked the source of the light, squinting at what he saw. "Sir, an aircraft ahead and slightly below us," he said, pointing a gloved hand toward the object. Negishi peered ahead and quickly spotted the plane. It was the silver Fokker Ultramotor, flying northwest toward Ulaanbaatar. "She's crossing our path," the Japanese pilot noted with a rise in his voice. "At last, a chance for battle." "But sir, that's not a combat plane." "I don't think it is even a Chinese airplane," Mirb said, observing the markings on the Fokker. "Our orders are to engage only Chinese military aircraft." "The flight poses a risk," Negishi explained away. "Besides, it will be good target practice, Lieutenant." No one in the Japanese military was getting reprimanded for aggressive behavior in the Chinese theater, he well knew. As a bomber pilot, he would be afforded few opportunities to engage and destroy other aircraft in the skies. It was a rare chance for an easy kill, and he wasn't about to pass it by. "Gunners at your stations," he barked over the intercom. "Prepare for air-to-air action." The 5-man crew of the attack bomber were immediately energized as they manned their battle positions. Rather than play the quani of smaller and quicker fighter aircraft, as was their lot in life, the bomber crew suddenly became the hunter. Captain Negishi mentally computed a dead reckoning line of the Trimota's path, then eased back on the throttles and banked the bomber in a wide slow turn to the right. The Fokker slipped by beneath them until Negishi eased out of the turn, which brought the bomber around and behind the silver Trimota. Negishi eased the throttles forward again as the Fokker loomed ahead. With a top speed of 216 miles per hour, the Mitsubishi was nearly twice as fast as the Fokker and easily closed the gap. Ready with the forward guns, Negishi ordered as the unarmed plane grew larger in the gun sights. But the Trimota was not going to pose like a sitting duck. Randy Code had seen the bomber first and tracked it as it curled around onto his tail. His hopes that the Japanese plane was just making a harmless flyby vanished when the Mitsubishi took up position squarely behind him and hung on his tail, rather than fly alongside. Unable to outrun the faster military aircraft, he did the next best thing. The Japanese plane's turret gunner just squeezed the first round from his 7.7mm machine gun when the Trimota banked sharply left and seemed to stall in the air. The gunner's bullets sprayed harmlessly into the sky as the bomber quickly overshot the Fokker. Negishi was caught completely off guard by the sudden maneuver and cursed as he tried to muscle the bomber back toward the smaller plane. The rattle of machine gun fire echoed through the fuselage as a side gunner tracked the sudden juke by the Fokker and sprayed a long burst in its direction. Inside the Fokker, Hunt swore louder at the pilots as crates of artifacts began tumbling around the interior off-plane. A loud crash told him that a crate of porcelain bowls was suddenly smashed by the plane's violent turns. It wasn't until the Fokker banked sharply right and Hunt caught a glimpse out the side window at the Japanese bomber that he realized what was happening. In the cockpit, Code tried every trick in the book to shake the Mitsubishi, hoping that the bomber would abandon the pursuit. But the Japanese pilot was angered by the earlier rebuff and pursued the Fokker relentlessly. Time and again, Code would stunt and stall his aircraft to throw the bomber off his tail, causing the Japanese plane to circle around and reacquire the Trimota in its gun sights. The hunter would not give up the chase, and Code would soon find the Mitsubishi back on his tail again, until finally one of the gunners found his mark. The Fokker's rear stabilizer was the first to go, shredded in a hail of lead. Negishi licked his chops, knowing the plane could no longer turn left or right without the control from the stabilizer. Grinning like a wolf, he brought the bomber in close for the kill. As the gunner fired again, he was shocked to see the Fokker once again juke to the right, then pull up in a stall. Code wasn't through yet. With Dave jockeying the throttles on the two wing-mounted engines, Randy was still able to duck and weave away from the Mitsubishi. Once again, the gunfire burst harmlessly into the fuselage, Hunt grimacing as another crate of artifacts was decimated. Wise to his opponent's tactics, Negishi finally swung the bomber around in a wide arc and approached the Fokker from the side. This time, there was no escaping the gunfire and the Fokker's right-wing engine disintegrated under a fury of bullets. A plume of smoke burst from the engine as Code shut down the fuel line before the motor caught fire. Jockeying the remaining two engines, he continued to fight with all his skills to keep the Fokker airborne and out of harm's way, but his hourglass finally ran out. A well-placed shot by the Mitsubishi's topside gunner severed the Fokker's elevator controls and effectively ended the flight of the Blessed Betty. Without the ability to control altitude, the wounded Trimota began a flat descent toward the ground. Code watched helplessly as the Fokker plunged toward the dusty ground with its wings ajar. Amazingly, the airplane held its balance, gliding downward, with its nose bent just a fraction forward. Shutting down the remaining engines just before impact, he felt the left wingtip clip the ground first, throwing the plane into a clumsy cartwheel. The crew of the Japanese plane watched with minor disappointment as the Fokker rolled across the ground, failing to explode or burst into flames. Instead, the silver Trimota simply flipped twice, then slid inverted into a sandy ravine. Despite the difficulty in downing the civilian plane, a cheer rang out aboard the Mitsubishi. "Well done, men, but next time we must do better," Negishi lauded, then banked the bomber back toward its base in Manchuria. On board the Fokker, Kote and his brother were killed instantly when the cockpit was crushed on the first roll of the aircraft. Han survived the crash, but his back was broken and his left leg nearly severed. He painfully clung to life for nearly 2 days before perishing in the jumbled wreckage of the fuselage. With his last gasp of energy, he pulled the lacquered box close to his chest and cursed his sudden turn of luck. As his last breath left him, he had no idea that still clutched within his arms, he held the clue to the most magnificent treasure the world would ever see. 1 Bake 4L, Siberia 2, 2007. The still waters of the world's deepest lake radiate the deep translucent blue of a polished sapphire. Fed by cold ancient streams that are free of silt and sediments, Lake Baikal possesses remarkably crystalline clear waters. A tiny crustacean, Baikal epicura, aids the cause by devouring algae and plankton growths that degrade most freshwater lakes. The combination produces such a stunning clarity to the water that on a calm day, a silver coin can be seen from the surface at a 100-foot depth. Surrounded by craggy snow-capped peaks to the north and dense taiga forests of birch, larch, and pine to the south, the blue pearl of Siberia stretches as a beacon of beauty across an otherwise hostile landscape. Situated in the dead center of Lower Siberia, the 400-mile-long crescent-shaped lake curves south to north just above the border with Mongolia. A massive body of water, Lake Baikal is nearly a mile deep in some spots and holds 1/5 of all the fresh water on the planet, more than all of North America's Great Lakes combined. Just a few small fishing villages dot the lake's shore, leaving the enormous lake a nearly vacant sea of tranquility. Only at its southern end does the lake sprawl toward any significant population centers. Irkutsk, a modestly hip city to 500,000 Siberian residents, sits 45 miles west, while the ancient city of Ulanud lies a short distance from its eastern shoreline. Teresa Hollimer glanced up from a laptop computer and briefly admired the purple mountains at the edge of the lake, crowned by cotton ball clouds that grazed their peaks. The Dutch geophysicist delighted in the clear blue skies that so seldom graced her home outside of Amsterdam. Drawing a deep breath of the crisp air, she subconsciously tried to absorb the scenery through all her senses. "It is an agreeable day on the lake, no?" asked Tatiana Borgin. She spoke with a deep voice in the emotionless manner endemic to Russians speaking English. Yet the gruff tone and a businesslike personality didn't match her appearance. Although she resembled the local ethnic Buryats, she was, in fact, Mongolian. With long black hair, bronze skin, and almond-shaped eyes, she possessed a natural and robust beauty. But there was a deep intensity behind her dark eyes that seemed to take everything in life with harsh seriousness. "I had no idea that Siberia was so beautiful," Teresa replied. "The lake is breathtaking. So calm and peaceful. She is a calm jewel at the moment but can turn wicked in an instant. The summer, sudden winds from the northwest, can burst onto the lake with the force of a hurricane. The local graveyards are filled with fishermen who failed to respect the forces of Baikal." A slight chill ran up Teresa's spine. The locals seemed to constantly speak of the spirit of the lake. Baikal's pristine waters were a proud cultural resource to the Siberians, and protecting the lake from industrial pollutants had fostered an environmental movement that had grown globally. Even the Russian government was surprised at the widespread outcry when it had first decided to build a wood cellulose processing plant on its southern shores 50 years earlier. Teresa just hoped that a Greenpeace rubber boat armada would not appear to assail their presence on the lake. At least her involvement was relatively harmless, she convinced herself. Her employer, Royal Dutch Shell, had been contracted to survey a section of the lake for reported oil seeps. Nobody said anything about drilling or exploratory wells, and she was confident that would never happen on the lake anyway. The company was just trying to cozy up to the owners of some exploratory Siberian oil fields in hope of landing more significant business. Teresa had never heard of the Avaga Oil Consortium before traveling to Siberia, but knew there were a variety of oil companies clamming in the Russian marketplace. A few of the government-sponsored companies, like Yukos and Gazprom, grabbed all the headlines, but, like anywhere in the world, there were always some little wildcatters owning a smaller piece of the pie. From the looks of what she'd seen so far, the Avaga Oil Consortium didn't even have a piece of the crust. They are obviously not pumping their revenues into R&D, she joked to the two Shell technicians that accompanied her as they climbed aboard the leased survey boat. Clever how they designed her to resemble a decrepit fishing boat, cracked Jim Wofford, a tall, friendly geophysicist from Arkansas who wore a thick mustache and a ready smile. The high-prowed black fishing boat looked like it should have been scuttled years earlier. The exterior paint was peeling everywhere and the whole vessel reeked of wood rot and dead fish. It had been decades since the brightwork had been polished, and only the occasional rainstorm accounted for any washing of the decks. Teresa noted with unease that the bilge pump ran continuously. "We do not possess our own sea vessels," Tatiana said without apology. As the representative from Avaga Oil, she had been the sole interface with the Shell survey team. "That's all right, for what it lacks in space it makes up for in discomfort." Wofford smiled. "True, but I bet there's some caviar hiding aboard someplace," replied Wofford's partner, Dave Roy, a fellow seismic engineer who spoke in a soft Boston accent. As Roy knew, Lake Baikal was the home to enormous sturgeon that could carry up to 20 pounds of caviar. Teresa helped lend a hand as Roy and Wofford lugged aboard their seismic monitors, cable, and towfish, organizing the equipment on the cramped stern deck of the 28-foot fishing boat. "Caviar? With your beer tastes?" Teresa chided. "As a matter of fact, the two make an excellent combination," Roy replied with mock seriousness. "The sodium content of caviar produces a hydration craving that is perfectly fulfilled by a malt-based beverage. In other words, it's a good excuse to drink more beer." "Who needs an excuse to drink beer?" Wofford asked indignantly. "I give up." Teresa laughed. "Far be it for me to argue with an alcoholic. Or two." Tatiana looked on without amusement, then nodded toward the boat's captain when all the equipment had been stowed aboard. A dour-faced man who wore a jacquard tweed hat, the captain's most notable feature was a wide bulbous nose tinted red from a steady consumption of vodka. Ducking into the small wheelhouse, he fired up the boat's smoky diesel engine, then released the dock lines. In calm waters, they chugged away from their berth at the small fishing and tourist village of Listvyanka, located on the lake's southwest shoreline. Tatiana unrolled a map of the lake and pointed to an area 40 miles north of the town. "We shall survey here, at Pestchnaya Bay," she told the geologists. "There have been numerous surface oil slicks reported by the fishermen in this area, which would seem to indicate a hydrocarbon seepage." "You're not going to take us sniffing around in deep water, are you, Tatiana?" Wofford asked. "I understand the limitations of equipment available to us. Though we have a number of potential seeps in the center of lake, I realize the depths are too great for us to survey in those regions. Our research objective is focused on 4 locations in the south of Lake Baikal that are all near the shoreline, presumably in shallow water." "We'll find out easy enough," Roy replied as he plugged a waterproof data cable into a 3-foot-long yellow towfish. In addition to providing an acoustically derived image of lake bed, the side-scan sonar sensor would also indicate the relative bottom depth when towed. "Are the sites all located on the western shoreline?" Teresa asked. "Only the target area in Pestchnaya Bay. We must cross the lake to the other 3 sites, which are on the eastern shore." The old fishing boat motored past the docks of Listvyanka, passing a hydrofoil ferry slicing into port on its return from a transport run to Port Baikal on the opposite shore of the Angara River. The sleek enclosed passenger ferry looked out of place beside the small fleet of aged wooden fishing boats that filled Listvyanka's waters. Escaping the small harbour, the fishing boat turned north, hugging the craggy western shore of the cold lake. Deep, rich forests of taiga marched down to the shoreline in a carpet of green, interspersed with rolling meadows of thick grass. The rich colors of the landscape against the crystal blue lake made it difficult for Teresa to picture the stark bitterness of the region in the dead of winter, when a layer of ice 4 feet thick covered the lake. A shiver at the thought made her glad she was visiting when the days were longest. It was of little matter to Teresa, though. The petroleum engineer's true love was traveling, and she would have gladly visited the lake in January just for the experience. Bright and analytical, she had chosen her career less for the intellectual challenge than for the opportunity to travel to remote places around the globe. Extended stints in Indonesia, Venezuela, and the Baltic were broken up by the occasional 2-week assignment like this one, where she was sent to survey an offbeat prospective oil field. Working in a man's field proved to be no setback, as her vivacious personality and humorous outlook on life easily broke down barriers with men who weren't already attracted to her athletic build, dark hair, and walnut eyes. 40 miles north of Listvianka, a shallow bay called Pestchania cut into the western shoreline, protecting a narrow sandy beach. As the captain nosed the boat's prow into the bay, Tatiana turned to Teresa and proclaimed, "We will start here." With the engine thrown into neutral and the boat drifting, Roy and Wofford lowered the side-scan sonar towfish over the stern as Teresa mounted a GPS antenna onto the side rail and plugged it into the sonar's computer. Tatiana glanced at a fathometer mounted in the wheelhouse and shouted, "Depth, 30 meters. Not too deep, that's good," Teresa said as the boat moved forward again, towing the sensor 100 feet behind. A digitally enhanced image of the lake bed scrolled by on a color monitor that captured the processed sound waves emitted from the towfish. "We can acquire meaningful results as long as the depth stays under 50 meters, Wofford said. "Anything deeper and we'll need more cable and a bigger boat." "And more caviar," Roy added with a hungry look. Slowly the fishing boat swept back and forth across the bay, its hardened captain spinning the ship's wheel lightly in his hands as the 4 visitors on the stem hunched over the sonar monitor. Unusual geological formations were noted and their positions marked, as the experienced oil surveyors looked for lake bed features that might indicate a hydrocarbon seep. Further studies, using core sampling or geochemical analysis of water samples, would still need to be undertaken to verify a seep, but the side-scan sonar would allow the surveyors to zero in on future geological points to examine. As they reached the northern edge of the bay, Teresa stood and stretched as the captain swung the boat around and aligned it for the last survey lane. Toward the center of lake, she noticed a large dirty grey ship sailing north. It appeared to be some sort of research vessel, with an old-style helicopter wedged on the stern deck. The rotors on the helicopter were sweeping in an arc, as if preparing to take off. Scanning above the bridge, she noted oddly that the ship's mast appeared to be flying both a Russian and an American flag. Likely a joint scientific study, she mused. Reading up on Lake Baikal, she was surprised to learn of the West's scientific interest in the picturesque lake and its unique flora and fauna. Geophysicists, microbiologists, and environmental scientists migrated from around the world to study the lake and its pure waters. "Back online," Roy's voice shouted across the deck. 20 minutes later, they reached the southern edge of the bay, completing their multi-lane sweep. Teresa determined that there were 3 lake bed structures seen with the sonar that would warrant further examination. "That wraps it up for the opening act of today's program," Wofford said. "Where to next?" "We will cross the lake to a position here," Tatiana said, tapping the map with a slender finger. 35 kilometers southeast of our current position. Might as well leave the sonar in the water. I don't think this boat can go much faster than our survey speed anyway, and we'll get a look at the water depths as we cross over," Teresa said. "No problem," Wofford said, taking a seat on the deck and stretching his legs up onto the side railing. As he casually watched the sonar monitor, a quizzical expression suddenly appeared on his face. "That's odd," he muttered. Roy leaned over and studied the monitor. The shadowy image of the lake bottom had abruptly gone haywire, replaced by a barrage of spiked lines running back and forth across the monitor. "Towfish bouncing off the bottom?" he asked. "No," Wofford replied, checking the depth. "She's riding 40 meters above the lake floor." The interference continued for several more seconds, then, as abruptly as it started, it suddenly ceased. The contours of the lake bottom again rolled down the screen in clear imagery. "Maybe one of those giant sturgeon tried to take a bite out of our towfish," Wofford joked, relieved that the equipment was working properly again. But his words were followed by a low, deep rumble that echoed across the water. Far longer and lower pitched than a clap of thunder, the sound had an odd muffled quality to it. For nearly half a minute, the strange murmur echoed across the lake. All eyes on the boat scanned north in the direction of the noise, but no visible source was evident. "Some sort of construction?" Teresa asked, searching for an answer. "Maybe," Roy replied. "It's a long ways off, though." Glancing at the sonar monitor, he noticed a brief spate of noise that minimally disrupted the image before a clean contour of the lake bed reappeared. "Whatever it is," Wofford grimaced, "I just wish it would stop messing with our equipment." 10 miles to the north, Rudy Gunn walked onto the bridge wing of the grey-hulled Russian research vessel Vrishkajan and looked up at the azure sky overhead. Removing a thick pair of horn-rimmed glasses, he carefully cleaned the lenses and then peered upward again. Shaking his head, he walked back onto the bridge and muttered, "Sounds like thunder, but there's hardly a cloud in the sky." A hearty laugh erupted at his words, flowing from a portly man with black hair and matching beard. Dr. Alexander Sargoth resembled a circus bear, his large frame softened by a jovial demeanor and warm ebony eyes that twinkled with life. The geophysicist from the Russian Academy of Sciences Limnological Institute enjoyed a good laugh, especially if it was at the expense of his newfound American friends. "You Westerners are very amusing," he chuckled in a heavily accented voice. "Alexander, you'll have to excuse Rudy," answered a warm, deep voice from the opposite side off-bridge. "He's never lived in an earthquake zone." The green opaline eyes of Dirk Pitt sparkled with mirth as he helped heckle his deputy. The head of the National Underwater and Marine Agency stood up from a bank of video monitors and stretched his 6'3" frame, his palms scraping against the deckhead. Though more than 2 decades of undersea adventures had exacted a toll on his rugged body, he still had a lean and fit form. Just a few more wrinkles around the eyes and a growing tussle of grey at the temples indicated a wavering battle with age. "An earthquake?" Gunn speculated. The brainy deputy director of NUMA, an Annapolis graduate and former Navy commander, stared out the bridge in wonder. "I've only been in 1 or 2, but those were felt and not heard. Puny ones just rattle the dishes, but larger quakes can sound like a string of locomotives running by," Pitt said. "There is a great deal of tectonic activity under Lake Baikal," Sargoth added. "Earthquakes occur frequently in this region." "Personally, I can do without them," Gunn said sheepishly, retaining his seat by the monitor bank. "I hope they don't disrupt our data collection of the lake's currents." The Vrishkajan was engaged in a joint Russian-American scientific survey of Lake Baikal's uncharted current flows. Not one to stay confined in Eulers Washington headquarters, Pitt was leading a small team from the government research agency in collaboration with local scientists from the Limnological Institute at Irkutsk. The Russians provided the ship and crew, while the Americans provided high-tech sonobuoys and monitoring equipment which would be used to paint a 3-dimensional image of the lake and its currents. The great depth of Lake Baikal was known to create unique water circulation patterns that often behaved unpredictably. Tales of swirling vortexes and fishing boats getting pulled underwater by their nets were common stories among the local lakeside communities. Starting at the northern tip of the lake, the scientific team had deployed dozens of tiny sensors, packaged in orange-colored pods that were ballasted to drift at varying depths. Constantly measuring temperature, pressure, and position, The pods relayed the data instantaneously to a series of large underwater transponders that were positioned in fixed locations. Computers on board the Vrishkajan processed the data from the transponders, displaying the results in 3D graphic images. Gunn glanced at a bank of the monitors in front of his seat, then focused on one in particular, which depicted the midsection of the lake. The image resembled a pack of orange marbles floating in a bowl of blue ice cream. Nearly in unison, a vertical string of the orange balls suddenly jumped rapidly toward the top edge of the screen. Whoa! Either one of our transponders is going tilt or there's a significant disturbance at the bottom of the lake, he blurted. Pitt and Sargov turned and studied the monitor, watching as a flood of orange dots raced toward the surface. The current is uplifting, at a dramatic rate, Sargov said with a raised brow. I find it difficult to believe the earthquake was severe enough to produce that kind of effect. Perhaps not the earthquake itself, Pitt said, but a resulting side effect. A submarine landslide set off by a minor quake might create that sort of uplift. 130 miles north of the Vrishkajan and 2,000 feet beneath the surface, Pitt was exactly right. The rumblings that first echoed across the lake were the shock waves from a strong earthquake, measuring 6.7 on the Richter scale. Though seismologists would later determine that the quake's epicenter was near the lake's northern shore, it created a devastating effect midway down the western flank, near Okhun Island. A large, dry, barren landmass, Okhun sat near the center of the lake. Directly off the island's eastern shoreline, the lake floor dropped like an elevator down a steep slope that ran to the deepest part of the lake. Seismic studies had revealed dozens of fault lines running beneath the lake floor, including a cut at Okhun Island. Had an underwater geologist examined the fault line before and after the quake, he would have measured a movement of less than 3 millimeters. Yet those 3 millimeters was sufficient enough to create what the scientists call a fault rupture with vertical displacement or an underwater landslide. The unseen effects of the quake sheared off a mountain-sized hunk of alluvial sediments nearly 20 meters thick. The runaway chunk of loose sediments slid down a subterranean ravine like an avalanche, accumulating mass and building momentum as it went. The mountain of rock, silt, and mud fell a half-mile, obliterating underwater hills and outcroppings in its path before colliding with the lake bottom at a depth of 1,500 meters. In seconds, 1 million cubic meters of sediment was dumped on the lake floor in a dirty cloud of silt. The muffled rumble of the massive landslide quickly fell away, but the violent energy produced by the slide was just unleashed. The moving sediment displaced a massive wall of water, driving it first to the bottom ahead of the landslide and then squeezing it up toward the surface. The effect was like a cupped hand pushing under the surface of a bathtub. The force from millions of gallons of displaced water had to be redirected somewhere. The submarine landslide had fallen in a southerly direction off Okhun Island, and that was the direction that the mounting swell of water began to move. To the north of the slide, the lake would remain relatively undisturbed, but to the south a rolling wave of destructive force was released. At sea, the moving force of water would be labeled a tsunami, but in the confines of a freshwater lake it was called a cyc wave. An upsurge of water punched the surface in a 10-foot-high rolling wave that drove south along the lake's lower corridor. As the wave pushed into shallower depths, the upswell squeezed higher, increasing the size and speed of the surface wave. To those in its path, it would be a liquid wall of death. On the bridge of the Vrishkajan, Pitt and Gunn tracked the development of the killer wave with growing alarm. An enlarged three-dimensional map of the lake south of Okhun Island showed a swirl of orange dots jumping in rapid succession across an expanding line. "Dial up the surface pods only, Rudy. Let's find out exactly what's going on up top," Pitt requested. Gunn typed a short command into the computer and a two-dimensional image suddenly appeared on the monitor, showing an array of surface pods bobbing over a 5-mile stretch of the lake. All eyes on the bridge focused. On the screen as one orange pod after another visibly jumped in a slow line of progression from north to south. "It's a rolling wave, all right." The sensors are getting kicked up almost 5 meters as it passes, Gunn reported. He double-checked his measurements, then nodded silently to Pitt and Sargoth with a grim look on his face. Of course, a landslide would produce such a wave, Sargoth said, comprehending the electronic images. The Russian pointed to a map of the lake pinned to the bulkhead. The wave will pass through the shallow delta of the Selenga River as it moves south. Perhaps that will dilute its force. Pitt shook his head. As the wave moves into shallower water, it will likely have the opposite effect and increase its surface force, he said. How fast is she moving, Rudy? Gunn toggled the computer mouse and drew a line between two pods, measuring their distance apart. Based on the spikes in the sensors, the wave looks to be traveling about 125 miles per hour. Which will put it upon us in about 50 minutes, Pitt calculated. His mind was already racing in overdrive. The Vrishkajan was a stout and stable vessel, he knew, and stood a good chance of steaming through the wave with minimal damage. The greater harm would be to the lake's prevailing marine traffic, small fishing boats and transport vessels not designed to withstand the onslaught of a 10-foot wave. Then there were the shoreline inhabitants, who would be subject to an unexpected flooding of the low-lying areas around the lake. Dr. Sargoth, I suggest you have the captain issue an immediate emergency warning to all vessels on the lake. By the time anyone catches sight of the wave, it will be too late to get out of its way. We'll need to contact the authorities on shore to evacuate all residents at risk to flooding. There's no time to lose. Sargoth beat a path to the ship's radio and issued the warning himself. The radio hummed with chatter as a myriad of respondents called back to confirm the emergency. Though Pitt didn't speak Russian, he could tell by the tone of skepticism in the replying voices that at least some thought Sargoth was either drunk or crazy. Pitt could only smile when the normally jovial scientist turned red and spat a series of obvious obscenities into the microphone. Idiot fisherman. They are calling me a fool, he cursed. The warnings took heed when a fishing boat in the protected cove of Aya Bay barely survived capsizing as the fringe of the wave passed by and its captain hysterically reported the event. Pitt scanned the horizon with a pair of binoculars and could make out a half-dozen black fishing boats motoring toward the safety of Listvyanka, in addition to a small freighter and a hydrofoil ferry. I guess you got their attention, Alex, Pitt said. Yes, Sargoth replied with some relief. The Listvyanka Police Department has issued alerts to all stations around the lake and is going door to door to evacuate risky areas. We've done all we can do. Perhaps you would be kind enough to have the captain apply full speed and move us toward Listvyanka and the western shore of the lake as quickly as possible, Pitt said, smiling that Sargoth had neglected their own plight. As the Vrishkajan turned toward Listvyanka and increased speed, Gunn eyed the map of Lake Baikal, rubbing his finger across the lower toe of the lake, which angled to the west. If wave holds its southerly track, we should be positioned away from its primary force, he remarked. That's what I'm banking on, Pitt replied. We are 18 miles from Listvyanka, Sargoth said, peering out the bridge window toward the western shoreline. We will be cutting it close, as you say. At Listvyanka, an old air raid alarm was sounded as the panic-stricken residents pulled ashore their small boats, while larger vessels were secured tightly to the docks. Schoolchildren were sent home with warnings for their parents, while dockside shops were swiftly closed. En masse, the residents around the lake moved to high ground and waited for the mountain of water to wash through. It resembles the Irish Derby out here, Sargoth said, peering out the bridge window with a humorless grin. Nearly a dozen vessels dotted the horizon ahead of them, driving toward Listvyanka at top speed as if pulled by a magnet. The Vrishkajan's captain, a quiet and steady man named Ian Karitonov, gripped the ship's wheel tightly, silently urging his vessel to sail faster. Like the others on the bridge, he periodically took sneak peeks toward the northern section of the lake, looking for signs of the impending wave. Pitt studied the ship's radar, noting a stationary object lying 10 miles to the southeast of their position. Apparently, someone still didn't get the word, he said to Sargoth, motioning toward the radar target. The fool probably has his radio turned off, Sargoth muttered as he trained a pair of binoculars out the port side window. In the distance, he could just make out a faint black speck moving slowly across the lake to the east. Heading right for the middle of the tempest, Sargoth said, grabbing the radio microphone again. Hailing the lone vessel several times brought only silence. Their ignorance will mean their death, he said slowly, shaking his head as he hung up the microphone. His anguish was broken by the approach of a loud thumping noise that rattled the windows of the bridge. Skimming low above the water, a small helicopter swooped directly toward the Vrishkajan's bridge before suddenly pulling up and hovering off the starboard wing. It was a Kamov Ka-26, an old Soviet civilian helicopter that saw its heyday in the 1960s as a utilitarian light transport craft. The chopper sported a faded coat of silver paint garnished with a seal from the Limnological Institute plastered prominently on the fuselage. The 35-year-old helicopter dipped closer to the boat as its cigar-chomping pilot tossed a genial wave toward the men on the bridge. "Have released all of the survey pods. Permission to park this whirlybird and get her tied down before surf's up," crackled the deep voice of A1 Giordano over the radio. Sargoth stood and stared out the bridge, looking aghast at the movements of the adjacent helicopter. "That is a valuable asset off Institute," he said hoarsely to Pitt. "Don't worry," Alexander Pitt said, suppressing a grin. "A1 could fly a 747 through a donut hole. It might be best if he parked that thing on shore, rather than risk getting it tossed off the deck," Gunn said. "Yes. Of course," Sargoth stammered, just wishing the helicopter would move away from the bridge. "If it's all the same to you, I'd like to fly by that wayward fishing boat first and try and alert them," Pitt said. Sargoth looked into the markedly calm eyes of Pitt and then nodded in agreement. Pitt quickly reached for the radio microphone. "A1, what's your fuel status?" he asked. "Just fueled up ashore at the Port Baikal airfield. Should have about 3.5 hours of remaining flight time, if I keep off gas. But this pilot's seat wasn't exactly manufactured by Lazed Boy, I feel compelled to mention." After the better part of the afternoon deploying survey pods across the lake, Giordano was weary from flying the physically demanding craft. "Go ahead and set her down on the pad, but keep her wound up. We've got an emergency call to make." "Roger," the radio squawked. The helicopter immediately rose and slipped to the rear off ship, where it gently set down on a rickety platform built above the stern deck. "Rudy, keep us advised over the radio as to the wave's progress. We'll take the chopper to shore after we head off the fishing boat," Pitt directed. Aye, Gunn responded as Pitt dashed out of the bridge. Sprinting to the rear of the ship, Pitt ducked down a level to his cabin, emerging seconds later with a red duffel bag flung over his shoulder. Shooting up a stairwell and down the center passageway, he exited onto the open stern deck, where he edged past a bulbous white decompression chamber. The helicopter thumped loudly above him and he felt a blast of air from its rotors as he climbed a narrow flight of steps onto the helipad and ducked toward the Kamuf's passenger door. The odd little helicopter reminded Pitt of a dragonfly. At first glance, the 30-foot-long helicopter was little more than a high-framed fuselage. The small cockpit appeared to have been sheared in half behind the twin flight controls, the result of a detachable passenger cabin that had been removed. The vintage helicopter had been designed with versatility in mind, and the dead space could be fitted with a tank for agricultural spraying, an ambulance or passenger cabin, or, in the case of the Institute's craft, an open cargo platform. A large rack of tubes was fastened to the platform, which had housed the marine current survey pods above the rack, and mounted high on the fuselage was a pair of radial piston engines, which drove the helicopter's two separate contra-rotating blades, one fixed above the other. A spindly forked tail led to a large stabilizer and elevator flaps, but no tail rotor. The Ka-26, or Hoodlum as it was known in the West, was built as a practical multi-use lifting system. Put to marine use, It was perfect for operating off small shipborne platforms. As Pitt sprinted to the right side of the cockpit, the passenger door popped open and a young Russian technician wearing a ZZ-top baseball cap jumped to the deck. Nodding at Pitt to take his seat, he handed the tall American his radio headset, then quickly scrambled off the platform. Pitt wedged his duffel bag into the footwell and climbed in, glancing toward his old friend in the pilot's seat as he slammed the door shut. Albert Giordano hardly cut the figure of a suave aviator. The stocky Italian with jackhammer arms stood nearly a foot shorter than Pitt. A shock of unruly black hair curled around his head, while an ever-present cigar protruded from a hard face that hadn't seen a razor in days. His mahogany brown eyes glistened with intelligence and a hint of the sardonic wit that sparkled at even the most trying of times. Pitt's lifelong friend and the director of underwater technology for NUMA was more at home piloting a submersible, but had acquired a silken touch with most types of flying aircraft as well. "I heard the distress warning. You want to go track that roller as it pounds Listvyanka?" Giordano asked through his headset. "We've got a social call to make first. Get us airborne and head southeast, and I'll fill you in." Giordano quickly lifted the camouflage off the moving ship and climbed to an altitude of 200 feet, swinging east across the lake. As the helicopter accelerated to 85 miles per hour, Pitt provided a description of the psych wave and the unsuspecting fishing boat. The black hull of the boat soon appeared on the horizon and Giordano adjusted his direction toward the vessel as Pitt radioed back to the Vrishkajan. "Rudy, how's our wave rolling?" Gaining more power by the minute, Dirk Gunn's voice replied soberly. "The wave is now topping 30 feet in height at its center, with velocity on the increase as it squeezes past the Selenga River delta. How much time before she reaches us?" Gunn paused as he keyed in a command on the computer. "ETA to the Vrishkajan is approximately 37 minutes. We'll be shy of Listvyanka by about 5 miles. Thanks, Rudy. Keep the hatches battened down. We'll be overhead for the show once we get the fishing boat alerted." Roger, Gunn replied, suddenly wishing he could trade seats with Pitt. The wave was still 40 miles away and the hills of Listvyanka were now plainly visible to the men on the Vrishkajan. The ship would safely be out of the main force of the wave when the tempest arrived, but there was no protecting the shoreline. Counting the minutes to go, Gunn peered out the bridge window and silently wondered what the picturesque lakeside community would look like in another hour. 3 LCX, like Gott's own company, Wofford said, pointing off the fishing boat's stern toward the horizon. Though Teresa had already spotted the aircraft, Wofford's words made everyone else aboard the boat stop and look. The stubby silver helicopter was approaching from the west and there was no mistaking its beeline path directly toward them. The fishing boat was cruising toward the eastern shore with its survey gear tailing behind, the crew oblivious to any impending danger. No one aboard had noticed the sudden disappearance of all other surface boats, though an absence of vessel sightings was hardly unusual on the huge lake. All eyes turned skyward as the ungainly helicopter roared up to the small boat, then pivoted and hovered off the port beam. The survey crew gazed up at an ebony-haired figure in the passenger seat who waved a microphone toward the window and pointed a finger at his headset. "He's trying to call us on the radio," Wofford observed. "Do you have your ears on, Captain?" Tatiana translated to the annoyed captain, who shook his head and spoke indignantly back to the Russian woman. He then grabbed a radio microphone from the wheelhouse and held it up toward the helicopter while slicing his free hand horizontally across the front of his throat. "The captain says his radio has not operated for 2 years," Tatiana said, reporting the obvious. "He states that there is no need for one, he sails efficiently without it. Now why does that not surprise me?" Roy said, rolling his eyes. "He obviously wasn't in the Boy Scouts," Wofford added. "It looks like they want us to turn around," Teresa said, interpreting new motions from the helicopter copilot. "I think they want us to return to Listvyanka. The helicopter is from the Limnological Institute," Tatiana noted. They have no authority. We can ignore them. I think they are trying to warn us, Teresa protested, as the helicopter dipped its rotors several times, while the passenger continued making motions with his hands. We're probably intruding on an insignificant experiment of theirs, Tatiana said. Shooing her arms at the helicopter, she yelled, "Book.part, Book.part, go away." Giordano peered out the cockpit windshield and grinned in amusement. The crusty captain of the fishing boat appeared to be yelling obscenities at the helicopter, while Tatiana stood shooing them away. "Apparently, they don't like what we're selling," Giordano remarked. "I think their captain is either short on brains or long on undistilled vodka," Pitt replied, shaking his head in frustration. "Could be your lousy Marcel Marceau imitation. Take a look at the waterline on that bucket." Giordano studied the port side hull of the fishing boat, noting that it rode low in the water. "Looks like she's sinking already," he said. "She won't have much chance against a 30-foot wave," Pitt remarked. "You're going to have to put me on the deck." Giordano didn't bother questioning the wisdom of the request or protesting the danger to Pitt. He knew it would be a futile gesture. Pitt was like an overgrown Boy Scout who wouldn't take no for an answer when helping an old lady across the street. He would put his own safety last in order to help others, regardless of the risk. With a steady hand on the controls, Giordano inched the helicopter in a tight circle around the boat, searching for a spot he could touch down and offload Pitt. But the old vessel would not cooperate. A tall wooden mast ran up from the wheelhouse a dozen feet, shielding the boat like a lance. With its 42-foot diameter rotors, there wasn't a place on the boat the helicopter could hover without striking the mast. "I can't get in tight enough with that mast." "You'd have to swim it or risk a 20-foot drop without breaking a leg," Giordano said. Pitt surveyed the derelict black boat with its crowd of occupants who still stared up in confusion. "I'm not ready for a swim just yet," he said, contemplating the frigid lake water. "But if you can put me on that mast, I'll do my best fireman's imitation." The thought seemed crazy, Giordano thought, but he was right. If he could maneuver the helicopter up tight to the mast from above, Pitt could grab hold and slide down to the deck. A tough enough maneuver over land, Giordano knew the attempt over a moving and rocking boat could knock the chopper out of the sky if he wasn't careful. Pulling the camoufle up till its wheels hung 10 feet above the mast, Giordano gently inched the helicopter forward until its passenger door was directly above the mast. Lightly stroking the throttle control, he adjusted the chopper's speed until it precisely matched that of the moving boat. Satisfied he was tracking together, he slowly lowered the helicopter until it hung just 3 feet above the mast. "With the boat rocking, I'll have to take just a quick dip to get you down," Giordano said through the headset. "Sure you can climb back up, so I can pull you off." "I'm not planning on coming back," Pitt replied matter-of-factly. "Give me a second, and I'll guide you down." Pitt took off his headset, then reached down and pulled out the red duffel bag at his feet. Opening the cockpit door to a rush of air from the rotors, he casually tossed the bag out, watching it land with a bounce on the wheelhouse roof. Pitt then dangled his feet out the door and motioned with one hand for Giordano to hold steady. The mast swung brusquely back and forth from the rocking motion of the boat, but Pitt quickly got a feel for the rhythm. It slowed between swells. Pitt dropped his palm to Giordano. The pilot instantly dipped the helicopter 3 feet and, in a flash, Pitt was gone out the door. Giordano didn't wait to see if Pitt had successfully connected with the mast but immediately lifted the helicopter up and away from the fishing boat. Gazing out the side window in relief, he saw Pitt with his arms grappled to the top of the mast, slowly sliding his way down. "Vrish Cajun to airborne unit," overburst the voice of Rudy Gunn through Giordano's ears. "What's up, Rudy? Just wanted to give you a status on the wave. It's now traveling at 135 miles per hour, with a wave height cresting at 34 feet. It has passed the Selenga River Delta, so we expect no further increases in velocity before it reaches the southern shoreline. I suppose you call that the good news." What's the current ETA? For your approximate position, 18 minutes. The Vrishkajan will turn to align itself to the wave in 10 minutes. Suggest you stand by for emergency relief. Rudy, please confirm. 18 minutes to arrival. Affirmative. 18 minutes. It was nowhere near enough time for the dilapidated fishing boat to reach safe haven. Staring at its black hull skimming low in the water, he knew that the old boat had no chance. With a gnawing sense of dread, Giordano realized he might have just given his old friend a death warrant by dropping him to her decks below. Pitt clung to the mast cross-member momentarily, eyeing a pair of worn GPS and radio antennas sprouting just inches from his face. Once Giordano pulled the helicopter away and the air deluge from its rotors subsided, he casually slid down the mast, using his feet as brakes to slow his descent. Grabbing his duffel bag, he stepped across the wheelhouse roof and down a stepladder at its stern edge. Dropping to the deck, he turned and faced the group of shocked people staring at him with open mouths. "Privet." He grinned disarmingly. "Anyone here speak English?" "All of us but the captain," Teresa replied, surprised like the others that Pitt was not Russian. "Is the meaning of this intrusion?" Tatiana demanded tersely. Her dark eyes surveyed Pitt with a look of distrust. Behind her, the fishing boat's captain stood in the wheelhouse door and launched an equally contemptuous tirade in his native tongue. "Comrade, tell your captain that if he ever wants to hoist another vodka, he had better get this tub turned toward Listvyanka at full speed and right now," Pitt replied in a commanding tone. "What's the trouble?" Teresa asked, trying to thaw the tension. "An underwater landslide has triggered a large freak wave near Okhun Island. A 30-foot wall of water is bearing down on us as we speak. Emergency radio broadcasts were issued across the lake, but your good captain was incapable of hearing the warning." Tatiana had an ashen look on her face as she spoke rapidly to the captain in a hushed tone. The captain nodded without saying a word, then climbed into the wheelhouse. A second later, the boat's old motor whined in protest as the throttle was pushed to its stops and the bow eased around toward Listvyanka. On the stern deck, Roy and Wofford were already yanking in their survey gear as the boat slowly accelerated. Pitt looked up and was disturbed to find that Giordano had flown away from the fishing boat, the silver helicopter now skimming west rapidly toward the horizon. If the boat couldn't outrun the wave to safety, which was a certainty, then he wanted Giordano standing by above them. Silently, he cursed himself for not bringing a handheld radio with him. "Thank you for flying out to warn us," Teresa said, approaching Pitt with a nervous smile and a handshake. That was a dangerous way to come aboard. She had a warm honesty that reminded Pitt of his wife Lauren, and he decided that he liked the Dutch woman immediately. "Yes, we are grateful for the alert," Tatiana said, apologizing for the earlier inquisition in a slightly warmer tone. Making quick introductions, she asked, "You are from the Limnological Institute research ship, no?" "Yes." "They are headed to Listvyanka, along with the other vessels at this end of the lake. Yours was the only one we couldn't alert by radio. I told you there was something new wrong with this boat," Wofford whispered to Roy. "Something wrong with the captain, too," Roy replied with a shake of the head. "NL up hit, it appears that we will be riding the wave out together. How much time do we have before it will reach us?" Tatiana asked. Pitt glanced at his orange-faced Dr. Dive watch. "Less than 15 minutes, based on the rate it was traveling when I left the Vrishkajan." "We'll never make it to Listvyanka," Tatiana quietly assessed. "The lake broadens at the southern end, which will dissipate the wave toward the west. The closer we get to Listvyanka, the smaller the wave we'll have to navigate." But standing on the deck of the leaky fishing boat, Pitt secretly had doubts whether they could navigate a puddle. The old boat seemed to ride lower in the water by the minute. Its engine sputtered and coughed as if it would die at any moment. Wood rot was evident everywhere, and that was just what was visible above decks. Pitt could only imagine the feeble state of the timbers hidden below. "We better prepare for a wild ride. Life jackets on everyone. Anything you don't want lost over the side should be secured to the deck or gunwales." Roy and Wofford quickly tied down their survey equipment with Teresa lending a hand. Tatiana rummaged around in the wheelhouse a few minutes, then returned on deck with an armful of aged life preservers. "There are only 4 life jackets aboard," she announced. "The captain refuses to wear one, but we are still short a jacket," she said, eyeing Pitt as the odd man out. "Not to worry, I brought my own," Pitt replied. While the survey team fastened their life jackets, Pitt kicked off his shoes and outer clothes and immodestly slid into a neoprene dry suit he pulled from his duffel bag. "What's that noise?" Teresa asked. Almost imperceptibly, a distant rumble echoed lightly across the lake. To Pitt, it sounded like a freight train rounding a faraway mountain curve. The rumble held constant, however, and grew ever so slightly louder. Pitt knew without looking that their reprieve was over. The wave must have increased speed, and, with it, power, as it raced toward them, bearing down earlier than Rudy had estimated. "There it is!" Roy yelled, pointing up the lake. "It's huge," Teresa gasped, shocked at the sight. The wave wasn't a cresting white-capped breaker of the kind that surfers relish but, rather, an oddly smooth cylinder of liquid that rolled from shore to shore like a giant rolling pin. Even from a distance of 20 miles, the men and women on the fishing boat could see that the wave was massive, standing nearly 40 feet high. The surreal image of the moving wall of water accompanied by its odd rumble caused everyone to freeze and stare in awe. Everyone but Pitt. "Tatiana, tell the captain to turn the bow into the wave," he ordered. The crusty captain, his eyes the size of a pair of hubcaps, quickly swung the wheel over. Pitt knew the odds were stacked against the aged and waterlogged vessel. But as long as there was hope, he was determined to try to keep everyone alive. The first challenge was to keep everyone aboard. Scanning the deck, Pitt zeroed in on an old fishing net coiled against the starboard side gunwale. "Jim, give me a hand with that net," he asked of Wofford. Together, they dragged the coiled net across the deck and pushed it against the back bulkhead of the wheelhouse. As Wofford wrapped one end around the starboard railing, Pitt secured the opposite end to a port stanchion. "Is that for?" Teresa asked. "When the wave approaches, everyone lie down and grab a tight hold of the net. It will act as a cushion and hopefully keep everyone from taking an undesired swim in the lake." As the captain nosed the bow toward the approaching wave, the 3 men and 2 women took up positions in front of the net. Roy sided up to Pitt and whispered out of earshot of the others. "A game effort, Mr. Pitt, though we both know this old derelict isn't going to make it." "Never say die," Pitt whispered back with an odd look of confidence. The rumbling bellow from the moving water grew louder as the wave approached within 5 miles. There were just minutes to go before it would strike the boat. The occupants all braced for the worst, some praying silently while others contemplated death with grim determination. Against the roar of the water, nobody detected the sound of the approaching helicopter. The Camouflage was barely 100 yards off the port flank when Wofford looked up and blurted, "What the heck?" All eyes darted from the approaching wave to the helicopter and back and then did a double take. Dangling beneath the chopper on a 20-foot cable was a white cylindrical object that swayed just a few feet above the waves. The object was clearly taxing the lifting ability of the helicopter, and everyone but Pitt figured that the helicopter pilot had lost his mind. At this dire point in time, why would he be trying to transport some machinery to the fishing boat? A broad grin spread over Pitt's face as he recognized the bulky object twisting beneath the helicopter. He had nearly tripped over it while leaving the Vrishkajan just a short time ago. It was the research ship's decompression chamber, on board as a security measure in case of a diving accident. Giordano had hastily realized it could act as a submersible for the fishing boat's crew to take haven in. Jumping to his feet, Pitt waved at Giordano to lower the chamber to the boat's stem deck. With the psych wave bearing down on the boat, Giordano moved in rapidly, hovering high over the stern until the swaying chamber stabilized. With a sudden dip and a crunch, the 1-ton chamber descended from the sky and collided with the deck. The 4-person hyperbaric chamber took up the entire rear deck space and pushed the boat's stern down several inches deeper into the water. Pitt quickly unhooked the attached cable, then jumped to the side rail and waved a thumbs-up gesture toward the helicopter. Giordano immediately swung the helicopter up and away from the boat, settling in a hover a short distance away to observe the impact. "Why did he dump that here?" Tatiana asked. "That big ugly bobber is your ticket to safety," Pitt replied. "Everybody in, there's no time to lose." Glancing forward, Pitt could see that the fast-moving wave was just a mile away. He quickly unhinged the sealed lock and swung open the heavy circular door to the chamber. Teresa was the first to climb in, followed by Wofford and Roy. Tatiana hesitated, grabbing a leather satchel before stepping in behind Roy. "Honey up," Pitt prompted. "There's no time to check luggage." Even the brash captain, staring awestruck at the looming wall of water, abandoned the wheel and scrambled into the chamber after the others. "Aren't you joining us?" Tatiana asked as Pitt began to close the door. "It will be tight enough with 5 people in there. Besides, someone's got to seal the chamber," he replied with a wink. "There's blankets and padding in the rear. Use them to protect your heads and bodies. Brace yourselves, it will be here quick." With a metallic clang, the door clapped shut and Pitt twisted the locking mechanism closed. A strange silence suddenly enveloped the occupants, but it lasted for less than a minute. Then the wave was upon them. Teresa sat opposite a thick porthole window and looked out at the mysterious man who had arrived from nowhere to save them. She saw Pitt reach into his duffel bag and remove a dive faceplate and backpack with a small tank attached. Quickly strapping the equipment on, he stepped up onto the side gunwale before a deluge of water obscured the viewport. The chartered fishing boat was still 15 miles from Listvyanka and the western shoreline when the psych wave hit. Those aboard had no way of knowing that they were struck by the leading force of the rolling wave, its peak cresting as high as a 3-story building at impact. From his perch 200 feet in the air, Giordano looked on with a sickening helplessness as the wave piled into the black fishing boat. Its throttle was still set at full, and Giordano watched as the aged boat tried valiantly to climb up the vertical wall of water. But the rolling force of the water overpowered the rotted hull timbers and the old wooden boat seemed to melt away, disappearing completely under the tall wave. Giordano desperately scanned the surface for signs of Pitt or the decompression chamber. But as the waters fell to a subtle calm again, only the bow section could be seen floating on the surface. The old fishing boat had split in two from the force of the wave and only the bow section had survived the initial onslaught. The stern deck, with the compression chamber, had vanished from sight. The black-hulled wreckage of the bow bobbed only momentarily, its masthead swaying across the sky before it, too, disappeared in a gurgle of bubbles to the bottom of the frigid lake. "Hang on!" Teresa called at the sudden roar from the wall of water. Her words echoed in the chamber as its occupants were violently tossed about. The entire chamber jerked upright as the striking wave lifted the fishing boat on end. The 3 men and 2 women clung frantically to the welded railings of twin bunks, trying to keep their bodies from becoming flying missiles inside the chamber. Time seemed to stand still as the boat stalled in its attempt to climb the face of the wave. Then a loud cracking noise reverberated beneath their feet as the fishing boat broke in two. Free of the lighter and more buoyant bow, the stern section slowly slid back vertically into the trough-off wave just as the brunt of its force rolled onward. For Teresa, the impact seemed to occur in slow motion. The initial sensation of sinking on end predictably gave way to the tumbling force of the wave thrusting the chamber over on its back. Arms, legs, and torsos flailed about the chamber as it flipped over amid a chorus of cries and gasps. The minimal light that flared through the viewport quickly dimmed, then vanished altogether, thrusting the interior into a frightening blackness. Unseen by its victims, the wave had flipped over the entire stern section of the fishing boat, pinning the chamber beneath it. The flooded engine compartment, aided by the weight of the engine and drive shaft, easily drove the inverted chamber toward the lake bed. Though the force of the wave surged past above them, the wreckage and chamber continued to descend under its own weight. Instead of becoming a life preserver, the decompression chamber had turned into a coffin, plunging its victims toward the cold depths of the Siberian lake. The heavy steel chamber was built to withstand the force of 30 atmospheres, or the pressure found at a depth of 1,000 feet. But the lake depths exceeded tlne 1,000 feet where the fishing boat broke up, which would cause the chamber to implode before ever reaching the lake floor. Under its own weight, the encapsulated chamber would float freely on the surface and would be still buoyant even with 5 people inside. But pinned against the inverted stern section, the chamber was headed to the bottom. As the light dimmed from the viewport, Teresa knew that they were sinking deeper into the lake. She recalled Pitt's words at the last minute, calling the chamber a bobber. It must float, she deduced. There was no apparent water leakage in the chamber, so another force must be driving them to sink. Everybody to this end of the chamber, if you're able, she shouted to the others after groping her way to one end. We must shift the weight. Her dazed and battered companions crawled their way to Teresa, huddling together quietly while trying to aid one another's injuries in the dark. The 1,000 pounds of shifted weight alone might not have set them free, but Teresa had guessed right and placed everybody adjacent to what had been the stern edge of the boat. Above their heads now was the boat's engine, the heaviest part off stern section. The combined concentration of weight was focused just off of dead center, and slight enough to create an angular imbalance in the sinking wreckage. As the plunging boat drove deeper, the pressure from the depths increased. Creaking sounds wafted through the chamber as the pressure limits were approached in its welded seams. But the shift in ballast gradually weighed on the angle of descent, tipping the stern section of the boat slightly steeper. Inside the chamber, nobody could feel the shift, but a slight scraping sound was heard as the chamber began sliding across the angled deck. The movement accelerated the imbalance until the chamber perceptibly tipped upward. The gradient increased to almost 40 degrees before the decompression chamber finally rattled off the stern edge and broke free of the sinking wreckage. To those inside the chamber, it felt like a roller coaster ride in reverse, as the buoyant capsule shot to the surface like a bullet. To Giordano, who scanned the lake surface high above in the camouflage, the sight reminded him of a Trident missile being launched from a submerged Ohio-class nuclear submarine. After watching the wave pass and the bow section sink, he'd noticed a large surge of bubbles nearby. At a depth of 80 feet, he perceived the white decompression chamber accelerating toward the surface. Released from the depths at a tilted angle, the chamber broke the surface nose first and shot completely out of the water before slamming down violently onto the surface. Hovering closer, Giordano could see that the chamber appeared airtight and floated easily in the light choppy waves. Despite a severe battering, Teresa could hardly contain her relief at seeing blue sky again out the chamber's porthole window. Peering out the viewport, she could see that they were floating steadily on the water. A shadow passed by overhead, and she caught a reassuring glimpse of the silver helicopter. With newfound light illuminating the interior again, she turned and surveyed the tumbled mass of bodies crowded around her. The tumultuous ride had bruised and battered everyone, but amazingly there were no serious injuries. The fishing boat's captain bled from a nasty gash to the forehead, while Wofford grimaced over a wrenched back. Roy and the 2 women managed to escape lasting injuries. Teresa wondered how many concussions and broken bones would have occurred had they not insulated themselves with the bed mattresses just before the wave struck. As she regained her senses, her thoughts drifted back to Pitt, wondering whether the man who had rescued them had himself survived the maelstrom. The veteran head of NUMA had figured he could best beat the wave in open water. An experienced body surfer since his childhood days growing up in Newport Beach, Pitt knew that diving under the approaching wave would let it roll over him with minimal surge. After securing the survey team inside the decompression chamber, he'd quickly strapped on his faceplate attached to a dragger rebreather system and dropped over the side of the fishing boat. Hitting the water, he kicked and pulled hard, attempting to swim away from the fishing boat and dive beneath the wave before it struck. But he'd been just a few seconds too late. The psych wave broke over him just as he cleared the surface. Rather than escape under the passing wave, he was positioned too shallow and found himself being drawn up the face-off wave. The sensation was of riding an ascending elevator at high speed, and Pitt felt his stomach drop as his body was sucked upward. Unlike the fishing boat, which rode the external surface of the wave before breaking up, Pitt was embedded within the mass of water and became part of the wave itself. His ears rang from the rush of the mammoth wave, while the turbulence of the roiling water dropped the visibility to zero. With the rebreather system on his back, he was able to breathe normally through his faceplate despite the tempest around him. For a moment, he felt like he was flying though air, and a part of him actually enjoyed the ride, though the danger of being crushed under the wave gnawed at his senses. Trapped in the uplift, he realized there was no sense in fighting the overpowering force of water and relaxed slightly as he was pushed higher. He had no sensation of any forward motion, despite the fact he had already been carried several hundred yards from the point he entered the water. As he zoomed upward, he suddenly felt a leg break free of the water, then a flash of light burst through his faceplate as his head broke the surface. His momentum shifted, and now he felt his body getting tugged forward. He instantly realized that he had been pushed to the very top of the wave and was in danger of getting hurled over the wave's leading edge. Just inches away, the peak of the wave dropped over 30 feet in a vertical wall of water to the lake surface. A torrent of white foamy water curled around him as the wave began showing signs of cresting. Pitt knew that if he fell over the precipice and the wave crested on top of him, he could be crushed to death under a mass of falling water. Pivoting his body perpendicular to the wave front, he flung his arms through the water and kicked with all his might to swim over the top of the wave. He could feel himself being pulled backward from the momentum of the wave and willed his legs to kick harder against the water. With the frenzy of a sprint swimmer, he lunged over the wave crest, arms and legs flailing at a supersonic rate. The rushing water continued to pull at his body, trying to suck him into the morass, but he willed himself on desperately. Then suddenly the grip released and the wave seemed to let go beneath him. He felt himself falling head first, which meant he had made it to the backside of the wave. The elevator ride zipped down this time, but in a controlled free fall. He consciously tensed for an impact, but it never arrived. The rushing force of water eased, then dissipated to nothing. In a froth of clearing bubbles, Pitt found himself floating freely underwater. As the loud rush of the wave diminished, he glanced at a depth gauge affixed to his harness and found that he was 20 feet under the surface. Reorienting himself in the water, he eyed the shimmering lake surface above him and lazily kicked with tired legs until his head broke the water. Gazing toward the still thundering rumble, he watched as the massive wave rolled rapidly toward its destructive rendezvous with the south shoreline. The roar slowly faded, and Pitt's ears detected the rotor-thumping sound of a helicopter take its place. Turning in the water, he saw the camouflage helicopter low in the sky making a beeline toward him. Scanning the lake, he saw no sign of fishing boat on the horizon. Giordano brought the camouflage right alongside Pitt, hovering so low that waves washed over the helicopter's landing wheels. Pitt swam to the cockpit as the passenger door was flung open above his head. Climbing up the landing skid, he hauled himself through the door and onto the passenger's seat. Giordano immediately elevated the helicopter as Pitt removed his faceplate. "Some guys will do anything to hang 10." Giordano grinned, relieved to have found his friend in one piece. "Turned out to be a lousy pipeline," Pitt gasped in exhaustion. "The fishing boat." Giordano shook his head. "Didn't make it. Snapped in two like a twig." Thought we lost the decompression chamber, too, but she finally shot to the surface a short time later. I could see someone waving through the viewport, so hopefully everyone inside that Sodakan is okay. I radioed the Vrish Cajun and she's on her way to fish them out. Nice thinking, bringing the chamber over at the last minute. The crew wouldn't have made it otherwise. Sony, I didn't have a chance to yank you out before the surf hit. And spoil a good ride. Pitt nodded at his good fortune in surviving the punishing wave, then thought of the Vrish Cajun. How did the Institute ship fare? The wave was down to 14 feet near Listvyanka. The Vrish Cajun apparently rode it through without a hitch. Rudy says a few of the deck chairs got rearranged, but otherwise they are fine. They expect that the village incurred a fair amount of damage. Pitt looked down at the blue water below the cockpit and was unable to spot the decompression chamber. How far did I travel? He asked, finally catching his breath. The battering ride was catching up to him and he began to feel a dozen sore spots across his body. About 3 miles, Giordano replied. Covered in gold medal time, if I do say so myself, he said, ipping a bead of water off his brow. Giordano accelerated the helicopter north, skimming low over the now calm lake. A white object materialized in the water ahead, and Giordano slowed the camoof as they reached the bobbing chamber. Bet the air in that tank is starting to get a little foul, he said. They'd need several more hours before any real danger of carbon dioxide poisoning, Pitt replied. How long before the Vrish Cajun arrives? About 90 minutes. But I'm afraid we can't hang around and keep them company until then, Giordano said, tapping a fuel dial that was heading low. Well, if you'd kindly return to the deck, I'll let them know they haven't been abandoned. You just can't get enough of the cold lake water, can you? He asked, lowering the helicopter till it hovered just a few feet above the water. Soft of like your affinity for pure Rocky Mountain spring water, Pitt countered. Just make sure Alexander doesn't run us over, he said, pulling the faceplate back over his head. With a short wave, he leaped out of the door, splashing into the water just a few feet from the chamber. As Giordano swung the helicopter toward the approaching research ship, Pitt swam over to the chamber and pulled himself up to the viewport and peered inside. Teresa let out a gasp when she saw Pitt's faceplate pressed up against the viewport. He's still alive, she said with amazement after recognizing the green eyes. The others crowded around the porthole and waved at Pitt, not knowing he had been washed away nearly 3 miles before returning via the helicopter. Pitt pointed a gloved finger at the occupants, then curled it toward his thumb and held it to the viewport. He's asking if we're okay, Roy deciphered. Tatiana, sitting closest to the viewport, nodded yes and returned the gesture. Pitt then pointed toward his wristwatch and held up his index finger. Tatiana nodded again in understanding. 1 hour, she said to the others. Help is on the way. Guess we might as well get comfortable, Wofford said. Together with Roy, they rearranged the mattresses on the angled floor, allowing everyone to sit comfortably. Outside, Pitt swam around the chamber, checking it for damage and signs of leakage. Satisfied that the chamber wasn't sinking, he climbed aboard the exposed top section and waited. In the clear afternoon air, Pitt easily spotted the Vrish Cajun in the distance and tracked its progress as it steamed toward them. Giordano already had a large crane positioned over the side when the research ship pulled alongside a little over an hour later. The original transport cables were still attached to the decompression chamber, so Pitt had only to gather them together and slide them over the crane's hook. Pitt sat straddled atop the chamber as if riding a giant white stallion while it was hoisted onto the stern of the Vrish Cajun. When its skids kissed the deck, Pitt jumped down and spun open the locked entry hatch. Gunn ran up and poked his head in, then helped pull out Teresa and Tatiana, followed by the 3 men. Man, does that taste good, Wofford said as he sucked in a deep breath of fresh air. The Russian fisherman, climbing out last, staggered to the ship's rail and peered over the side, searching for his old fishing boat. You can tell him she's at the bottom, crushed by the wave, Pitt said to Tatiana. The captain shook his head and sobbed as Tatiana translated the news. We couldn't believe you appeared after the wave passed, Teresa marveled at Pitt. How did you survive? Sometimes, I'm just lucky, he grinned, then he opened his duffel bag to reveal the dive equipment inside. Thank you again, Teresa said, joined by a chorus of praise from the other survey crew members. Don't thank me, Pitt said, thank one Giordano here and his flying decompression chamber. Giordano stepped over from the crane and bowed in mock appreciation. Hope the ride wasn't too rough in that tin can, he said. You saved our lives, Mr. Giordano, Teresa said, shaking his hand gratefully and not letting go. Please, call me a one, the gruff Italian said, softening under the gaze of the pretty Irish woman. Now I know what that steel ball in a pinball machine feels like, Roy muttered. Say, you don't suppose they'd have any vodka aboard? Wofford groaned, rubbing his back. Does it rain in Seattle? Gunn replied, overhearing the comment. Right this way, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have the ship's doctor check you over, and then you can rest and relax in a cabin or have a drink in the galley. Listvyanka's a mess, so we probably won't be able to put you to shore until tomorrow anyway. A1, why don't you lead the way to sick bay? I'd like a word with Rudy first, Pitt said. My pleasure, Giordano said, holding Teresa's arm and guiding her and the others along the port passageway to the ship's tiny medical station. Rudy stepped over to Pitt and patted him on the shoulder. A1 told us about your sojourn in the water. If I'd known you were going to be one with wave, I would have strung some current measuring devices on your back, he grinned. I'll be happy to share my experience in fluid dynamics with you over tequila, Pitt replied. Is the extent of damages around the shoreline? From what we could see at a distance, Listvyanka weathered the storm in one piece. The docks are chewed up and there are a couple of boats sitting on the main street now, but the rest of the damage appeared to be confined to a few commercial shops along the waterfront. We've heard of no reported fatalities over the radio, so the advance warning apparently did the trick. We'll need to stay on our toes for potential aftershocks, Pitt said. I've got an open satellite line to the National Earthquake Information Center in Golden, Colorado. They'll give us a shout if they detect a subsequent quake the second they see it. As dusk settled over the lake, the Vrishkajan steamed into the port village of Listvyanka. On the forward deck of the research ship, the crew lined the rails to observe the ruin. The wave had struck like a hammer, flattening small trees and shredding the smaller buildings that had stood along the water's edge. But most of the town and port had survived with minimal loss. The research ship dropped anchor in the dark a mile from the damaged shoreline docks, which glistened under a battery of temporary lights strung along the shore. The hum of an old Belarus tractor drifted over the water as the townspeople began working late into the night to clean up the flood damage. In the ship's galley, Roy, Wofford, and the fishing boat captain sat in a corner chugging shots with a Russian crewman who generously shared his bottle of Altai vodka. Pitt, Giordano, and Sargoff sat across the room, finishing a dinner of baked sturgeon with Teresa and Tatiana. After their dishes were cleared away, Sargoff produced an unmarked bottle and poured a round of after-dinner drinks. To your health, Giordano said, toasting both ladies, his glass meeting a clink from Teresa's. Which is much improved on account of you, Teresa replied with a laugh. Taking a sip of the liquid, her smile waned as her eyes suddenly bugged out. Is this stuff, she rasped. Tastes like bleach. Sargoff laughed with a deep bellow. It's Smogon. I acquired it in the village from an old friend. I believe it is similar to a liquid in America called moonshine. The rest of the table laughed as Teresa pushed the half-filled glass away from her. I believe I shall stick to vodka, she said, now grinned with the others. So tell me, what are a couple of gorgeous young ladies doing out hunting for oil on Big, Bad Lake Baikal? Pitt asked after downing his glass. The Avaga Oil Consortium possesses oil and mining rights to territories east of Lake Tatiana replied. Lake Baikal is a cultural treasure. It has United Nations World Heritage status and is an icon for environmentalists around the globe, Sargoff said, clearly disdainful at the prospect of seeing an oil rig on the pristine lake's waters. How can you possibly expect to drill on the lake? Tatiana nodded. You are correct. We respect Baikal as sacred water, and it would never be our intent to establish oil pumping structures on the lake. If oil prospects are proven and deemed reachable, we would drill from the eastern territories at a high angle beneath the lake to reach the potential deposits. Makes sense, Giordano stated. They angle drill in the Gulf of Mexico all the time, even drill horizontally. But that still doesn't explain the presence of this lovely Dutch angel from Rotterdam, he added, smiling broadly at Teresa. Flattered by the comment, Teresa blushed deeply before answering. Amsterdam. I'm actually from Amsterdam. My intoxicated American co-workers and I work for Shell Oil. As she spoke, she hooked her thumb toward the far corner, where an inebriated Roy and Wofford were loudly sharing dirty jokes with their Russian companions. We are here at the request of Avaga Oil, she continued. They are not equipped for marine surveys, for obvious reasons. My company has performed survey work in the Baltic as well as the Western Siberia oil fields of Samotla. We are exploring a joint development opportunity with Avaga Oil for some regional lands that show promise. It was a natural fit for us to come here and perform the lake survey together. Had you confirmed any petroleum deposits before the wave struck? Pitt asked. We were searching for structural indications of hydrocarbon seeps only and did not have the seismic equipment necessary to gauge any potential deposits. At the time we lost the boat, we had failed to survey any significant characteristics normally associated with a deposit seep. Oil seeps? Sargoff asked. Yes, a common if somewhat primitive means of locating petroleum deposits. In a marine setting, oil seeps show up as leakages from the sea floor that rise to the surface. In the days before boomer trucks and other seismic devices that ping the sedimentary depths and produce a visual geological image of the ground, oil seeps were the primary means of locating hydrocarbon deposits. We have had fishermen report the sightings of oil slicks on the lake where no surface traffic was evident, Tatiana explained. We realize, of course, they could represent releases from small deposits that are not economical to drill. A potentially costly venture, given the depths of the lake, Pitt added. Speaking of ventures, Mr. Pitt, what are you and your NUMA crew doing here aboard a Russian research ship? Tatiana asked. We're guests of Alexander and the Limnological Institute, Pitt replied, tipping his glass of Samogon in the direction of Sargoff. A joint effort to study current patterns in the lake and their effect on the endemic flora and fauna. And how was it that you became aware of the psych wave well in advance of its appearance? Sensor pods. We've got hundreds of sensor pods deployed in the lake, which measure the water temperature, pressure, and so on. A1's been dropping them like breadcrumbs from the helicopter all over the lake. We just happened to be surveying the area of lake near Oakhun Island and had a heavy concentration of sensors in the water there. Rudy quickly picked up the indicators of an underwater landslide and the resulting psych wave as it formed. A fortunate thing for us, as well as many others, I imagine, Teresa said. A1 just has a nose for catastrophes, Pitt grinned. Coming to Siberia without a bottle of Jack Daniels was the real catastrophe, Giordano said, sipping the glass of Samogon with a sour look on his face. It is a shame that our base current data was disrupted by this unexpected event, Sargoff said, contemplating the scientific impact, but we will have some exciting data on the formation and movement of the wave itself. These sensor pods, can they reveal where the earthquake originated? Tatiana asked. If it occurred under the lake, Pitt replied. Rudy said he would massage the computers tomorrow and see if he can pinpoint an exact location from the sensors. The seismologists he talked to placed the epicenter somewhere near the northwest corner of the lake, Giordano said. Scanning the galley and finding no sign of gun, he added, "He's probably up in the bridge conversing with his computers as we speak." Tatiana downed the last of her smogon, then glanced at her watch. "It has been a trying day. I'm afraid I must turn in for the evening." "I'm with you," Pitt said, suppressing a yawn. "May I escort you to your cabin?" he asked innocently. "That would be satisfactory," she replied. Sargoth joined them as they rose to their feet and declared good night to all. "I trust you two are waiting for the baked Alaska to be served." Pitt smiled at Teresa and Giordano. "Tales of the Netherlands await my hungry ears," Giordano grinned at Teresa. "And anecdotes of the deep await in Ritum," she laughed back. "There certainly is something deep around here," Pitt laughed as he bid good night. Pitt politely escorted Tatiana to her cabin near the stern, then retired to his own stateroom amidships. The day's physical demands had consumed his body and he was glad to ease his aching limbs into his bunk. Though physically exhausted, he fell asleep with difficulty. His mind stubbornly replayed the day's events over and over until a black veil of sleep thankfully washed over him. 5 Pitt plused been asleep for 4 hours when suddenly he sprang awake, bolting upright in his bunk. Though all was quiet, his senses told him something was wrong. Flicking on a reading light, he swung his feet to the floor and stood up but nearly fell over in the process. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he realized that the ship was listing at the stern, at an angle of almost 10 degrees. Dressing quickly, he climbed a stairwell to the main deck, then moved along its exterior passageway. The passageway and open deck before it were completely deserted, the whole ship strangely quiet as he walked uphill toward the bow. The silence finally registered. The ship's engines were shut down and only the muted hum of the auxiliary generator in the engine room throbbed through the late-night air. Climbing another set of stairs to the bridge, he walked in the doorway and gazed around the compartment. To his chagrin, the bridge was entirely deserted. Wondering if he was the only man aboard the ship, he scanned the bridge console before finding a red toggle switch marked Trevka. Flicking the toggle, the entire ship suddenly erupted in a clamor of warning bells that shattered the night silence. Seconds later, the Vrishkajan's sinewy captain charged onto the bridge like an angry bull from his cabin below. "What is going on here?" the captain stammered, fighting to recollect his English in the middle of the night. "Where is the watch, Anatoly?" "The ship is sinking," Pitt said calmly. "There was no watch aboard the bridge when I entered just a minute ago." A wide-eyed grimace appeared on the captain's face as he noticed the ship's list for the first time. "We need power," he cried, reaching for a phone to the engine room. But as his hand gripped the receiver, the bridge suddenly fell black. Mast lights, cabin lights, console displays, everything went dark throughout the ship as the electrical power vanished in an instant. Even the alarm bells began dying with a wounded bellow. Cursing in the dark, the captain fumbled with his hands along the bridge console until finding the emergency battery switch, which bathed the bridge in low-level lighting. As the lights flickered on, the Vrishkajan's chief engineer burst onto the bridge, gasping for air. A heavy-set man with a neatly trimmed beard, he gazed through sky-blue eyes that were tinged with panic. "Captain, the hatches to the engine room have been chained shut. There's no way to gain entry. I fear she may well be half-flooded already. Someone has locked the hatches." "What has happened? Why are we sinking while moored at anchor?" the captain asked, shaking away the cobwebs in search of an answer. "It appears that the bilges have flooded and the lower deck is taking on water quickly at the stern," the engineer reported, his breath finally slowing. "You better prepare to abandon ship," Pitt advised in a logical tone. The words still cut the captain to the bone. For a ship's captain, the order to abandon ship is like volunteering to give away one's own child. There is no order more searing on the soul. The pain of answering to the ship owners, the insurance companies, and the maritime inquiry boards after the fact would be difficult enough to face. But harder still was seeing the crew scramble off in fear, then watching as that inanimate mass of wood and steel actually vanishes before one's eyes. Like a favorite family car, most ships take on a persona of their own for the captain and crew, with nuances, quirks, and personality traits unique to that vessel. Many a captain has been accused of having a love affair with the vessel he commanded, and so it was with Captain Garitonov. The tired captain knew the truth but still couldn't utter the words. With a grim look, he simply nodded at the chief engineer to pass the order. Pitt was already out the door, his mind churning over solutions to keep the ship afloat. Retrieving his dive gear and accessing the engine room was his first temptation, but he would have to defeat the chained hatch first, and then what? If flooding was from a gash to the hull beneath the engine room, there would be little he could do to stem the tide anyway. The answer struck him when he ran into Giordano and Gunn on the suddenly bustling middeck. "Looks like we're about to get wet," Giordano said without alarm. "The engine room is locked and flooding." "She's not going to stay afloat a whole lot longer," Pitt replied, then gazed down the sloping aft deck. "How quickly can you get that whirlybird warmed up?" "Consider it done," Giordano replied, then sprinted aft, not waiting for Pitt's reply. "Rudy, see that the survey team we picked up is safely on deck and near a lifeboat. Then see if I can convince the captain to release the anchor line," Pitt said while Gunn stood shivering in a light jacket. "What's up your sleeve?" "An ace, I hope," Pitt mused, then disappeared aft. They bounded into the night sky, hovering momentarily above the stricken research vessel. "Aren't we forgetting women and children first?" Giordano asked from the pilot's seat. "I sent Rudy to round up the oil survey team," Pitt replied, reading Giordano's real concern about Teresa. "Besides, we'll be back before anyone gets their feet wet." Gazing out the cockpit, they observed the full outline of the ship illuminated more from the shore lights than the emergency deck lights, and Pitt silently hoped his words would hold true. The research ship was clearly going down at the stern and sinking fast. The waterline had already crept over the lower deck and would shortly begin washing over the open stern deck. Giordano instinctively flew toward Listvianka, while Pitt turned his gaze from the foundering Vrishkajan to the scattered fleet of vessels moored off the village. "Looking for anything in particular?" Giordano asked. "A high-powered tug, preferably," Pitt replied, knowing no such vessel existed on the lake. The boats whisking by beneath them were almost exclusively small fishing vessels of the kind that the oil survey team had leased. Several were capsized or washed ashore from the force-off psych wave. "How about that big boy?" Giordano asked, nodding toward a concentration of lights in the bay 2 miles away. "She wasn't around when we came in last night, maybe she's on her way in." "Let's go take a look." Giordano banked the helicopter toward the lights, which quickly materialized into the outline of a ship. As the chopper zoomed closer, Pitt could see that the ship was a cargo ship of roughly 200 feet. The hull was painted black, creased with brown patches of rust that dripped to the waterline. A faded blue funnel rose amidships, garnished with the logo of a gold sword. The old ship had obviously plied the lake for decades, transporting coal and lumber from Listvianka to remote villages on the northern shores of Baikal. As Giordano swung down the ship's starboard side, Pitt noted a large black derrick mounted on the stern deck. His eyes returned to the funnel, then he shook his head. "No good. She's moored here, and I see no smoke from her stacks, so her engines are probably cold. Take too long to get her in play." Pitt tilted his head back toward the village. "Guess we'll have to go for speed over power." "Speed?" Giordano asked as he followed Pitt's nod and aimed the helicopter back toward the village. "Speed," Pitt confirmed, pointing to a mass of brightly colored lights bobbing in the distance. Aboard Tverishka, an orderly evacuation was already underway. 2 lifeboats had been loaded with half-crew and were in the process of being lowered to the water. Gunn threaded his way past the remaining crowd of scientists and ship's crewmen toward the rear quarters, then dropped down a deck. Incoming water had risen above the deckhead at the far end of the passageway but sloshed only to ankle depth at the higher point where Gunn stood. The guest cabins were closest to him, where, to his relief, the water had yet to rise much higher. Gunn shuddered as he approached the first cabin shared by Teresa and Tatiana, the icy water swirling about his calves. Shouting and pounding loudly on the door, he turned the unlocked handle and pressed against it. Inside, the cabin was bare. There were no personal effects about, which was to be expected, since the women had come aboard with little more than the clothes on their back. Only the ruffled blankets on the twin bunks indicated their earlier presence. He closed the door and quickly moved aft to the next cabin, macking as the cold water sloshed around his thighs. Again he shouted and knocked on the door before forcing it open against the resistance of water. Roy and Wofford were sharing this cabin, he recalled as he stepped in. Under a dim emergency light he could see that the cabin was empty like the first, though both beds looked as if they had been slept in. As the frigid water stung his legs with the pain of 1,000 needles, Gunn satisfied himself that the survey crew had made it above decks. Only the cabin of the fishing boat's captain was unchecked, but the water was waist high to reach it. Foregoing the opportunity to acquire hypothermia, Gunn turned and made his way up to the main deck as a third lifeboat was lowered into the water. Scanning what was now just a handful of crewmen left on deck, he saw no sign of the oil survey team. There was only one conclusion to make, he thought with relief. They must have made it off on the first two lifeboats. Ivan Popovic was asleep, buried in his bunk, lost in a dream that he was fly fishing on the Lena River when a deep thumping noise jolted him awake. The ruddy-faced pilot of the Listvianka hydrofoil Furley Voskhod slithered into a heavy fur coat, then staggered half asleep out his tiny cabin and climbed up onto the ferry's stern deck. He immediately came face to face with a pair of bright floodlights that seared his eyes, while a loud thumping from the blinding force sent a blast of cold air swirling about his body. The lights rose slowly off the deck, hovered for a moment, then turned and vanished. As the echo of the helicopter's rotors quickly receded into the night air, Popovic rubbed his eyes to vanquish the parade of spots dancing before his retinas. Reopening his eyes, he was surprised to see a man standing before him. He was tall and dark-haired, with white teeth that were exposed in a friendly smile. In a calm voice, the stranger said, "Good evening. Mind if I borrow your boat?" The high-speed ferry screamed across the bay, riding up on its twin forward hydrofoil blades for the brief journey to the Vrishkajan. Popovic charged the ferry directly toward the bow of the sinking ship, then deftly spun about as he killed the throttle, idling just a few feet off the research vessel's prow. Pitt stood at the stern rail of the ferry, looking up at the foundering grey ship. The vessel was grotesquely tilted back on its stern, her bow pointing toward the sky at a 20-degree angle. The flooded ship was in a precarious state, liable to slip under the surface or turn turtle at any moment. A metallic clanking suddenly erupted from overhead as the ship's anchor chain was played out through the hawse hole. A 30-foot length of heavy chain rattled across the deck and over the side, followed by a rope line and float to mark where the anchor line had been cut. As the last link dropped beneath the surface, Pitt could detect the ship's bow rise up several feet from the reduced tension and weight of the released anchor line. Tolling away came a shout from above. Looking up, Pitt saw the reassuring sight of Giordano and Gunn standing near the bow rail. A second later, they heaved a heavy rope line over the side and played it out to the water's edge. Popovic was on it instantly. The veteran ferry pilot promptly backed his boat toward the dangling line until Pitt could manhandle the looped end aboard. Quickly securing the line around a capstan, Pitt jumped to his feet and gave Popovic the thumbs-up sign. "Tolline secured." "Take us away, Ivan," he yelled. Popovic threw the diesel engines in gear and idled forward until the tolline became taut, then he gently applied more throttle. As the ferry's propellers tln-ashed at the water, Popovic wasted no time being cautious and smoothly pushed the throttles to full. Standing on the stern, Pitt heard the twin engines whine as their revolutions peaked. The water churned in a froth as the props dug into the water, but no sense of forward momentum could be felt. It was akin to a gnat pulling an elephant, Pitt knew, but this gnat had a nasty bite. The ferry was capable of cruising at 32 knots, and its Vivan 1000 horsepower motors produced a blasting force of torque. Nobody felt the first movement, but inch by inch, then foot by foot, the Vrish-Cajun began to creep forward. Giordano and Gunn watched from the bridge with the captain and a handful of crewmen, holding their breath as they edged toward the village. Popovic wasted no effort, taking the shortest path to shore, which led to the heart of Listvyanka. The two vessels had crept a half-mile when a succession of creaks and groans began echoing from the bowels of the Vrish-Cajun. A battle wager between the flooded aft and the buoyant bow of the ship for control of the vessel, a fight that tested the structural integrity of aged ship. Pitt stood tensely near the tolleen watching the grey ship shudder, knowing he would have to quickly release the rope if Vrish-Cajun plunged beneath the waves, lest the ferry boat be dragged along with her. The minutes seemed to slow to hours as the Vrish-Cajun crawled closer to shore, its stern sinking lower and lower under the lake's surface. Another metallic groan rumbled from deep within the ship and the whole vessel shuddered. With agumsing slowness, the vessel inched closer, a warm yellow glow now bathing it from the village lights. Popovic ran the shallow draft ferry directly toward a small rocky beach beside the damaged marina docks. To those watching, it looked as if he was trying to drive his ferry aground, yet everybody prayed he would keep coming. With the roar of his motors echoing off the town's buildings, Popovic kept charging forward until, just a few yards from shore, a muffled grinding sound affirmed that the Vrish-Cajun's hull had finally run aground. In the hydrofoil ferry's cabin, Popovic felt rather than heard the grounding of the research vessel and quickly shut down his boat's overheated engines. A deathly still enveloped both vessels as the echo from the dying motors fell away. Then a loud cheer burst forth, first from the ship's crew who had landed the lifeboats ashore nearby, then from a crowded tln of villagers watching along the beach front, and, finally, from the remaining men aboard the Vrish-Cajun, all applauding the heroic efforts of Pitt and Popovic. Popovic let go 2 blasts from an air horn in acknowledgement, then walked to the ferry's stern and waved toward the men in the Vrish-Cajun's bridge. "My compliments, Captain. Your skill at the helm was as artistic as Rachmaninoff on the piano," Pitt said. "I couldn't bear the thought of seeing my old ship go down," Popovic replied, staring at the Vrish-Cajun nostalgically. "I started out scrubbing decks on that babushka," he grinned. "Captain Garitonov is also an old friend. I would hate to see him get in trouble with the state. Thanks to you, the Vrish-Cajun will sail the waters of Baikal again. I trust that Captain Garitonov will be in command when she does." "I pray so as well. He told me over the radio that it was an act of sabotage. Perhaps it was one of these environmental groups. They act like they own Baikal." For the first time, Pitt considered the thought. Sabotage it appeared to be, but by whom? And for what purpose? Perhaps Sargoth would know the answer. In Listvyanka, a flurry of activity roused the town in the late hour as the locals rushed to offer assistance following the near tragedy. Several small fishing boats acted as shuttles, running crew members to shore and back, while others assisted in tying up the grounded ship for safety. An adjacent fish packing plant, its floors still damp from minor flooding only hours earlier, was opened up for the crew and scientists to gather and rest. Coffee and vodka were served with zeal by the local fishing ives, accompanied by fresh smoked omul to those with a late-night appetite. Pitt and Popovic were welcomed with a cheer and applause as they entered the warehouse. Captain Garitonov gratefully thanked both men, then, with uncharacteristic emotion, threw a bear hug around his old friend Popovic in appreciation. "You saved the Vrish-Cajun. I am most grateful, comrade. I am glad to have been of help." It was Nira. Pitt, who wisely recognized the worth of utilizing my ferry, however. I just hope next time I won't need to call on you in the middle of the night, Ivan." Pitt smiled, glancing down at the bedroom slippers Popovic still wore on his feet. Turning to Captain Kharitonov, Pitt asked, "Has all the crew been accounted for?" An unsettled look crossed the captain's face. "The bridge watchman Anatoly has not been seen. And Dr. Sargov is also missing. I had hoped he might be with you." "Alexander?" "No, he was not with us. I haven't seen him since we turned in after dinner." "He was not aboard any of the lifeboats," Kharitonov replied. A subdued-looking Giordano and Gunn approached Pitt with their heads hung down. "That's not all who's missing," Giordano said, overhearing the conversation. "The entire oil survey team that we rescued has vanished. Not a one made it into any of the lifeboats, and they were not in their cabins. I was able to check all of their cabins, but the fisherman's gun added with a nod. No one saw them leave the ship." Pitt asked. "No," Giordano said, shaking his head in disbelief. "Gone without a trace. It's as if they never existed." 6th up the southeast horizon several hours later, the precarious state of the Vrishkajan became clearly apparent in the dawn's light. The engine room, stern hold, and lower berth cabins were completely submerged, while water sloshed over nearly a third of the main deck. Just how many more minutes the ship would have stayed afloat had she not been towed ashore was a game of pure conjecture, but the answer was obvious to all: not very long. Standing near the remains of a tourist kiosk that was leveled by the psych wave, Pitt and Captain Kharitonov surveyed the grounded research ship. Off her stem, Pitt watched as a pair of shiny black nerpa popped to the surface and swam over the stern rail. Small doe-eyed seals that inhabit the lake, they floated lazily about the flooded stern deck before vanishing under the water in search of food. As Pitt waited for the nerpa to resurface, he gazed at the ship's waterline, noting a small smudge of red paint amidships that had rubbed off a dock or small boat. "A salvage repair crew from Irkutsk will not arrive until tomorrow," Kharitonov said with a grim expression. "I will have the crew activate the portable pumps, though I suppose there is little purpose until we can determine the exact cause of the damage." "More pressing is the disappearance of Alexander and the oil survey team," Pitt replied. "Since they have not been found ashore, we must assume they didn't make it out alive. The flooded portion of the ship must be searched for their remains." The captain nodded with reluctant acceptance. "Yes, we must locate my friend Alexander. I am afraid we will have to wait for a police dive team to give us the answer." "I don't think you'll have to wait that long," Captain Pitt said, nodding toward an approaching figure. 50 yards away, a one Giordano marched along the waterfront toward the two men, toting a red-handled pair of bolt cutters over his shoulder. "Found these at a garage sale in town," Giordano said, hoisting the bolt cutters off his shoulder. The long handles stretched half his height from the ground to his waist. "Should allow us access to the verboten portions of the ship," Pitt said. You'll investigate the damage?" Kharitonov asked, surprised at the Americans' initiative. "We need to find out if Alexander and the others are still aboard," Giordano said with a stern look. "Whoever tried to sink your vessel may have had an interest in halting our research project," Pitt added. "If so, I'd like to find out why. Our dive gear is stowed in the forward hold, so we have access to all of our equipment." "It may not be safe," Kharitonov cautioned. "The only difficult part will be to convince the one to dive before breakfast," Pitt said, trying to lighten the morbid task at hand. "I have it on good authority that the local IOP is having an all-you-can-eat special on sturgeon pancakes," Giordano replied with a raised brow. "We'll just have to hope they don't run out." Gunn joined Pitt and Giordano as they motored up to the grounded ship in a borrowed Zodiac. Climbing the sloped deck to the forward hold, Gunn lent a hand as the two men pulled on black dry suits and weight belts, then hooked up the lightweight rebreather systems. Before they pulled on their face plates, Gunn pointed a finger up toward the deckhead. "I'm going to check the computers up in the bridge and get an update on regional seismic activity. "Don't run off with any mermaids without me," he said. "They'd be too blue to swim in this frigid water anyway," Giordano grunted. Foregoing fins, the two men trudged down the deck in the rubber-soled feet of their dry suits and waded into the water. When the water level reached his shoulders, Pitt reached up and flicked on a small light strap to his head, then ducked underwater. A starboard side stairwell was just a few feet ahead and Pitt walked toward it like Frankenstein's monster, plodding slowly against the water's resistance. A bouncing beam of light to his rear told him Giordano was following just a few feet behind. Dropping down the stairs in a series of hops, Pitt passed the lower cabin level and continued down to the orlop deck and engine room. Distancing himself from the surface daylight, a cloud of darkness quickly enshrouded him. The water itself was as clear as a swimming pool, though, and Pitt's small headlight cut a bright white path through the gloom. With negative buoyancy, it was easier to walk than swim, and he moon-hopped his way to the starboard engine room hatchway. As the chief engineer had reported, the heavy steel door was sealed closed. An old, rusty chain was wrapped around the latch and fastened to the bulkhead, locking the hatch shut. Pitt noted that a gold-colored padlock, which secured the chain, appeared to be. Pitt watched the glow from Giordano's light illuminate the hatch, then the snips from the bolt cutter slipped in front of him and grasped a link of chain near the padlock. Pitt turned and watched as Giordano cut the link as if cracking a walnut, the Italian's thick arms easily brandishing the cutter. As it sliced through the second half of the link, Pitt unwound the chain and pulled open the hatch, then stepped inside. Though the Vrish Cajun was more than 30 years old, the engine room was neat and spotless, the hallmark of a meticulous chief engineer. The ship's large diesel generator occupied most of the room, centered in the middle of the bay. Pitt slowly circled the bay, searching for obvious signs of damage to the deck and bulkheads, as well as the engine itself, but none was evident. Only a large steel-grated footplate was out of place, pulled up from the rear deck and left leaning against a tool bin. Peering inside, Pitt recognized it as an opening to the bilge. A 4-foot drop led to a crawl space that ran under the enclosed deck. At its base was the curved steel plate of the ship's hull. Lowering himself into the hole, Pitt dropped to the hull plate and knelt down, examining the compartment toward the stern. As far as his light would shine, the hull plates appeared smooth and intact. Spinning slowly around, he backed into a metal object as Giordano's light dispensing head poked into the compartment. Under the beam of Giordano's spotlight, Pitt noticed a thick pipe running forward from the object at his back. Turning to examine the protrusion, he noted Giordano was nodding his head up and down in affirmation. The object was a squat valve that rose a foot above the trailing pipe. Adjacent to it was a small red placard that proclaimed in bold white letters "Predestere Genii," which Pitt could only assume meant caution. Pitt placed his gloved hands on the valve and twisted it counterclockwise. The valve wouldn't budge. He then reversed pressure and tried turning it clockwise. The valve turned freely under a light touch until Pitt pushed it to its stops. He glanced at Giordano, who nodded back with a knowing look. It was as simple as that. The valve opened the ship's sea cock, which would flood the bilge, and, ultimately, the entire ship, when opened at sea. Somebody had entered the engine room, opened the sea cock, disabled the bilge pumps, and then sealed off access to the bay, a quick and easy way to sink a ship in the middle of the night. Pitt swam out of the bilge compartment and crossed the engine room. On the opposite side, he found an identical grated floor plate, this one properly positioned in the deck. Yanking the grate off, he climbed down and inspected the port side sea cock, finding it too had been turned to the open position. Closing the valve, he reached for the open hand of Giordano, who helped yank him out of the compartment and onto the engine room deck. Half of their objective was complete. They had accessed the engine room and determined the cause of flooding. But there was still the question of Sargoth, Anatoly, and the missing oil survey team. Glancing at his watch, Pitt noted that they had been submerged for nearly 30 minutes. Though they had plenty of air and bottom time left, the cold water was beginning to sap at his bones, despite the insulating dry suit. In his younger days, he would dive nearly oblivious to the cold, but Father Time was offering yet another reminder that he was no longer a kid. Shaking off the thought, he led Giordano out of the room, then quickly checked the other flooded compartments around the engine bay. Finding nothing out of sorts, they ascended the stairwell a level to the lower cabin berths. The passageway led amidships, then turned fore and aft, with cabins on either side of the hall that extended to the ship's beam. With hand gestures, Pitt directed Giordano to check the port side cabins while he searched the starboard berths. Moving aft, he felt like a prowler as he entered the first cabin, which he knew to be Sargoth's. Despite being completely submerged, Pitt was surprised to find that the contents of the room had remained largely in place. Only a few sheaves of typewritten papers and sections of a local newspaper drifted lazily about the flooded cabin. Pitt saw a laptop computer sitting open on a desk, its screen long since shorted out from the immersion. A foul weather jacket, which Sargoth had with him at dinner, was draped over the desk chair. Peeking into the small cabin closet, Pitt found an assortment of Sargoth's shirts and pants hanging neatly on a rack. It was not the reflection of a man who had planned to depart the ship, Pitt observed. Exiting Sargoth's cabin, he quickly searched the next 3 cabins before reaching the final starboard berth. It was the one cabin Gunn had been unable to reach when he searched for the oil survey team. Across the passageway, Pitt saw the flickering light from Giordano, who had moved ahead of him and was searching the last port cabin. Pitt turned the latch and leaned his body against the door to force it open against the invisible force of the water. Like the other cabins he searched, its interior appeared orderly, with no obvious disruptions from the flooding. Only, from the doorway, Pitt could see that there was something different about this cabin. It still contained its occupant. In the restrictive light, it might have been a duffel bag or a couple of pillows lying on the bunk, but Pitt had a feeling otherwise. Taking a step closer, he could see it was a man lying on the bunk, a pale and very dead man at that. Pitt slowly approached the prone figure and cautiously leaned over the body, illuminating the corpse with the beam from his spotlight. The open eyes of the surly fishing boat captain stared up at him without blinking, a confused look permanently etched upon the dead man's face. The old fisherman was clad in a t-shirt, and his legs were tucked snugly under the covers. The tight blanket had kept him from floating off the bunk until the air in his lungs had slowly purged. Shining his light closely at the fisherman's head, Pitt rubbed a finger across the man's hairline. 2 inches above his ear, a slight indentation creased the side of his head. Though the skin had not broken, it was obvious that a heavy blow had cracked the man's skull. Pitt morbidly wondered whether the old fisherman had been done in by the blow itself or had drowned while unconscious when the cabin flooded. As Giordano's light suddenly appeared in the doorway, Pitt took a careful look around the floor of the bunk. The carpeted deck was bare. He saw no porcelain pitchers, lead paperweights, or bottles of vodka that could have fallen off a shelf and struck the man by accident. The entire room was bare, a spare cabin given to the fisherman who brought no belongings of his. Pitt took another look at the old man and knew his initial instincts were right. From the minute he saw him, Pitt knew the old fisherman had not died by accident. He had been murdered. 7 Rs gone spat, his face flushed with anger. Someone systematically yanked out our database hardware and disappeared with it. All of our data collection points, everything we've gathered in the last 2 weeks, it's all gone. Gunn continued to fume as he helped Pitt and Giordano out of their dry suits beneath the bridge. What about backups, Rudy? Pitt asked. That's right. As a good computer geek, I know you save everything on backup disks, probably in triplicate, Giordano admonished as he hung up his dry suit on a hook. Our rack of backup DVDs is missing, too, Gunn cried. Somebody had an idea of what to take. Our buddy Sargoth? Giordano asked. I don't think so, Pitt replied. His cabin didn't have the look of an impending escape artist. I don't understand. The research data would be of value only to the scientific community. We've shared everything with our Russian counterparts who would want to steal the information. Gunn asked, his anguish slowly cooling. Perhaps the intent was not to steal the data. Perhaps they just didn't want us to discover something in the data, Pitt reflected. Could be, Giordano agreed. Rudy, that means your beloved computer is probably at the bottom of Lake Baikal snagging lures about now. Is that supposed to be a consolation? He muttered. Don't feel bad. You still made out better than the old fisherman. True. He did lose his boat, Gunn said. He lost more than that, Pitt replied, then told Gunn of discovery in the cabin. But why murder an old man? Gunn gasped, shaking his head in disbelief. And what of the others? Were they abducted? Or did they leave willingly, after killing the fisherman and destroying our scientific data? The same questions percolated through Pitt's mind, only there were no answers. Bimdi, an overhead city utility line was tapped from shore and wired to the Vrishkajan, providing electrical power to the grounded ship and activating the bilge pumps that had been disabled. Auxiliary water pumps were deployed on the aft deck, helping pump dry the flooded compartments under the whine of their attached generators. Slowly but surely, the submerged stem began to creep out of the water at a pace far too sluggish for the few remaining crew members watching from shore. Around Listvyanka, residents continued the cleanup from the flood-ravaged waters. The town's celebrated open-air fish market was quickly pieced back together, with several vendors already offering an aromatic assortment of fresh smoked fish. The sounds of sawing and hammering filled the air as a row of tourist kiosks, taking the brunt of the waves' carnage, were already being rebuilt. Word gradually filtered in about other destruction around the lake caused by the quake and wave. Extensive property damage had occurred along the southern shores of the lake, but remarkably no loss of life was reported. The Baikalsk paper mill, a landmark facility on the south coast, suffered the most costly damage, its operations forced to close for several weeks while debris was cleared and its flooded structures restored. At the opposite end of the lake, there were reports that the earthquake had severely damaged the Taishet, Nakhodka oil pipeline that skirted the northern shore. Ecologists from the Limnological Institute were already en route to assess the potential environmental damage should an oil spill approach the lake. Shortly after lunch, Listvyanka's police chief boarded the Vrishkajan, accompanied by 2 detectives from Irkutsk. The police authorities climbed up to the ship's bridge, where they greeted Captain Garaitonov in a formal manner. The Listvyanka chief, a slovenly man in an ill-fitting uniform, dismissed with a glance the TLNEE Americans who sat reconfiguring their computer equipment on the opposite side of the bridge. A self-important bureaucrat impressed with his own power, the chief enjoyed the perquisites, if not the actual work, required of the job. As Garaitonov relayed the missing crewman and the discovery of the dead fisherman in the flooded cabin below, a flash of anger crossed the chief's face. The missing persons and attempted sinking of the Vrishkajan might be explained away as an accident, but a dead body complicated matters. A potential murder would mean extra paperwork and state officials looking over his shoulder. In Listvyanka, the occasional stolen bicycle or barroom brawl was the extent of his normal criminal dealings, and that was the way he preferred it. Nonsense, he retorted in a gravelly voice. I knew Belikov well. He was a drunken old fisherman. Drank too much vodka and passed out like an old goat. An unfortunate accident, he casually explained away. Then what about the disappearance of the 2 crewmen and the survey team that was rescued with the fisherman, as well as the attempted sinking of my ship? Captain Garaitonov added with rising anger. Ah yes, the police chief replied, the crew members who opened the sea cocks by mistake. Ashamed of their mechanical error, they have probably fled in embarrassment. They will turn up eventually at one of our fine drinking houses, he said knowingly. Realizing that the 2 Irkutsk men did not appear to be buying his rationale, he continued. It will, of course, be necessary to interview the crew and passengers for an official accounting of the incident. Pitt turned from the egotistical police chief and studied the two lawmen at his side. The detectives from the Irkutsk City Police Criminal Investigation Division were clearly not cut from the same cloth. They were hardened men who wore suits rather than uniforms and carried concealed weapons. No ordinary beat cops, they had an air of quiet confidence that suggested experience and training derived from someplace other than the local police academy. When the three men began a quick round of inquiries aboard ship, Pitt curiously noted that the Irkutsk men seemed more interested in Sargoth's absence than the missing survey team or the dead fisherman. "Who says Boris Badenov isn't alive and well?" Giordano muttered under his breath after a brief interrogation. When the interviews were completed, the lawmen returned to the bridge, where the police chief gave Captain Kharitonov a last stern admonition, for effect. The Vrishkajan's captain glumly announced that at the direction of the Listvyanka police, all crew members would be required to return to the ship at once, where they were to remain in confinement until the completion of the investigation. "They could have at least let us make a beer run first," Giordano moaned. "I knew I should have stayed in Washington," Gunn grumbled. "Now we're exiled to Siberia." "Washington is a miserable swamp in the summertime anyway," Pitt countered, admiring the panoramic lake view from the bridge window. A mile and a half away, he noticed the black freighter that he and one had flown over the night before. The ship had moved ashore and was docked at an undamaged pier at the far end of town, its stern cargo hold being picked at by a large wharf-side crane. A pair of binoculars dangled from a hook near the bridge window and Pitt unconsciously pulled them to his eyes while studying the ship. Through the magnified lenses, he saw two large flatbed trucks and a smaller enclosed truck parked on the dock adjacent to the ship. The crane was offloading items onto the trucks, a little unusual in that Listvyanka was primarily an outgoing port that provided goods to the rest of the lakefront communities. Focusing on one of the flatbed trucks, he could see that it held a strange vertically shaped item on a wooden pallet that was wrapped in a canvas tarp. "Captain," he asked of Kharitonov while pointing out the window. "That black freighter. What do you know about her?" Captain Kharitonov stepped over and squinted in the direction of the ship. "The Primuskel. A long-time scullion on Lake Baikal. For years, she made a regular run from Listvyanka to Baikalskoye in the north, carrying steel and lumber for a rail spur being built up there. When the work was completed last year, she sat dead at her moorings for several months. Last I heard she was under short-term lease to an oil company. They brought in their own men to sail her, which upset her old crew. I do not know what they are using her for, probably to transport pipeline equipment." "An oil company," Pitt repeated. "Wouldn't by chance be the Avaga Oil Consortium, would it?" Kharitonov looked up in thought for a moment. "Yes, now that I think about it, I believe it was. Forgive a tired man for not recalling that earlier. Perhaps they know something of our missing oil survey team. And the whereabouts of Alexander and Anatoly," he added with a cross tone. The Russian captain reached for the radio and issued a call to the freighter whose name, Primuskel, was taken from a mountain range on Lake Baikal's western shore. A grunt voice answered almost immediately and replied in short, clipped responses to the captain's questions. As they conversed, Pitt played the binoculars over the old freighter, focusing a long gaze on the freighter's bare stern deck. "Take a look at this." Giordano ambled over and grabbed the binoculars, studying the freighter carefully. Noting the covered cargo being unloaded, he said, being rather secretive with their cargo, "Wouldn't you say? Though I'm sure if we're asked, they'd say it's nothing more than used tractor pans." "Take a look at the stern deck," Pitt prompted. "There was a derrick on that deck last night," Giordano observed. "It has disappeared, like our friends. Granted it was dark when we flew over the ship, but that derrick looked to be no tinker toy piece. No, it wasn't something that could be disassembled in short order without an army of mechanical engineers," Giordano said. From what I've seen through the glasses, it's a skeleton crew working that ship." The hearty voice of the captain interrupted as he hung up the radio microphone. "I'm sorry, gentlemen. The captain of Primaski reports that he has taken on no passengers, has not seen or heard from any oil survey team or, in fact, was even aware of their activities on the lake. And I bet he doesn't know who's buried in Grant's tomb," either Giordano said. "Did he happen to reveal his ship's manifest?" Pitt asked. "Why, yes," Karitonov replied. "They are transporting agricultural equipment and tractor components from Irkutsk to Baykalsko 8." The rookie, ensuring that no one left the ship, quickly grew bored with his assignment. Pacing the shore tirelessly a few yards from where the Vrishkajan's bow had ground into the lake bed, he had alertly monitored the vessel as the sun went down. But as the evening hour waned without event, his attention began to wander. Loud thumping noises from a bar up the street gradually seized his senses, and it wasn't long before he had swiveled around to face the bar's entrance, hoping to catch sight of an attractive tourist or college co-ed visiting from Irkutsk. Sufficiently distracted, he had almost no chance of spotting two men dressed in black who quietly slid a small Zodiac over the Vrishkajan's stern rail, then silently dropped themselves into the rubber boat. Pitt and Giordano eased the Zodiac away from the Vrishkajan, careful to keep the research ship between them and the shore guard. "A couple of nice friendly drinking establishments are just a short paddle away, and you want to take us on a fishing expedition," Giordano whispered. "Overpriced tourist traps that hawk warm beer and stale pretzels," Pitt countered. "Alas, a warm beer is still better than no beer," he replied poetically. Though they quickly melted into the dark night, Pitt had them row almost a mile from shore before pulling on the starter rope to the boat's 25-horsepower outboard motor. The small engine quickly coughed to life, and Pitt turned the boat parallel to shore as they putted forward at slow speed. Once the boat was moving, Giordano lifted a 3-foot-long sonar to a fish from the floorboard and slipped it over the side, feeding it out to nearly the full length of its 100-meter electronic tow cable. Securing the line to the goon whale, he flipped open a laptop computer and initiated the side-scan sonar's operating software. Within minutes, a yellow-tinted image of the lake bed began scrolling down the screen. "The picture show has started," Giordano announced, featuring an undulating sandy bottom 170 feet deep. Pitt continued running the boat parallel to shore until he was even with the black freighter. He held his course for another quarter-mile before turning the Zodiac around and running back in the opposite direction, a few dozen meters farther into the lake. "The Primorsk looked to be parked in this neighborhood when we flew over her last night," Pitt said, waving an arm toward the southeast. His eyes turned and studied the landmarks on shore to the north, which he tried to recall sighting from the helicopter. Giordano nodded. "I agree, we should be in the ballpark." Pitt pulled a compass from his pocket and took a heading, then set it on the bench in front of him. Tracking the bearing with the occasional flash of a penlight, he held a steady course until he passed a half-mile in the other direction, then turned and backtracked again farther to the south. For the next hour, they continued the search, moving farther offshore as Giordano monitored the bottom contours on the laptop computer. Pitt turned his eyes to shore, preparing to turn at the end of an imaginary lane when Giordano said, "Got something?" Pitt held his course, leaning forward to examine the image on the laptop. A dark linear object began scrolling down the screen, followed by another thin line that angled toward it. The image slowly evolved into a larger shape that had grown a few additional cross members. "Length is about 40 feet," Giordano said. "Sure looks like the structure we saw sitting on the poop deck of the Primorsk last night. Shame on them for littering the lake." "Shame on them, indeed," Pitt replied, staring off toward the black freighter. "The question is, my dear Watson, why?" When Pitt leaned over and shut off the outboard motor, Giordano knew they were going to seek the answer. Something had bothered Pitt about the black freighter the first time he saw it. Finding out it was leased by the Avaga Oil Consortium had just sealed the deal. he had little doubt that there must be some connection to the ship and the disappearance of Sargoth and the oil survey team. As he studied the ship from afar, Giordano quickly pulled in the sonar fish and closed the laptop computer, then retrieved the oars for the rowing ahead of them. The Primorsk sat dark and quiet at its still berth near the end of the village waterfront. The large trucks were still parked on the adjacent pier, the two flatbed rigs loaded with their concealed cargo. A tall chain-link fence secured the dock from passing villagers and was enforced by a pair of security guards lounging in a hut at the entrance. Around the trucks, a couple of men milled about studying a map splayed across one of the fenders, though the ship itself appeared devoid of life. Pitt and Giordano approached the ship's stern silently, drifting slowly under the shadow of its high fantail. Pitt reached up and grabbed the freighter's stern mooring line, which ran down to the water, and used it to pull them alongside the dock. As Giordano tied a line around a splintered pylon, Pitt climbed from the Zodiac and crept onto the wooden dock. The trucks were parked at the opposite end near the ship's bow, but Pitt could still hear the voices of the men wafting across the empty pier. Spotting a pair of rusty oil chums, he crept up and kneeled behind them near the dock's edge. A second later, Giordano silently appeared behind him. "Empty as a church on Monday," Giordano whispered, eyeing the ghostly quiet ship. "Yes, a little too peaceful." Pitt peered around the drums and spied a gangway at the far end that ran up to the ship's forward hold. He then studied the freighter's side deck railing, which stood 8 feet above the dock. "Gangplank might be too grand an entrance," he whispered to Giordano. "I think we can step over from these," he said, pointing to the drums. Pitt gingerly rolled one of the drums to the edge off dock, then climbed on top. Bending his knees, he sprang off the drum and across 3 feet of water, reaching out and grabbing hold of the ship's lower side railing. He hung there for a second before swinging his body to the side, using the momentum to slip himself through the railing and onto the deck. It was a harder jump for the shorter Giordano, who nearly missed the rail and hung by one hand for a moment until Pitt jerked him aboard. "Next time, I take the elevator," he muttered. Catching their breath, they hung to the shadows and examined the silent ship. The freighter was small by ocean-going standards, stretching just over 230 feet. She was built of the classic cargo ship design, with a central superstructure surrounded by open deck fore and aft. Though her hull was steel, her decks were made of teak and reeked of oil, diesel fuel, and a candy store assortment of chemicals spilled and absorbed into the wood fibers over 4 decades of use. Pitt surveyed the stern deck, which was dotted with a handful of metal containers congregated near a single hold. Moving silently across the deck, he and Giordano crept toward the shadow of one of the containers, where they stopped and peered into the open stern hold. The deep bay was stacked at either end with bundles of small-diameter iron pipe. The center of the hold was empty, but even in the darkness, the scarred markings where the feet of the mystery trestle had recently stood was etched into the hold's decking. More intriguing was a 6-foot diameter deck cap that sealed an access hole TLN off the deck at the exact center of the footing markers. "Looks like a string hole for a North Sea drill ship," Pitt whispered. "And the drill pipe to go with it," Giordano replied. "But this sure ain't no drill ship." It was a salient point. A drill ship contains the pipe and storage apparatus to drill into the earth for petroleum and collect the liquid aboard. The old freighter might have been able to set drill pipe, but obviously wasn't capable of collecting a drop of oil, if that was indeed the intended goal. Pitt didn't stay to contemplate the point but moved quickly toward the port side passageway. Reaching the cummer edge, he stopped and pressed himself against the bulkhead, then peeked around the corner. There was still no sight of any shipboard inhabitants. Moving forward slowly with Giordano on his heels, he breathed easier now that they were out of sight of the dock. They crept forward until reaching a cross passageway that bisected the superstructure from beam to beam. A lone overhead light illuminated the empty passageway in a dull yellow glow. Somewhere in the distance, an electrical generator hummed like a swarm of cicadas. Pitt walked underneath the light and tugged his sweater down over his right hand, then reached up and unscrewed the bulb until the saffron glow was extinguished. Shielded from the dock lights, the passageway fell nearly pitch black. Standing at the corner of the crossways, the latch to a cabin door suddenly clicked behind them. Both men quickly turned into the side passage, moving out of sight of the opening door. A dimly illuminated open compartment beckoned on Pitt's left and he stepped into it, followed by Giordano, who closed the door behind them. As they stood by the door listening for footsteps, their eyes scanned the room. They stood in the ship's formal mess, which doubled as a conference room. The bay was a plush departure from the rest-off shabby freighter. An ornate Persian carpet buoyed a polished mahogany table that stretched across the room, surrounded by rich leather-backed chairs. Thick wallpaper, a smattering of tasteful artwork, and a few artificial plants made it resemble the lobby of the Waldorf Astoria. At the opposite end, a set of double doors led to the ship's galley. On the bulkhead next to Pitt, a large video screen was mounted at eye level to accept satellite video feeds. "Nice atmosphere to chow down fish soup and borscht," Giordano muttered. Pitt ignored the comment as he stepped closer to a series of maps pinned to one wall. They were computer-generated, showing enlarged sections of Lake Baikal. At various locations around the lake, red concentric circles had been drawn in by hand. A map of the northern fringe of the lake showed a thick concentration of circles, some overlapping the shore where an oil pipeline was depicted running from west to east. "Target drill sites?" Giordano asked. "Probably. Not going to make the Earth first." "Crowd too happy," Pitt replied. Giordano listened at the door as the outside footsteps descended a nearby stairwell. When the footfalls faded away, he cracked the door slightly and peeked into the now empty passageway. No one about. And no sign of any passengers aboard. "It's the shore boat I want to get a look at," Pitt whispered. Inching the door open, they crept into the side hall and back to the port side passageway. Moving forward, the freighter's superstructure quickly gave way to the open forward deck, which encompassed a split pair of recessed holds. Along the port rail near the bow sat a beat-up tender, stowed in a block cradle affixed to the deck. A nearby winch with cables still attached to the tender offered evidence that it had recently been deployed. "She's in plain sight of the bridge," Giordano said, nodding up toward a fuzzy light that shined from the forward bridge window 20 feet above their heads. "But only if someone's looking that way," Pitt replied. "I'll zip over and take a quick look." While Giordano hung to the shadows, Pitt crept low and scurried across the open deck, holding close to the port rail. Lights from the dock and the bridge itself bathed the deck in a dull glow, which cast a faint shadow of Pitt's steps as he moved. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the trucks on the dock and a handful of men milling about them. Dressed in black pants and sweater, he would be almost invisible to the men at that distance. It was the occupants of the bridge that concerned him most. Nearly sprinting as he reached the small boat, he ducked around its bow and kneeled in its covering shadow beside the rail. As his heart rate slowed, he listened for sounds of detection, but the freighter remained silent. Only the muffled sounds of activity from the nearby village echoed across the deck. Pitt peered up at the bridge and could see two men through the window talking with each other. Neither paid the slightest attention to the ship's forward deck. Crouching down, Pitt pulled out his penlight and held it against the hull of the shore boat, then flicked the switch on for just a second. The tiny beam illuminated a battered wood hull that was painted a crimson red. Rubbing his hand along the hull, flakes of red paint chafed onto his fingers. As Pitt had suspected, it was the same shade of red that had rubbed off against the starboard side of the Vrish Cajun. Rising to his feet, he moved toward the tender's bow when something in the interior caught his eye. Dropping his hand to the floorboard, he again flicked on the penlight. The brief flash of light illuminated a WM baseball cap with a red emblem of a charging hog sewn on the front. Pitt recognized the razorback mascot of the University of Arkansas and recalled that it was Jim Wofford's hat. There was no doubt in his mind now that the Primorski was involved with the attempted sinking of Vrishkajan and disappearance of the crew. Replacing the penlight, he stood and glanced at the bridge again. The two figures were still engaged in an animated conversation, paying no attention to the deck below. Pitt moved slowly around the tender's bow, then stopped in his tracks. A sudden wham rang out in his brain, his senses detecting a nearby presence. But it was too late to act. A second later, a halogen flashlight burst on in his face and a screeching Russian cry of Ostanovka split the air. 9 Under the glow from the dock lights, a man emerged from the shadows and walked to within 5 feet of Pitt. He was slightly built, with oily black hair that matched the color of his work overalls. He nervously swayed back and forth on the balls of his feet, but there was nothing nervous in the way he held a Yarrigan PR 9mm automatic pistol aimed rock steady at Pitt's chest. The gunman had been sitting quietly in the forecastle behind the capstan, Pitt now realized, where he had a clear view of the gangplank. From that forward position, he had caught sight of Pitt's penlight and had crept over to investigate. The guard was barely past his teens, and stared at Pitt through darting brown eyes. Professional guard was not his first duty, Pitt surmised, noting the grease-stained fingers of a mechanic tapped around the handgun. Yet he held the gun perfectly trained on Pitt, and there was little doubt he would pull the trigger if pressed. Pitt found himself in an awkward position, squeezed between the tender and the side rail, with open deck between him and the guard. As the guard pulled a handheld radio to his lips with his left hand, Pitt decided to act. It was either lunge at the guard and risk getting shot in the face, or slip over the rail and take a chance in the cold lake water below. Or he could hope that Giordano would appear. But Giordano was 50 feet away and would be in immediate sight off guard the second he stepped on the forward deck. As the guard spoke briefly into the transmitter, his eyes remained locked on Pitt. Pitt stood perfectly still, contemplating the penalty for trespassing in Russia and dryly noting that an exile to Siberia wouldn't require any travelling. He then thought of the dead fisherman aboard the Vrishkajan and wondered if a Siberian gulag wasn't too rosy an assumption. He subtly bent his knees while waiting for the radio to squawk back, which would create a slight distraction to the guard. When a deep voice blared back through the handset, Pitt inched his left hand to the side rail and tightened his legs for a springing vault over the side. But that's as far as he got. The muzzle flash flared with a simultaneous bark from the Yarrigan as the gun bucked slightly in the guard's hand. Pitt froze as a baseball-sized chunk of teak splintered off the wood rail inches from his hand and splashed into the water below a moment later. Pitt made no further movements as a series of shouts erupted on the dock, inspired more from the gunshot than the radio call. Two men stormed up the gangway, each brandishing the same type Yarrigan pistol carried by the Russian military that had nearly blown away Pitt's left hand. Pitt immediately recognized the second man as the missing helmsman from the Vrishkajan, a humorless icicle named Anatoly. A third man soon emerged from the bridge companionway and approached with an authoritative air. He had long ebony hair and surveyed the scene through a pair of callous brown eyes. Under the dock lights, Pitt could see a long scar running down his left cheek, the tattoo from a youthful knife fight. "I found this intruder hiding behind the tender," the guard reported. The man eyed Pitt briefly, then turned to the other two crewmen. "Search the area for accomplices. And no more gunfire. We do not need to attract attention." The two men from the dock jumped at his words and quickly fanned through the forward deck, searching the shadows. Pitt was led to the center of the deck, where an overhead light illuminated the scene. "Here's Alexander," Pitt asked calmly. "He told me to meet him here." Pitt didn't expect the bluff to work but studied the man in charge for a reaction. A slight arch of the brow was all he offered. "English," he finally said without interest. "You would be from the Vrishkajan. A pity you have lost your way." "But I have found those responsible for trying to sink her," Pitt responded. Under the dim lights, Pitt could see the man's face flush. He checked his anger as Anatoly and the other crewmen approached, shaking their heads. No companions? Then put him with the other and quietly deposit them over the side where no one will find them, the man hissed. The guard stepped forward and thrust the barrel of his pistol into Pitt's ribs and nodded toward the port side passageway. Pitt grudgingly walked toward the shadows where he had left Giordano and turned down the passageway, followed by the guard and 2 crewmen. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the scar-faced boss return to the bridge via a side stairwell. Marching past the crossways, he half expected to see Giordano lunge out of the shadows at his assailants, but his partner was nowhere to be seen. Reaching the stern deck, he was prodded toward one of the rusty cargo containers lining the rail. Acting calm and non-resistant, he waited until one of the crewmen fumbled with a padlock on the container before taking the offensive. The guard still poked him in the ribs with a pistol, standing off balance in the process. In a lightning-quick move, Pitt bumped the muzzle away from his body with a flick of his left elbow. Before the guard realized what was happening, Pitt had swung at him, carrying the full weight of his right fist with the momentum. The roundhouse hammered the guard's chin, coming within a hair of knocking him unconscious. Instead, he staggered backward into the arms of Anatoly as the gun clanked to the deck. The other crewman was still occupied holding the padlock in his hands, so Pitt gambled and dove for the loose gun. As he hit the deck, his outstretched right hand just snared the Yarigin's polymer grip when a 170-pound mass landed on his back. With calm callousness, Anatoly had wisely pushed the punch-drunk guard back at Pitt, the dazed man landing in a heap on Pitt's back. As Pitt tried to roll the guard off, he felt the cold steel muzzle of an automatic pistol suddenly pressed into the side of his neck. Pitt knew the order not to shoot would only go so far and dropped his gun to the deck. Pitt was held at gunpoint on his knees until the padlock was freed and the double doors of 20-foot-long container were flung open. Shoved roughly in the back, Pitt staggered into the container, falling against a soft object. Under the dim light he realized that he had fallen against a human form, lying crumpled on the container floor. The body moved, the torso pulling up on an elbow as its hidden face turned to Pitt. "Dirk, it's good of you to drop in," rasped the weary voice of Alexander Sargoth. When Pitt was apprehended on the bow, Giordano silently cursed from the shadows. Without a weapon at hand, his options were limited. He considered charging the gunman from afar, but there was just too much open deck to cross in plain view. Watching the guard fire a warning shot at Pitt dispelled the thought of conspicuous heroics altogether. Then, hearing the men from the dock running aboard, he decided to backtrack and skirt through the cross passageway to the starboard side. Perhaps he could fall in place behind the men boarding the gangplank and make a move on the guard with the approach of other men. Moving silently along the bulkhead, he quick-stepped down the port deck and turned into the cross passageway. Just as he turned the corner, a black-clad figure running from the opposite direction collided head-on with him. In a scene out of a Keystone Cops silent movie, both men bounced off each other like rubber balls and fell flat on their backs. Agile as a cat and quickly shaking off the blow, Giordano sprang to his feet first and lunged at the other man as he scrambled to stand up. Grabbing him by the torso, Giordano slammed the other man headfirst into the bulkhead. A soft clangicote as the man's skull met the steel wall and his body instantly fell limp in Giordano's arms. No sooner was the man out cold than the sound of footsteps resonated down the port deck. A glance to the lighted forward deck revealed Pitt being escorted aft. Quickly dragging the unconscious man down the cross passageway, Giordano ducked back into the conference room. Hoisting the limp body onto the conference table, he noticed that the crewman was his same height and dressed in the same black overalls that the deck guard wore. A quick search turned up no weapons on the man, who was actually the ship's radio operator. Giordano stripped off the overalls and slipped them over his own pants, then pulled on a dark wool fishing cap that the man had been wearing. Satisfied he could in the dark pass as a crewman, he stepped back into the corridor and moved aft, completely unsure of his next move. Sargoth's clothes were rumpled, his hair askew, and his left brow glistened a midnight blue. Though his face was weary, His eyes sparkled with life as he recognized Pitt. "Alexander, how bad are you hurt?" Pitt asked, helping Sargov to a sitting position. "I'm all right," he replied in a stronger voice. "They just roughed me up a little after I laid one of their men down." A slight smile of satisfaction creased his lips. Behind them, the double doors of the container slammed shut, casting the interior into complete darkness. The hum of a diesel generator kicked to life as one of the crewmen took the controls of a nearby shipboard crane. The operator swung the boom across the deck, jerking it to a stop above the container as its dangling steel hook swung wildly about. Releasing the cable, he let the hook drop until it landed on the container with a metallic clang, then killed the controls. Inside, Pitt turned on his penlight for illumination as Sargov regained his strength. "They tried to sink the Vrishkajan," the Russian said. "Pray tell, your presence here indicates they failed." "Not by much," Pitt replied. "We were able to tow the ship ashore before she sank in the bay. The oil survey team is missing." "Did they come aboard with you?" "Yes, but we were separated when we came aboard the freighter. I heard a commotion in the passageway outside my cabin and was met with the muzzle of a pistol when I went to investigate. It was the deck officer, Anatoly. He and the woman Tatiana marched us to a waiting tender at gunpoint and brought us here. Their purpose for doing so is a complete mystery," he added, shaking his head. "That's less important at the moment than how we get out of here," Pitt said, climbing to his feet. Scanning the container, he found it was empty but for a few scattered rags on the floor. Outside its steel walls, Anatoly collected a pair of looped cable strands and wrapped them around the base of the container. The other crew member, a thin man with greasy hair, climbed atop the container and pulled the cables together, then slid them over the crane hook. The guard who had taken the punch from Pitt staggered back to his feet, retrieving his gun while watching the spectacle from a distance. Jumping from the container roof, the thin crewman returned to the crane controls in a darkened corner a few yards away. Tapping his fingers on the lift lever, he elevated the boom until the cables went taut, then slowly raised the container off the deck until it swung loosely in the air. With his eyes focused on the dangling container, he failed to notice a figure creep silently across the deck and approach from the side. He additionally failed to see the balled fist that suddenly materialized out of the darkness and struck him below his ear with the kinetic energy of a wrecking ball. Had he not immediately blacked out from the blow to his carotid artery, he would have looked into the face of Owen Giordano as he was dragged from the controls like a wet noodle and dumped on the deck. Giordano had no time to study the controls as he took the man's place. Pulling at a lever with his right hand, he guessed right, and watched as the boom rose, elevating the container a few more inches. Testing the lateral controls with his left hand, he swung the boom amidships a foot or two before reversing directions and swinging the container out over the port side of the ship, the metal box just barely clearing the railing. Giordano held the crane steady for a minute, the container fivisting back and forth perilously over the water. As he had hoped, Anatoly and the guard followed the path of the container and stood at the port rail to watch the impending drowning. Though the night temperature was cool, a bead of sweat trickled down Giordano's brow as he calmly waited with his hands on the controls until Anatoly waved at him to drop the boom. Giordano slowly swung the crane a few more feet away from the ship, then waited until the container had swayed to its farthest point in the pendulum, then reversed the controls and jammed the boom back over the stern deck as hard as he could. The two men at the rail watched with a confused look as the boom swung overhead while the container hung in midair for a split second, then its momentum shifted and the 2-ton steel box suddenly came barreling right toward them. The unsteady guard managed to teeter back on his heels, cursing as the flying container skimmed by just inches from his face. Anatoly was not so lucky. Rather than duck, he tried to sidestep the hurling box in the other direction. But he had too far to jump and took only a short step before the swinging container was on top of him. A gurgled cry from his crushed lungs was the only sound he made as his body was tossed across the deck like a rag doll. The dazed guard at the rail peered at the crane controls and cursed like a madman, then fell silent as he realized the man operating the boom was not his colleague. As he reached for his gun, Giordano whipped the lateral boom controls back to the right and the crane mechanism began marching again toward the port rail. Giordano ducked as the guard aimed and fired a shot, the bullet whizzing close over his head. Even crouching low, he still kept his hands on the crane controls. The swinging container had reached its shipside apex and now arced toward the port rail. Stepping into its path to fire his gun, the guard ducked low to let it pass over him. But as the flying container approached the gunman, Giordano yanked down on the elevation controls, lowering the boom to the deck. The container followed suit, plunging the short distance to the deck just ahead of the gunman. A piercing shriek wailed across the stern as the container struck the deck, then rolled onto one side from the momentum. Careening over, the container clipped the left leg of the guard as he scrambled to get clear. Pinned under the massive container with a smashed leg, the guard howled in agony. Giordano sprinted over and stepped on the man's wrist, grabbing the pistol that fell out of his clenched grip. He then yanked off his borrowed wool cap and jammed it in the man's mouth, temporarily stemming the guard's cries. "Beware of flying objects," Giordano grunted at the man, who stared back through glassy eyes that cringed with pain. Taking aim at the padlock, Giordano ripped off 2 point-blank shots, then tore away the demolished device. Grasping the release lever, he threw open one of the doors, which fell flat to the deck from the tilted container. Pitt and Sargoth tumbled out like a pair of rolled dice, staggering to their feet, rubbing aching body parts. "Don't tell me, you spent a previous life as a carnival ride operator," Pitt said with a crooked smile. "No, just practicing my bowling," Giordano replied. "If you boys are able, I suggest we vacate the premises post-haste." On the forward part off ship, a thunder of footfalls mixed with loud shouts could be heard storming up the gangplank. Pitt scanned the stem deck, noting the unconscious bodies lying there, before turning his gaze to Sargoth. The beat-up Russian scientist was moving slowly and appeared in no condition to be outrunning anyone that night. "I'll get the boat. Take Alexander and get off down the stern line," Pitt directed. Giordano barely nodded a reply when Pitt took off at a sprint toward the starboard rail. Climbing over the rail, he bent his knees and sprang toward the dock. Without a running start, he nearly missed the pier, managing to catch a foot and propel himself forward, landing in a self-cushioning ball on the dock. More voices yelling aboard the ship, now moving closer following a spray of flashlight beams. Pitt abandoned any attempt at stealth and sprinted back to the Zodiac as a drumbeat of footsteps tailed him down the dock. When he leaped into the small boat, his prayers were answered when the WM outboard motor fired on the first pull of the rope. Gunning the motor, he aimed the Zodiac toward the freighter's stern, charging ahead until the rubber boat's bow bounced off the steel transom. Pitt cut the throttle and looked up. Directly overhead, Sargoth plunged into view, clinging to the stern rope line with a tenuous grip. "Let go, Alexander," he urged. Pitt stood and half caught the heavy Russian as he dropped into the boat with all the finesse of a sack of flour. Above their heads, an automatic handgun suddenly barked, spraying a half-dozen shots about the ship and dock. A second later, Giordano appeared on the stern line, quickly lowering himself hand over hand until he dangled a few feet above the boat. As the shout of voices resumed on the deck above them, Giordano dropped silently into the boat. "Exit stage left," he urged. Pitt was already gunning the throttle, steering under the ship's stern and around to the port beam before turning into the lake. The small boat quickly planed up on its fiberglass hull, raising the buoyancy tubes above futeline, which provided an added surge of acceleration. For several seconds, they remained in clear view of the ship and dock, and the TLNEE men ducked low in the boat to avoid gunfire. Yet no one fired. Pitt glanced back to see nearly a half-dozen men surge to the ship's port rail, but they just stood and watched as the little boat disappeared into the darkness. "Odd, They went pacifist on us at the last minute, Giordano noted, observing the sight. Especially since you already woke up the neighborhood with your exhibition of quick-draw shooting, Pitt agreed. He made no effort to disguise their course, running a direct path to the Vrishkajan. Approaching the research vessel a few minutes later, Pitt motored alongside a lowered stairwell on the starboard beam. On shore, the police rookie suddenly noticed their arrival and shouted for them to stop. Sargoff stood up in the boat and yelled back in Russian. The policeman visibly shrank, then quickly turned and hightailed it into the village. I told him to go wake the chief, Sargoff explained. We're going to need some muscle to search that freighter. Rudy Gunn, who had nervously paced the deck during their absence, heard the shouts and ran from the bridge as the three men staggered aboard. Dr. Sargoff, are you all right? Gunn asked, staring at his swollen face and blooded clothes. I am fine. Please find the captain for me, if you would be so kind. Pitt shepherded Sargoff to the Vrishkajan's sick bay while Gunn roused the ship's doctor and Captain Garitonov. Giordano located a bottle of vodka and poured a round of shots while the doctor examined Sargoff. That was a close call, the Russian scientist declared, regaining color and strength once the vodka surged through his bloodstream. I am indebted to my friends from NUMA, he said, hoisting a second shot of vodka toward the Americans before downing it in a casual gulp. To your health, Pitt replied before kicking back his shot. Vash Zdorovi. Sargoff replied before downing his drink. Do you know what became of Teresa and the others? Giordano asked, concern evident on his heavy brow. No, we were separated once we boarded the ship. Since it was apparent they were going to kill me, they must have wanted them alive for some reason. I would presume they are still aboard the ship. Alexander, you are safe, bellowed Captain Garitonov as he barged into the cramped sick bay. He has a sprained wrist and a number of contusions, the doctor reported, applying a bandage to a cut on Sargoff's face. It is nothing, Sargoff said, waving away the doctor. Listen, Ian. The Avaga Oil Consortium freighter, there is no doubt that they were responsible for attempting to sink your ship. Your crewman Anatoly was working for them, and possibly the woman Tatiana as well. Anatoly? I had just hired him on at the beginning of the project when my regular first officer fell ill with severe food poisoning. Had treachery, the captain cursed. I will call the authorities at once. These hoodlums will not get away with this. The authorities, in the form of the chief of police and his young assistant, arrived nearly an hour later, accompanied by the two Irkutsk detectives. It had taken that long for the impertinent chief to rise, dress, and enjoy an early breakfast of sausages and coffee before casually making his way to the Vrishkajan, retrieving the two detectives from a local inn along the way. Sargoff retold his tale of abduction, while Pitt and Giordano added their search for the missing derrick and their escape from the freighter. The two Irkutsk men gradually took over the interrogation, asking more probing and intelligent questions. Pitt noted that the two detectives seemed to show an odd deference to the Russian scientist, as well as a hint of familiarity. It will be prudent to investigate the freighter with our full security force, the police chief announced with bluster. Sergei, please round up the list of Yanka auxiliary security forces and have them report immediately to police headquarters. Nearly another hour passed before the small contingent of local security forces marched toward the freighter's berth, the pompous chief leading the way. The first light of dawn was just breaking, casting a grey pall over a damp mist that floated just above the ground. Pitt and Giordano, with Gunn and Sargoff at their sides, followed the police force through the dock gate, which was now open and unguarded. The dock was completely deserted, and Pitt began to get a sick feeling in his stomach when he realized that all three trucks parked by the ship had now vanished. The bossy police chief charged up the freighter's gangplank, calling out for the captain, but was met by only the sound of a humming generator. Pitt followed him to the empty bridge, where the ship's log and all other charts and maps were noticeably absent. Slowly and methodically, the police team searched the entire ship, finding an equally purloined and empty vessel. Not a shred of evidence was uncovered as to the ship's intent, nor a person around to tell its tale. "Talk about abandoning ship," Giordano muttered, shaking his head. "Even the cabins are empty of personal effects." That was one quick getaway. Too quick to have been carried out unexpectedly in the short time we were gone. No, they had finished their work and were already sneaking out the door when we stopped by. I'll bet there weren't any personal effects or links to the crew brought aboard in the first place. They planned on walking away from an empty ship. "With a kidnapped oil survey team," Giordano replied, his mind centered on Teresa. After a long silence, he returned to the bridge, hopeful to find some sort of clue as to where the departed trucks had gone. Pitt stood on the bridge wing, staring down at the stern deck and its array of empty containers. His mind whirred with puzzlement over the motive for the abductions and the fate of the survey team. The pink glow of the rising sun bathed the ship in a dusky light and illuminated the gouge marks embedded in the deck where the sunken derrick had stood the night before. Whatever secrets the ship possessed had departed with the crew and cargo that vanished quietly in the night. But the sunken derrick was something they had not been able to hide. The significance was lost on Pitt, but, deep inside, he suspected it was an important clue to a bigger mystery. 10 Captain Stae Howard squinted through a scratched pair of binoculars and scanned the bright aqua-blue waters of the Persian Gulf that glistened before him. The waterway was often a bustling hive of freighters, tankers, and warships jockeying for position, particularly around the narrow channel of the Strait of Hormuz. In the late afternoon off Qatar, however, he was glad to see that the shipping traffic had almost vanished. Ahead off his port bow, a large tanker approached, riding low in the water with a fresh load of crude oil in its belly. Off his stern, he noted a small black drill ship trailing a mile or two behind. Tanker traffic was all he was hoping to see, and with a slight relief, he lowered the glasses down to the bow of his own ship. He needed the binoculars to obtain a clear view of his own ship's prow, for the stodgy forepeak stood nearly 800 feet away. Looking forward, he noted rippling waves of heat shimmering off the white topside deck of the Margin. The massive supertanker, known as a very large crude carrier, was built to transport over 2 million barrels of oil. Larger than the Chrysler Building, and about as easy to maneuver, the big ship was en route to fill its cavernous holds with Saudi light crude oil pumped from the teeming oil fields of Ghawar. Passing the Strait of Hormuz had flicked on an unconscious alarm in Howard. Though the American Navy had a visible presence in the Gulf, they couldn't blanket every commercial ship that entered the busy waterway. With Iran sitting across the Gulf and potential terrorists lurking in a half-dozen countries along the Saudi Arabian peninsula, there was reason to be concerned. Pacing the bridge and scanning the horizon, Howard knew he wouldn't relax until they had taken on their load of crude and reached the deep waters of the Arabian Sea. Howard's eyes were drawn to a sudden movement on the deck, and he adjusted the binoculars until they focused on a wiry man with shaggy blonde hair who tore across the deck on a yellow moped. Ducking and weaving around the surface deck's assorted pipes and valves, the daredevil whizzed along at the moped's top speed. Howard tracked him as he rounded a bend and sprinted past a shirtless man stretched out on a lounge chair holding a stopwatch in one hand. "I see the first mate is still frying to top the track record," Howard said with a grin. The tanker's executive officer, hunched over a colored navigation chart of the Gulf, nodded without looking up. "I'm sure your record will remain safe for another day, sir," he replied. Howard laughed to himself. The 30-man crew of the supertanker was constantly creating ways to stave off boredom during the long transatlantic voyages or the slack periods when oil was being pumped on or off the ship. A rickety moped, used to traverse the enormous deck during inspections, was suddenly seized upon as a competitive instrument of battle. A makeshift oval course was laid out on the deck, complete with jumps and a hairpin turn. One by one, the crew took turns at the course like qualifying drivers for the Indy 500. To the crew's chagrin, the ship's amiable captain had ended up clocking the best time. None had any idea that Howard had raced motocross while growing up in South Carolina. "Coming up on Duran, sir," said the exec, a soft-spoken African-American from Houston named Jensen. "Ras Tanura is 25 miles ahead. Shall I disengage the autopilot?" "Yes, let's go to manual controls and reduce speed at the 10-mile mark." "No," shouted the berthing master, "that we'll be ready to take tugs in approximately 2 hours." Everything about sailing the supertanker had to be done with foresight, especially when it came to stopping the mammoth vessel. With its oil tanks empty and riding high on the water, the tanker was somewhat more nimble, but, to the men on the bridge, it was still like moving a mountain. Along the western shoreline, the dusty brown desert gave way to the city of Duran, a company town, home to the oil conglomerate Saudi Aramco. Steering past the city and its neighboring port of Dammam, the tanker edged toward a thin peninsula that stretched into the Gulf from the north. Sprawled across the peninsula was the huge oil facility of Ras Tanura. Ras Tanura is the Grand Central Station of the Saudi oil industry. More than half of Saudi Arabia's total crude oil exports flow through the government-owned complex, which is linked by a maze of pipelines to the rich oil fields of the interior desert. At the tip-off peninsula, dozens of huge storage tanks stockpile the valuable black liquid next to liquid natural gas tanks and other refined petroleum products awaiting shipment to Asia and the West. Farther up the coast, the largest refinery in the world processes the raw crude oil into a slew of petroleum offshoots. But perhaps the most impressive feature of Ras Tanura is barely visible at all. On the bridge of the margin, Howard ignored the tanks and pipelines ashore and focused on a half-dozen supertankers lined up in pairs off the peninsula. The ships were moored to a fixed terminal called Sea Island, which stretched beam-like across the water for more than a mile. Like an oasis nourishing a herd of thirsty camels, the Sea Island terminal quenched the empty supertankers with a high-powered flow of crude oil pumped from the storage tanks ashore. Unseen beneath the waves, a network of 30-inch supply pipes fed the black liquid 2 miles across the floor of the Gulf to the deep water filling station. As the margin crept closer, Howard watched a trio of tugboats align a Greek tanker against the Sea Island before turning toward his own vessel. The margin's pilot took control of the supertanker and eased the vessel broadside to an empty berth at the end of the loading terminal, just opposite of the Greek tanker. As they waited for the tugs to push them in, Howard admired the sight of other 7 supertankers parked nearby. All over 1,000 feet long, easily exceeding the length of the Titanic, they were truly marvels of ship construction. Though he had seen hundreds of tankers in his day and served on several supertankers before the margin, the sight of a VLCC still filled him with awe. The dirty white sail of an Arab dhow caught his eye in the distance and he turned toward the peninsula to admire the local sailing vessel. The small boat skirted the coastline, sailing north past the black drill ship that had tailed the margin earlier and was now positioned near the shoreline. "Tugs are in position port side, sir," interrupted the voice of the pilot. Howard simply nodded, and soon the massive ship was pushed into its slot on the Sea Island terminal. A series of large transfer lines began pumping black crude into the ship's empty storage tanks, little by little settling the tanker lower in the water. Secured at the terminal, Howard allowed himself to relax slightly, knowing that his responsibilities were through for at least the next several hours. It was nearly midnight when Howard awoke from a short nap and stretched his legs with a stroll about the forward deck of the tanker. The crude oil loading was nearly complete, and the margin would easily meet its 3 am departure schedule, allowing the next empty supertanker in line to take its turn at the filling depot. The distant blast from a tug's horn told him that a tanker further down the quay had completed its fill-up and was preparing to be pulled away from Sea Island. Gazing at the lights twinkling along the Saudi Arabian shoreline, Howard was jolted by a sudden banging of the dolphins against the tanker's hull. Large cushion supports mounted along the Sea Island berths, the breasting dolphins supported the lateral force of the ships while being loaded at the terminal. The clanging blows from the dolphins weren't just coming from below, he realized, but echoed all along the terminal. Stepping to the side rail, he leaned his head over and looked down along the loading quay. Sea Island at night, like the supertankers themselves, was lit up like a Christmas tree. Under the battery of overhead lights, Howard could see that it was the terminal itself that was pulsing back and forth against the sides of the tankers. It didn't make sense, he thought. The terminal was grounded into the seabed. Any movement ought to come from the ships drifting against the berths. Yet peering down the distant length of the terminal, he could see it waver like a serpent, striking one side of tankers and then the other. The banging of the bumpers grew louder and louder until they hammered against the ships like thunder. Howard gripped the rail until his knuckles turned white, not comprehending what was happening. Staring in shock, he watched as one after another of the 4 24-inch loading arms broke free of the ship, spumed a river of crude oil in all directions. A nearby shout creased the air as Howard spotted a platform engineer clinging for life aboard the swaying terminal. As far as the eye could see, the steel terminal rocked and swayed like a giant snake, battering itself against the huge ships. Alarm bells rang out as the oil transfer lines were torn away from the other tankers by the rippling force, bathing the sides of the ships in a flowing sea of black. Farther down the quay, a chorus of unseen voices cried for help. Howard peered down to see a pair of men in yellow hard hats sprinting down the terminal, shouting as they ran. Behind them, the lights of the terminal began disappearing in a slow succession. Howard stood unblinking for a second before realizing with horror that the entire Sea Island terminal was sinking beneath their feet. The clanging of the terminal against the margin intensified, the mooring dolphins physically mashing the side of the tanker. For the first time, Howard noticed a deep rumble that seemed to emanate from far beneath his feet. The rumble grew in intensity, roaring for several seconds before silencing just as quickly. In its place came the desperate cries of men, running along the terminal. A tumbling house of cards came to Howard's mind as the footings of the terminal gave way in succession and the mile-long island vanished under the waves in an orderly progression. When he heard the cries of the men in the water, his horror was replaced by a newfound fear for the safety of his ship. Tearing off across the deck, he pulled a handheld radio from his belt and shouted orders to the bridge as he ran. "Cut the mooring lines! For God's sake, cut the mooring lines!" he gasped. A rush of adrenaline surged through his body, the fear pushing him to race across the deck at breakneck speed. He was still 100 meters from the bridge house when his legs began to throb, but his pace never slowed, even as he hurtled past a river of slippery crude oil that had splashed across the deck. "Tell the chief engineer, we need full power." Immediately he rasped over the radio, his lungs burning for oxygen. Reaching the tanker's stern superstructure, he headed for the nearest stairwell, bypassing an elevator located a few corridors away. Clambering up the 8 levels to the bridge, he was heartened to feel the throb of the ship's engines suddenly vibrate beneath his feet. As he staggered onto the bridge and rushed to the forward window, his worst fears were realized. In front of the margin, 8 other supertankers lay in paired tandems, divided minutes before by the Sea Island terminal. But now the terminal was gone, plunging toward the Gulf floor 90 feet beneath the surface. The supertankers' mooring lines were still attached, and the force of the sinking terminal was drawing the paired tankers toward one another. In the midnight darkness, Howard could see the lights on the 2 tankers in front of him meld together, followed by the screeching cry of metal on metal as the sides of the ships scraped together. "Emergency full astern!" Howard barked at his executive officer. "What's the status of the mooring lines?" "The stern lines are clear," replied Jensen, looking gaunt. "I'm still awaiting word on the bowlines, but it appears that at least 2 lines are still secure," he added, gazing TLN off binoculars at a pair of taut ropes that stretched from the starboard bow. "The Askiner is drawing onto us," the helmsman said, jerking his head to the right. Howard followed the motion, eyeing the Greek-flagged ship berthed alongside, a black and red supertanker that matched the margin's length of 333 meters. Originally moored 60 feet apart, the two ships were slowly moving laterally together as if drawn by a magnet. The men on the margin's bridge stood and stared helplessly, Howard's laboured breathing matched by the quickened heartbeats of the others beneath their feet. The huge propellers finally began clawing the water in a desperate fury as the tanker's engines were rapidly brought up to high revs by the frantic engineer. The initial movement astern was imperceptible, then, slowly, the huge ship began to creep backward at a sluggish clip. The momentum slowed for a second as the bow mooring line drew taut, then suddenly the line broke free and the ship resumed its rearward crawl. Along her starboard side, the Askiner drew closer. The Korean-built tanker had nearly a full load of crude and rode a dozen feet lower in the water than the margin. From Howard's perspective, it looked as if he could step right off the side of his ship and onto the deck of the neighbouring tanker. "Starboard 20," he ordered the helmsman, trying to angle the bow away from the drifting tanker. Howard had managed to back the margin 300 feet away from the sunken terminal, but it was not enough to escape the adjacent ship. The impact was gentler than Howard had expected, not even felt in the wheelhouse. Just an extended low-pitched screech of metal signalled the collision. The margin's bow was almost amidships of the Askiner when the two ships met, but the rearward motion of Howard's ship had deflected much of the force at impact. For half a minute, the margin's bow scraped along the other tanker's port rail, and then suddenly the two ships were clear. Howard immediately cut his engines and lowered a pair of lifeboats over the side to search for any dockworkers in the water. Then he gingerly backed his ship another 1,000 feet away from the melee and watched the carnage. All 10 of the supertankers were damaged. 2 of the big ships had locked decks and were so intertwined that it took 2 days before an army of welders could cut them free. 3 of the ships had their double-hulled plates bashed though, leaking thousands of gallons of crude oil freely into the Gulf as the ships listed to one side. But the Margin had escaped with minimal damage, none of her tanks compromised in the collision thanks to Howard's fast action. His relief at saving his ship was short-lived, however, when a series of muffled explosions echoed across the Gulf waters. "Sir, it's the refinery," the helmsman noted, pointing toward the western shoreline. An orange glow appeared on the horizon, which grew like the rising sun as a series of additional explosions rocked across the water. Howard and his crew watched the spectacle for hours as the pyre marched along the shoreline. It wasn't long before thick plumes of black smoke mixed with the odor of burned petroleum wafted over the ship. "How could they do it?" the executive officer blurted. "How could terrorists have gotten in there with explosives? It's one of the most secure facilities in the world." Howard shook his head in silence. Jensen was right. A private army guarded the whole complex in a tight web of security. It must have been a masterful infiltration to take out the Sea Island terminal as well, he thought, though there were no apparent offshore explosions. Thankfully, his ship and crew were safe, and he intended to keep it that way. Once the search for survivors in the water was completed, Howard moved the tanker several miles out into the Gulf, where he circled the big ship slowly until dawn. By daylight, the full extent of the damage became apparent as emergency response teams from around the region converged on the scene. The Ras Tanura refinery, one of largest in the world, was a smouldering ruin, nearly completely destroyed by the raging fires. The Sea Island offshore terminal, capable of feeding 18 supertankers at a time with raw crude oil, had completely vanished beneath the Gulf. The nearby tank farm, providing storage for nearly 30 million barrels of petroleum products, was mired in a waist-deep sea of black ooze from dozens of cracked and fractured tanks. Farther into the desert, countless oil supply pipelines were broken in two like twigs, soaking the surrounding sands black with thick pools of crude oil. Overnight, nearly a third of Saudi Arabia's oil exporting capability was destroyed. Yet a raft of terrorist suicide bombers was not to blame. Around the world, seismologists had already fingered the cause of the destruction. A massive earthquake, measuring 7.3 on the Richter scale, had rattled the east coast of Saudi Arabia. Analysts and pundits alike would lament the happenstance of Mother Nature when the quake's epicenter was computed to be just 2 miles from Ras Tanura. The shock waves caused by striking at such a critical locale would ultimately ripple far beyond the Persian Gulf, shaking the globe for many months to come. 11 Hang Ju drew a last puff from his cheap unfiltered cigarette, then flicked the butt over the rail. He watched in lazy curiosity as the glowing ember flitted to the dirty water below, half expecting the murky surface to ignite in a wall of flames. Heaven knows, there's enough spilled petroleum in the black water to power a small city, he thought as the cigarette fizzled to a harmless demise alongside a belly-up mackerel. As the dead fish could attest, the dank waters around the Chinese port of Ningbo were anything but hospitable. A flurry of construction activity along the commercial waterfront had helped stir up the polluted waters, already contaminated by the steady stream of leaky container ships, tankers, and tramp freighters that frequented the port. Located in the Yangtze River Delta, not far from Shanghai, Ningbo was rapidly growing into one of China's largest seaports, in part due to its deep water channel that allowed dockage for giant TLNE 100,000-ton supertankers. Ju, barked a Doberman-like voice, whose owner more resembled an overweight bulldog. Ju turned to see his supervisor, the operations director for Ningbo Container Terminal No. 3, high-stepping down the dock toward him. An unlikable tyrant by the name of Chinglin, he wore a permanent scowl painted on his pudgy face. Ju, he repeated, approaching the longshoreman. We've had a change in schedule. The Akajizan Maru, bound from Singapore, has been delayed due to engine problems. So we are going to allow the Jasmine Star to take her berth at Dock 30. She's due in at 7:30. Make sure your crew is standing by to receive her. I'll pass the word, Ju said and nodded. The container ship terminal where they worked operated around the clock. In the nearby waters of the East China Sea, a steady stream of transport ships milled about, waiting their turn at the docks. China's abundant labor pool ground out an endless supply of cheap electronics, children's toys, and clothing that were immediately gobbled up by the consumer markets of the industrialized nations. But it was the lumbering container ship, the unsung workhorse of commercial trade, which empowered global commerce and allowed the Chinese economy to skyrocket. See to it. And keep after the loading crew. I'm getting complaints again about slow turnarounds, Chinglin grumbled. He lowered his clipboard and slid a yellow pencil over his right ear, then turned and walked away. But he stopped after 2 steps and slowly wheeled back around, his eyes widening as he stared at Ju. Or at least Ju thought he was staring at him. She's on fire, Chinglin muttered. Ju realized his supervisor was looking past him and turned to see what he meant. In the harbour surrounding the terminal, a dozen ships milled about the area, an assorted mix of huge container ships and jumbo supertankers overshadowing a handful of small cargo ships. It was one of the cargo ships that distinguished itself, trailing a heavy plume of black smoke. Through Ju's eyes, the ship looked to be a derelict, well overdue for an appointment with the scrapyard. She was at least 40 years old, he guessed, with a tired blue hull that in most places had turned scaly brown from the onslaught of rust. Black smoke, growing thicker by the second, billowed from the forward hold like an inverse waterfall, obscuring most of the ship's superstructure. Yellow flames danced out of the hold in random leaps, occasionally bursting 20 feet into the air. Ju turned his gaze toward the ship's prow, which cut a frothy white wake through the water. She's running fast, and heading toward the commercial terminals, he gasped. The fools! Chinglin cursed. There's no place to run ashore in this direction. Dropping his clipboard, he took off sprinting down the terminal toward the dock office in hopes of radioing the impaired ship. Other ships and shore facilities had already witnessed the fire and were filling the airwaves with offers of assistance. But all of the radio calls to the smoking vessel went unanswered. Ju stayed perched at the end of the container dock, watching as the burning ship steamed closer to shore. The derelict narrowly skirted between a moored barge and a loaded container ship in a deft move that Ju considered miraculous, given the blanket of smoke engulfing the ship's bridge. For a moment the ship appeared headed for the container terminal adjacent to Ju's, but then the ship made a sweeping turn to port. As the vessel's path seemed to straighten out, Ju could see that the ship was now headed toward Ningbo's main crude oil loading facility on Sezi Island. Oddly, he noted that there were no men on deck fighting the flames. Ju scanned the length of the ship and even got a glimpse of the bridge through the smoke as the ship turned away from him, but he couldn't catch sight of any crew members aboard. A shiver went down his spine as he silently wondered if it was an unmanned ghost ship. A pair of deep-water tankers straddled Ningbo's main crude offloading terminal, which had recently been expanded to accommodate 4 supertankers. The burning derelict took a bead on the leeward tanker, a black and white behemoth owned by the Saudi Arabian government. Alerted by the frantic radio traffic, the tanker's executive officer let loose a blast from the ship's deafening air horn. But the burning freighter held steady. The disbelieving exec stood peering at the flaming vessel from his outside bridge wing, powerless to do anything more. Alerted by the warning blast, the tanker's crewmen scrambled like ants to flee the floating incendiary tank, converging onto the lone gangplank. The exec stood and watched unblinking, now joined by the harried captain, who stared waiting for the rusty ship to slice into them. But the impact never came. At the last second, the flaming ship wheeled again, its bow shoring sharply to port and just missing the flanks of the supertanker by a few feet. The freighter seemed to straighten, running parallel with the tanker and taking a bead on the adjacent docking terminal. A semi-floating ramp built on sectional pylons that ran 600 feet into the harbour, the terminal carried the pipelines and pumps used to offload the tanker's supply of crude oil. The rusty derelict now ran as straight as an arrow, the flames from its hold engulfing the entire forward deck. No attempt had been made to slow the vessel, and she, in fact, appeared to have actually gained speed. Striking the end of terminal, the rusty ship's bow tore through the wooden platform like it was a box of matches, sending splintered pieces of the dock flying in all directions. Pylon after pylon disintegrated under the onslaught, barely slowing the vessel as it plowed forward. 100 yards ahead, several crewmen who had been fleeing the big tanker froze on the gangplank, unsure of which direction to find safety. The answer was presented a few seconds later when the ship drove TLN off the base of the plank. Hidden by smoke and flames, a jumble of steel, wood, and humanity that was the gangplank surged underwater and was quickly lost beneath the churning propellers of the ship. The ship continued to drive forward, but, at last, began to stagger as a tangled mass of debris piled up before the bow. Yet the old ship had legs and plowed ahead in the last gasp of its life, fighting to reach shore. Mashing through the final pylon, the spent ship made a final surge onto the shorey front offloading and storage facility. A thunderous crash, accompanied by waves of black smoke, echoed across the island as the mystery ship finally ground to a halt. Those who witnessed the carnage let out a sigh of relief that the worst was apparently over. But then a muffled blast erupted deep in the bowels of the ship, which blew the bow off in a wall of orange fire. In seconds, flames were everywhere, devouring the spilled crude oil that flooded around the ship. The fire raced across the layer of floating oil that reached into the harbour and climbed up to engulf the moored tanker. The entire island was quickly clouded in thick black smoke, which hid the inferno below. Across the bay, Ju stood in astonishment as he watched the flames spread across the terminal complex. Staring at the decrepit freighter as it wallowed and rolled onto its side after the fire inside melted its innards, he grasped to comprehend what kind of suicidal maniac would destroy himself in such a rage. A mile away from Ju's dock, a faded white runabout motored slowly off Sezi Island. Concealed beneath a low-slung canvas tarp, a coffer-skinned man lay on the bow, surveying the burning holocaust ashore through the lens of a small telescope affixed to a laser sight. Appraising the damage with an upturned grin of satisfaction, he disassembled the laser device and accompanying wireless transmitter that minutes before had relayed course directions to the rusty derelict's automatic navigation system. As smoke drifted over the water, the man hoisted a stainless steel suitcase over the gunwale and gently let it slip from his fingers. A few seconds later, the suitcase and its high-tech components found a permanent home under 3 inches of soft mud in the murky depths of Ningbo Harbour. The man turned to the boat's pilot, exposing a long scar that ran across the left side of his face. To the city marina he directed in a low voice. "I have a plane to catch." The fires raged for a day and a half before the port fire control authorities extinguished the blaze. A fast-acting trio of tugboats saved the oil tanker from destruction, converging on the big ship through flaming waters and shoving the mammoth vessel into the bay, where the shipboard fires were quickly controlled. The onshore facilities were less fortunate. The Sezi Island terminal was completely destroyed, taking the lives of 10 oil workers. An additional half-dozen crewmen from the supertanker were still missing and presumed dead. When investigators were finally able to board the mystery derelict, they were stumped to find no bodies aboard. The eyewitness accounts were beginning to sound correct. It was a deserted ship that had seemingly sailed itself. Unknown in the local waters, the ship was traced by insurance agents back to a Malaysian shipbroker who had sold it at auction to a scrap dealer. The scrap dealer had vanished, and his business turned out to be a shell company with a phony address and no traceable links. Investigators speculated a disgruntled former crew was to blame, angered with the ship's captain and setting the vessel ablaze in revenge. The mystery fire ship of Ningbo, as it came to be known locally, had sailed to a fiery demise at the Sezi Island terminal by sheer luck. Hangzhou suspected otherwise, however, and forever believed that somebody had guided the ship of death to shore. The 12th of January minutes in the Gold Conference Room. "Can I get you a coffee before we start?" Jan Montague Clayton stared at the co-worker standing in her doorway like he'd just landed from Mars. "Harvey, my urine has turned the color of cappuccino, and there's enough caffeine in my bloodstream to fuel the space shuttle. But thanks anyway. I'll be along in a moment." "I'll make sure the projection system is set up," Harvey replied sheepishly, then disappeared down the corridor. Clayton couldn't count the number of coffees she had consumed in the last 2 days, but knew it had been her primary sustenance. Since the news of the earthquake at Ras Tanura had broken the day before, she had been glued to her desk, developing economic impact assessments while quietly gathering oil company reactions from the slate of industry insiders that filled her Rolodex. Only a brief foray to her stylish apartment in the East Village at 2 in the morning for a catnap and change of clothes had offered a respite from the state of chaos that surrounded her. As a senior commodities research analyst for the investment banking firm of Goldman Sachs, Clayton was used to working 12-hour days, but as a specialist in oil and natural gas futures, she was unprepared for the fallout from Ras Tanura. Every sales associate and fund manager in the firm seemed to be calling her, crying for advice on how to handle their clients' accounts. She finally had to unplug her phone in order to concentrate, while steering well clear of her email account. Taking a last look at some oil export figures, she stood and patted down her beige Angora suit, then picked up a laptop computer and headed for the door. Against her better judgment, she stopped suddenly and wheeled back toward the desk, where she scooped up a ceramic cup half full of coffee. The conference room was a packed house, the mostly male crowd waiting anxiously for her report. As Harvey opened the meeting with a brief economic overview, Clayton studied the audience. The sprinkling of partners and senior managers was easy to spot, their premature grey hair and paunch bellies signaling the lifetime of hours spent inside the building's walls. At the other spectrum were the younger sales associates, cutthroat and aggressive in their desire to climb the firm's ladder to the holy land of seniority, where 7-figure year-end bonuses were regularly pocketed. Half of the overpaid and overworked investment professionals didn't care whether Clayton's predictions would be accurate or not so long as they had someone to blame for their trades. Yet those who paid attention quickly learned that Clayton knew her stuff. In the short time she had been with the firm, she had already acquired the reputation as a savvy analyst with an uncanny ability to predict trends in the market. And Jan will now discuss the current state of the oil markets, Harvey concluded, passing the stage to Clayton. Plugging her laptop into the projection system, she waited a moment for her PowerPoint presentation to appear on the screen. Harvey walked to the side of the conference room and closed the blinds of a large picture window that offered an impressive view of Lower Manhattan from the Broad Street high-rise. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Raz Tanura," she began, speaking in a soft but confident voice. A map of Saudi Arabia jumped to the screen, followed by photos of an oil refinery and storage tanks. Ras Tanura is Saudi Arabia's largest oil and liquid natural gas export terminal. Or was, rather, until yesterday's massive earthquake. Damage assessments are still underway, but it appears that nearly 60% of the refinery was destroyed by fire and that at least half of the storage facilities suffered major structural damage. "How does that impact oil exports?" interrupted a jug-eared man named Eli, munching on a donut as he spoke. "Hardly at all," Clayton replied, pausing to let Eli take the bait. "Then why the big oil shock?" he asked, crumbs spraying off his lips. "Most of the refinery's output is utilized by the Saudis themselves. What will impact oil exports is the damage incurred to the pipelines and shipping terminals." Another image appeared on the screen, showing a dozen supertankers docked at the Sea Island loading terminal. "Those floating terminals should have been safe from the earthquake at sea," someone commented from the rear of the room. "Not when the epicenter of the earthquake was less than 2 miles away," Clayton countered. "And those aren't floating terminals, they are fixed in the seabed. Shifting sediments from the earthquake caused a complete collapse of this offshore terminal, which is known as Sea Island. The Sea Island terminal handles the largest of the supertankers and that capacity has been completely wiped out. Several additional shore-based loading piers were destroyed as well. It appears that over 90% of Ras Tanura's export infrastructure has been damaged or destroyed. That is why there has been a big oil shock," she said, staring at Eli. A hushed gloom fell over the room. Finally finishing his donut, Eli broke the silence. "Jan, what kind of volume does that translate to?" "Nearly 6 million barrels a day of Saudi export oil will immediately be removed from the supply chain." "Isn't that nearly 10% of the daily world demand?" a senior associate asked. "It's closer to 7%, but you get the picture." Clayton brought up the next slide, which showed the recent spike in price of a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude oil, as traded on the New York Mercantile Exchange. As you know, the markets have reacted with their usual rabid hysteria, blasting the spot price of crude to over $125 a barrel in the last 24 hours. "Those of you in equities have already seen the resulting collapse on the Dow," she added, to a chorus of groans and nodding heads. "But where do we go from here?" Eli asked. "That's the $64 question, or $125, rather, in our case. We're dealing in fear at the moment, driven by uncertainty. And fear has a habit of producing irrational behavior that isn't easy to predict." Clayton stopped and took a sip from her coffee. She had her audience hanging on every word. Though her attractive looks always drew attention, it was her knowledge that had the crowd enraptured now. She savored the taste of power for a moment, then continued. "Make no mistake. The destruction at Ras Tanura is going to leave a devastating mark around the world. On the home front, there's going to be an immediate whack to the domestic economy that will rival the post-9/11 downturn. When that $125 barrel of oil trickles down to $7 for a gallon of gas next week, Joe Consumer is going to park his Hummer and start riding the bus. Higher prices for everything from diapers to airline tickets will ripple through the economy. No one is prepared for that degree of run-up in price, which will throw a roadblock to consumer purchasing in short order. Is there anything the president can do to help?" Eli asked. Not much, though there are two things that might soften the blow. Our country's strategic petroleum reserve is now sitting at full capacity. If President so elects, he could draw down on the reserves to replace some of the shortages from Saudi Arabia. In addition, the drilling in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge approved by the prior administration has now come online, so the Alaska pipeline is now running at full capacity again. That will provide a slight boost to domestic production numbers. Neither item will be sufficient to prevent fuel shortages in some regions of the country, however. What can we expect in the long term? He inquired. We can't forecast the impact that fear will have on the markets. We can predict the dynamics of supply and demand that will ultimately prevail. The spike in price should soften current levels of demand over the next few months, easing the pressure on oil prices. In addition, the other 10 OPEC countries will clamor to make up Saudi Arabia's lost exports, though it is unclear whether they have the infrastructure to cover the shortfall. But wouldn't OPEC want to keep the price of oil over $100? Eli pestered. Sure, if demand stayed constant. But we are going to face a sharp economic contraction as it is. If the price was maintained at $125 arbitrarily, you would see a global economic collapse rivaling the Great Depression. You don't think that's in the cards? It's possible. But OPEC doesn't want to see a worldwide economic collapse any more than the industrialized nations do, as that will reduce their revenues. The main concern today is still one of supply. We witness another supply disruption, then all bets are off. So what's the investment play? Eli asked pointedly. Initial estimates from Ras Tanura suggest that the shipping terminals can be repaired or replaced within 6 to 9 months. My trading recommendation would be to short oil positions at the current price, with the expectation that pricing will retreat to more moderate levels within 9 to 12 months. You're sure of that? Asked Eli with a hint of skepticism. Absolutely not, Clayton fired back. Venezuela could be hit by a meteorite tomorrow. Nigeria could be taken over by a fascist dictator next week. There are 1,001 political or environmental forces that could disrupt the oil markets in a heartbeat. And that's the unnerving point. Any bit of further bad news may drive us past a recession and into a depression that will take years to recover from. But it seems a bit tenuous to me to assume that another natural disaster will strike soon with the impact of Ras Tanura. Are there any more questions? Clayton asked, reaching her final slide. Harvey opened the window shades, letting in a blast of sunlight that made everyone in the room squint for a moment. Jan, my desk trades in global equities, stated a short blonde woman in a garnet-colored blouse. Can you tell me which countries are most vulnerable to the reduced Saudi oil exports? Sandra, I can only tell you where the Saudi oil exports are currently going. The US, as you know, has been a prime customer of Saudi oil since the 1930s. Washington has long pursued a goal of reducing our reliance on Middle East crude, but Saudi oil still accounts for nearly 15% of our total imported oil. How about the European Union? Western Europe obtains most of oil from the North Sea, but Saudi imports do play a factor. Their proximity to other suppliers should mitigate severe shortages, I believe. No, the hardest hit countries will be in Asia. Clayton drained the last of her coffee while she pulled up a file on her computer. She curiously noted that the occupants of the entire room remained seated and listening to her every word. Japan will feel a major jolt, she said, scanning the report. The Japanese import 100% of their oil requirements and were already stung by the recent earthquake in Siberia that took out a section of the Taishet-Nakhodka pipeline. Though not widely publicized, that accident had already pushed the price of oil up $3 to $4 a barrel, she noted. I can tell you that Japan imports 22% of its oil from Saudi Arabia, so they will feel a significant contraction. However, a temporary boost in Russian oil exports could take away something of the strain once the Siberian pipeline is repaired. And China? An anonymous voice asked. What about that fire near Shanghai? Scanning down the page, Clayton furrowed her brow. The Chinese will be facing a similar shock. Nearly 20% of China's oil imports come from Saudi Arabia, she said, all of which arrives by tanker ship. I haven't assessed the impact of the fire at the Ningpo oil terminal, but I can only speculate that combined with the Ras Tanura disaster, the Chinese will be facing a major hurdle in the near term. Are alternative sources available to the Chinese? A voice in the back asked. Not readily. Russia would be the obvious source, but they are more inclined to sell their oil to the West and Japan. Kazakhstan might provide some relief, but their pipeline to China is already at capacity. I think there could be a dramatic impact to the Chinese economy, which is already suffering a shortage of energy resources. Clayton made a mental note to review the Chinese situation in more depth when she returned to her office. You mentioned domestic fuel shortages earlier, a pasty-faced man in a purple tie asked. How severe will that be? I would expect only temporary shortages in limited areas, assuming no other market impacts. Again, the main problem we are facing is fear. Fear of another supply disruption, either real or imagined, is the real culprit that could drive us to a complete meltdown. The meeting wound down as the crowd of financiers glumly scurried back to their grey work cubicles. Clayton gathered her laptop and headed for the door as a figure drew up alongside her. Turning her head, she gazed with apprehension at the slovenly figure of Eli, a donut crumb on his tie. Great meeting, January. Eli grinned. Can I buy you a cup of coffee? Gritting her teeth, all she could do was smile and nod. 13 It was a stifling day in Beijing. A suffocating conflux of heat, smog, and humidity doused the congested city in a thick soup of misery. Tempers flared on the streets as cars and bicycles jostled for position in the jammed boulevards. Mothers grabbed their children and flocked to the city's numerous lakes in an attempt to seek a reprieve from the heat. Teenage street vendors hawking chilled Coca-Colas made stellar profits, quenching the thirst of sweaty tourists and businessmen. The temperature was little cooler in the large meeting room of the Chinese Communist Party headquarters, situated in a secure compound just west of Beijing's historic Forbidden City. Buried in the basement of an ancient edifice inaptly named the Palace steeped in compassion, the windowless conference room was an odd conglomeration of fine carpets and antique tapestries mixed with cheap 1960s office furniture. A half-dozen humorless men, comprising the elite standing committee of the Political Bureau, the most influential body in China's government, sat at a scarred round table with the General Secretary and President of China, Qian Fei. The stufo room felt much hotter to the Minister of Commerce, a balding man with beady eyes named Shinji, who stood before the party chiefs with a young female assistant at his side. Shinji, the state just approved the 5-year plan for economic progress last November, President Fei lectured in a belittling tone. You mean to tell me that a few accidents have rendered our national objectives unfeasible? Shinji cleared his throat while wiping a damp palm on his pant leg. NL General Secretary, Politburo members, he replied, nodding to the other assembled bureaucrats. The energy needs of China have changed tremendously in the last few years. Our rapid and dynamic economic growth has driven a high thirst for energy resources. Just a few short years ago, our country was a net exporter of crude oil. Today, more than half of our consumption is supplied by crude oil imports. It is a regrettable fact due to the size of our economy. Whether we like it or not, we are captive to the economic and political forces surrounding the foreign petroleum market, just as the Americans have been for the last 4 decades. Yes, we are well aware of our growing energy appetite, stated Fei. The recently elected party head was a youthful 50-year-old who catered to the traditionalists in the bureaucratic system with equal parts charm and wile. He had a reputation for being hot-tempered, Shinjin knew, but respected the truth. How severe is the shock? Another party member asked. It is like having 2 of our limbs cut off. The earthquake in Saudi Arabia will drastically restrict their ability to ship us oil for months to come, though we can develop alternate suppliers over time. The fire at Ningbo Harbour is perhaps more damaging. Nearly a third of our imported oil flows through the port facility there. The infrastructure necessary to receive oil imports by ship is not something that can be quickly replaced. I am afraid to report that we are facing immediate and drastic shortages that cannot be easily remedied. I have been told the damage repairs may take as long as a year before the current level of imports can be restored, a white-haired Politburo member said. I cannot dispute the estimate, Shinji said, bowing his head. Overhead, the room's fluorescent lights suddenly flashed off, while the noisy and mostly ineffective air conditioning system fell silent. A stillness settled over the darkened room before the lights flickered back on and the cooling system slowly clanged back to life. Along with it came the temper of the president. These blackouts must stop, he cursed. Half of Shanghai was without power for 5 days. Our factories are operating limited hours to conserve electricity, while the workers have no power to cook their dinner at night. And now you tell us that we will be short of fuel oil from abroad and our 5-year plan is rubbish? I demand to know what is being done to solve these problems, he hissed. Shinji visibly shrunk before the tirade. Glancing around the table, he saw that none of the other committee members were brave enough to reply, so he took a deep breath and began speaking in a quiet tone. As you know, additional generators will go online shortly at the Three Gorges Dam hydroelectric development, while a half-dozen new coal and gas-fired power plants are in various stages of construction. But obtaining sufficient natural gas and fuel oil supplies to operate the non-hydro power plants has been a problem, and is more so now. Our state-sponsored oil companies have stepped up exploration in the South China Sea, despite protests from the Vietnamese government. Furthermore, we continue to broaden supply relationships abroad. The Foreign Ministry has recently completed successful negotiations to purchase significant quantities of fuel oil from Iran, I might remind the committee. And we are continuing efforts to acquire Western oil companies that own rich stocks of reserves. Minister Shinji is correct. The grey-haired foreign minister, who sat quietly to the side, coughed. These activities address long-term sources of energy, however, and will do nothing to solve the immediate problem. Again, I ask, what is being done to address the shortfall? Fear nearly shrieked, his voice rising an octave. In addition to Iran, we have spoken with several Middle Eastern countries about boosting their exports. We must of course compete with the Western countries on price, Shinji said softly. But the Ningbo Harbour damage physically limits the amount of oil we are able to bring in by sea. What about the Russians? They are in love with the Japanese, the foreign minister spat. Our attempt to jointly develop a pipeline from the western Siberian oil fields was rejected by the Russians in favor of a line to the Pacific that will supply Japan. We can only boost rail shipments of oil from Russia in the short term, which, of course, is not a feasible means to transport any sizable quantities. So there is no real solution, Fear grumbled, his anger still simmering. Our economic growth will terminate, our gains against the West will cease, and we can all just return to our cooperative farms in the provinces, where we will enjoy continuing blackouts. The room fell silent again as no one dared even breathe in the face of the General Secretary's ire. Only the tinny rattle of the air conditioning rumbling in the background stirred the heavy morose in the air. Then Shinji's assistant, a petite woman named Yi, cleared her throat. "Excuse me, General Secretary, Minister Shinji," she said, nodding to the two men. "The state has just today received a peculiar offer of energy assistance (TLN) off our ministry. I am sorry I didn't have the opportunity to brief you, Minister," she said to Shinji. "I didn't recognize the importance at the time." "Is the proposal?" Fear asked. "It is an offer from an entity in Mongolia to supply high-quality crude oil." "Mongolia?" Fear interrupted. "There's no oil in Mongolia." "The offer is to supply 1 million barrels a day," Yi continued. delivery commencing within 90 days. That's preposterous, Shinji exclaimed, glaring at Yi with irritation for publicly sharing the communique. Perhaps, Yi replied, a look of intrigue suddenly warming his face. It is worth investigating. What else does the proposal say? Just the terms they demand in return, Yi replied, suddenly looking nervous. Pausing in hopes the discussion would end there, she sheepishly continued when she saw all eyes were fixed on her. The price of the oil shall be set at the current market price and locked for a period of 3 years. In addition, exclusive use of the Northeast Oil Pipeline terminating at the port of Qinhuangdao shall be granted, and, further, the Chinese-controlled lands denoted Inner Mongolia shall be formally ceded back to the ruling government of Mongolia. The state audience erupted in an uproar. Cries of outrage rocked through the room at the shocking demand. After minutes of boisterous dissent, Fear pounded an ashtray on the table to regain silence. Silence, the president shouted, immediately quieting the crowd. A pained look crossed his face, then he spoke calmly and quietly. Find out if the offer is real, if the oil does, in fact, exist. Then we shall worry about negotiating an appropriate price. As you wish, General Secretary Shinji bowed. Tell me first, though. Who is it that is making this contemptuous demand? Shinji looked helplessly at Yi. It is a small entity that is unknown to our ministry, she answered, addressing the president. They are called the Avaga Oil Consortium 14. They near hopelessly lost. 2 weeks after departing Ulanud with instructions to explore the upper Selenga River Valley, the 5-man seismic exploration team had lost its way. None of the men from the Russian oil company Lukoil were from the region, which added to their misfortune. The trouble began when someone spilled a hot coffee on the GPS unit, drowning it in a quick death. It was not enough to halt their progression south, even when they stumbled across the Mongolian border and off the edge of the Siberian maps they carried for insurance. What kept them gummed was a series of subsurface folds detected from the pounding of the thumper truck that indicated possible structural traps. Structural traps in the sediment are natural collection basins where pockets of oil and gas can accumulate. The survey team had meandered southeast while tracking the deep traps that meant possible oil and completely lost track of the river. All we have to do is head north and follow our tracks where they are visible, said a short, balding man named Dmitri. The team leader stood peering west, watching the long shadows cast by the trees as sunset approached. I knew we should have left a trail of breadcrumbs, grinned a young assistant engineer named Vlad. I don't think we have enough fuel to reach Kyakhta, replied the thumper's driver. Like the vehicle itself, he was a big, burly man with thick limbs. He climbed into the open driver's door and stretched out on the bench seat for a catnap with his meaty hands tucked behind his head. The big 30-ton rig carried a steel slab under its belly, which pounded the ground, sending seismic shocks deep into the earth. Small transceivers were placed various distances from the truck, which received the signals as they bounced off the subsurface sediment layers. Computerized processing converted the signals into visual maps and images of the ground below. A dirty red 4-wheel drive truck pulled alongside and stopped, its 2 occupants jumping out to join the debate. We had no authorization to cross the border, and now we don't even know where the border is, complained the support truck's driver. The seismic readings justify our continued tracking, Dmitri replied. Besides, we were ordered to take to the field for 2 weeks. We'll let the company bureaucrats worry about obtaining permission to drill. As for the border, we know it is somewhere north of us. Our immediate concern will be to acquire fuel in order to reach the border. The driver was about to complain when a muffled boom in the distance diverted his attention. Up there, on the hill, Vlad said. Above the rocky hill they stood on rose a small mountain range, which glimmered green from its pine-covered crags. A few miles distant, a puff of grey smoke drifted into the cloudless sky from a thick wooded ridge. After the blast's echo receded from the hilltops, the sound of heavy machinery rumbled faintly down the slopes. What in the name of Mother Russia was that? Grumbled the tux driver, awakened by the blast. An explosion up on the mountain, Dmitri replied. Probably a mining operation. Nice to know we're not the only people in this wild mess, the driver muttered, then returned to his nap. Perhaps someone up there can tell us the way home, Vlad ventured. An answer was short in the waiting. The hum of an engine drew closer until a late model four-wheel drive appeared in the distance. The vehicle rounded a hill, then barreled across the open flats toward the surveyors. The car hardly slowed until it was nearly upon them, then stopped abruptly in a cloud of dust. The two occupants sat motionless for a moment, then exited the vehicle cautiously. The Russians could tell immediately that the men were Mongolian, with their flat noses and high cheekbones. The shorter of the two stepped forward and barked harshly, "What are you doing here?" "We're a bit off track," replied the unflappable Dmitri. "We somehow lost the road while surveying the valley. We need to get back across the border to Kyakhta, but we're not sure if we have enough fuel. Can you help us out?" The Mongol's eyes grew larger at hearing the word survey, and for the first time he carefully studied the thumper truck parked behind the men. "You are conducting oil exploration?" he asked in a calmer tone. The engineer nodded yes. "There is no oil here," the Mongol barked. Waving his an around, he said, "You will bivouac here for the night. Stay in this spot. I will bring fuel for your truck in the morning and direct you toward Kyakhta." Without a farewell or pleasantry, he turned and climbed into the car with his driver and roared back up the mountain. "Our problems are solved," Dmitri said with satisfaction. "We'll set up camp here and get an early start in the morning. I only hope you have left us some vodka," he said, patting the shoulder of his sleepy truck driver. Darkness fell rapidly once the sun set over the hills, bringing with it a ripe chill to the night air. A fire was built in front of a large canvas tent, which the men crowded around while downing a tasteless dinner of canned stew and rice. It didn't take long for the nightly entertainment of cards and vodka to emerge, with cigarettes and pocket change ruling the pots. 3 hands straight. Dmitri laughed as he raked in the winnings from a hand of preference, a Russian card game similar to gin rummy. His eyes glistened under heavy lids, and a trickle of vodka dripped from his chin as he gloated to his equally inebriated co-workers. "Keep it up and you'll have enough for a dacha on the Black Sea," one countered. "Or a black dachshund on the Caspian Sea," said another, and laughed. "This game is too rich for my blood, I'm afraid," griped Vlad, noting he was down 100 rubles for the night. "I'm off to my sleeping bag to forget about Dimitri's cheating ways." The young engineer ignored a slew of derisive remarks from the others as he staggered to his feet. Eyeing the canvas tent, he instead walked toward the rear of the thumper truck to relieve himself before turning in. In his inebriated state, he tripped and tumbled into a small gully beside the truck, sliding several feet downhill before colliding with a large rock. He lay there for a minute, clutching a wrenched knee and cursing his clumsiness, when he heard the clip-clop sound of horse hooves approaching the camp. Rolling to his hands and knees, he sluggishly crawled to the top of the ravine, where he could peer beneath the thumper truck and see the campfire on the opposite side. The voices of his comrades fell silent as a small group of horses approached the camp. Vlad rubbed his eyes in disbelief when they came close enough to be illuminated by the fire's light. 6 fierce-looking horsemen sat tall in the saddle, looking as if they had just ridden off a medieval tapestry. Each wore a long orange silk tunic, which ran to the knees and covered baggy white pants that were tucked into heavy leather boots. A bright blue sash around their waists held a sword in a scabbard, while over their shoulders they carried a compound bow and a quiver of feathered arrows. Their heads were covered by bowl-shaped metal helmets, which sprouted a tuft of horsehair from a center spike. Adding to their menacing appearance, the men all wore long thin mustaches that draped beneath their chins. Dmitri raised himself from the fireside with a nearly full bottle of vodka and welcomed the horsemen to join them. "A drink to your fine mounts, comrades," he slurred, hoisting the bottle into the air. The offer was met by silence, all 6 riders staring coldly at the engineer. Then one off-horseman reached to his side. In a lightning-quick move that Vlad would later replay in his mind 1,000 times over, the horseman slammed a bow to his chest, yanked back the bowstring, and let fly a wooden arrow. Vlad never saw the arrow in flight, only watched as the bottle of vodka suddenly lurched from Dimitri's hand and shattered to the ground in 100 pieces. A few paces away, Dimitri stood clutching his throat with his other hand, the feathered shaft of an arrow protruding through his fingers. The engineer sank to his knees with a gurgling cry for help, then fell to the ground as a torrent of blood surged down his chest. The 3 men around the campfire jumped to their feet in shock, but that was to be the last move they would make. In an instant, a hail of arrows rained down on them like a tempest. The horsemen were killing machines, wielding their bows and firing a half-dozen arrows apiece in mere seconds. The drunken surveyors had no chance, the archers finding their targets with ease at such close range. A brief sprinkling of cries echoed through the night and then it was over, each man lying dead with a tombstone of arrows protruding from his lifeless body. Vlad watched the massacre in wide-eyed terror, nearly crying out in shock when the first arrows took flight. His heart felt like it would beat out of his chest, and then the adrenaline hit, urging his body to get up and flee like the wind. Scrambling down the gully, he started to run, faster than he had ever run in his life before. The pain in his knee, the alcohol in his blood, it all vanished, replaced by the singular sensation of fear. He ran down the sloping foothills, oblivious to any unseen nighttime obstructions, pushed on by sheer panic. Several times he fell, cutting nasty gashes on his legs and arms, but immediately he staggered to his feet and resumed the pace. Over the pounding of his heart and the gasping from his lungs, he listened for the sound of pursuing hoofbeats. But they never came. For 2 hours, he ran, staggered, and stumbled until he came to the rushing waters of the Selenga River. Moving along the river bank, he came upon 2 large boulders that offered both shelter and concealment. Crawling into the crevice beneath the rocks, he quickly fell asleep, not wanting to awake from the living nightmare he had just witnessed. 15 The ride, Teresa decided, replicated the jarring discomfort of a Butterfield stagecoach passage across the American Southwest in 1860. Every bump and rut seemed to vibrate directly from the wheels to the bed of the 2-ton panel truck, where the energy was transferred up her backside in a force that made her bones rattle. Bound, gagged, and seated on a hardwood bench across from 2 armed guards did not improve the comfort factor. Only the presence of Roy and Wofford shackled beside her offered a small degree of mental consolation. Sore, tired, and hungry, she struggled to make sense of the events at Lake Baikal. Tatiana had said very little after waking her in their shared cabin with a cold pistol pressed against her chin. Marched at gunpoint off the Vrish Cajun and onto a dinghy, she and the others had been transferred to the black freighter briefly, then pushed ashore and bound into the back of the panel truck. They waited on the dock nearly 2 hours, hearing gunshots and a commotion on the ship before the truck was started and they were driven away. She wondered grimly what had become of the Russian scientist Sargov. He had been roughly pulled away from the group when they first boarded the freighter and herded off to another part of the ship. It hadn't looked good, and she feared for the safety of the jolly scientist. And what of the Vrish Cajun? It appeared to be sitting low in the water when they were forced off. Were one, Dirk, and the rest of the crew in danger as well? The larger question was, why had they been abducted? She feared for her life, but her self-pity quickly vanished when she gazed at Roy and Wofford. The 2 men were suffering far worse pain. Wofford was nursing a badly injured leg, likely fractured when he was shoved off balance from the black freighter. He held the leg stiffly in front of him, wincing in pain every time the truck lurched. Gazing at Roy, she saw that he had fallen asleep with a small accretion of dried blood caked to his shirt. Stopping to help Wofford up from his fall, a spiteful guard had swung his carbine at Roy, cutting a wide gash across his scalp. He was unconscious for several minutes, his limp body having been roughly tossed into the back of the truck. Teresa's dread was temporarily displaced by another jolt from the truck, and she tried to close her eyes and sleep away the nightmare. The truck bounced along for another 5 hours, at one point passing through a sizable city, as judged by its stop-and-go progress and the sounds of other vehicles. The traffic noise soon vanished and the truck again picked up speed, swaying across a winding dirt road for another 4 hours. Finally, the truck slowed, and from the sudden alertness exhibited by the two guards, Teresa knew they were arriving at their destination. "We might as well have flown, given the amount of time we've been airborne," Wofford grimaced as they all flew off the bench seat from another encounter with a pothole. Teresa smiled at the brave humour but offered no reply as the truck ground to a halt. The clattery diesel motor was turned off and the back doors of the truck flung open, bathing the bay in a shock of bright sunlight. At the guards nodding, Teresa and Roy helped Wofford from the truck, then stood absorbing their surroundings. They stood in the centre of a walled compound that encompassed two freestanding buildings. Under a bright blue sky, the temperature was much warmer than at Lake Baikal, despite a light breeze blowing across their faces. Teresa sniffed the air, noting a dry and dusty flavour. A rolling grass valley appeared far below in the distance, while a grey-green mountain peak rose adjacent to the complex. The compound appeared to be dug into the side of the mountain, which she noticed was covered by low shrubs and thick clusters of tall pines. To their left, half hidden behind a long row of hedges, stood a low-rise brick building, similar to those found in a modern industrial park. Seemingly out of place, there was a horse stable attached to one end of the building. A half-dozen stodgy horses milled about a large corral, nibbling remnants of grass that poked off the dust. At the other end of the building was a large steel garage, which housed a fleet of trucks and mechanical equipment. Inside, a handful of workers in black jumpsuits were working on a dusty fleet of earth-moving equipment. "I thought the Taj Mahal was in India," Roy said. "Well, maybe we are in India," Wofford replied with a pained smirk. Teresa turned and studied the other building in the compound. She had to agree with Roy, it did bear a slight resemblance to the Indian landmark, albeit a much smaller version. In contrast to the functional efficiency of the brick industrial building, the structure before her was built with ornate flair and drama. Thick columns fronted a gleaming white marble edifice that was built low to the ground. At its centre, a circular portico enveloped the main entrance. A bulbous white roof capped the entry hall, topped by a golden spire protruding from its peak. The design was, in fact, little removed from the dome of Taj Mahal. Though elegant, the image looked to Teresa as if a giant scoop of vanilla ice cream had fallen from the heavens. The landscape in front of the structure was equally palatial. A pair of canals flowed across the compound, feeding a large reflecting pool before disappearing under the front of the building. Teresa could hear the rushing waters of a nearby river, which fed the canals some distance from the compound. Around the canals and pool stretched a lush green ornamental garden, manicured to a detail that would shame an English nobleman. Across the lawn, Teresa spied Tatiana and Anatoly conversing with a man who wore a holster on his side. The man nodded, then approached the back of the truck and said, "This way," in a thick accent. The two guards bunched up behind Roy and Wofford to emphasize the command. Teresa and Roy each lent an hand to Wofford and followed the squat man as he marched down a walkway toward the opulent building. They approached the portico, where a large carved wooden door led into the premises. Flanked on either side, like doormen at the Savoy Hotel, was a pair of guards dressed in ornately embroidered long silk coats coloured orange. Teresa knew they were guards, as they made no move to open the door, instead standing perfectly still, firmly grasping sharp-pointed lances in one hand. The door opened and they entered the domed foyer, which was filled with aged pastoral paintings of horses in the field. A short housekeeper with a crooked grin slipped from behind the door and nodded for the group to follow. Padding across the polished marble floor, he led them down a side hallway to TLNEE interior guest rooms. One by one, Teresa, Roy, and Wofford were escorted into comfortably decorated rooms, then were left facing a closed door that the housekeeper locked and bolted behind him. Teresa found a side table next to the bed that was set with a bowl of steaming soup and a loaf of bread. Quickly washing the road grime from her face and hands, she sat down and devoured the food in hunger. Exhaustion finally overcoming her fears, she lay on the soft bed and promptly fell asleep. 3 hours later, a hard knock at the door jolted her from a deep sleep. "This way, please," the little housekeeper said, eyeing Teresa with a hint of lasciviousness. Roy and Wofford were already waiting in the hallway. Teresa was surprised to see that Wofford's leg had been wrapped and he now sported a wooden cane. Roy's head gash was also bandaged, and he wore a loose cotton pullover in place of his blood-stained shirt. "Don't you two look the model of health?" she said. "Sure. Assuming the model is a crash test dummy," Roy replied. "The hospitality has taken a slight turn for the better," Wofford said, tapping his cane on the floor. The three were led back to the foyer and down the main hallway to an expansive sitting room. Shelves of leather-bound books lined the walls, punctuated by a fireplace at the far end and a bar along one side. Teresa looked up nervously at the torso of a black bear that lunged from the wall above her head, its sharpened claws and bared teeth frozen in a permanent display of aggression. Panning the room, she saw it was a taxidermist's heaven. A variety of stuffed deer, bighorn sheep, wolves, and foxes guarded the enclave, all leering viciously at the visitors. Tatiana stood in the middle of the room, next to a man who looked like he could have been mounted on the wall as well. It was the grin, she decided. When he smiled, a row of sharp pointy teeth flashed like a shark's, seemingly eager to devour some raw flesh. Yet the rest of his appearance was less imposing. He had a slight though muscular build, and wore his jet black hair brushed back loosely. He was handsome in the classic Mongol sense, with high cheekbones and almond-shaped eyes that had an odd golden-brown tint. A sprinkling of wind and sunborn wrinkles suggested he had spent his earlier years working outdoors. However, the mannerisms of the man dressed in the fashionable grey suit suggested that those days were long over. "It is good of you to join us," Tatiana said in an emotionless tone. "May I present Tolgo Borjan, president of the Avaga Oil Consortium? Pleased to meet you." Wofford hobbled over, and shook the man's hand as if he were an old friend. "Now, would you mind telling us where we are and why the hell we're here?" he asked, applying a vice grip to his handshake. Wofford's sudden demand seemed to catch the Mongol off guard and he hesitated before answering, quickly letting go of Wofford's hand. "You are at my home and enterprise headquarters." "Mongolia?" Roy asked. "My regrets for your hasty exit from Siberia," Borjan replied, ignoring Roy's remark. "Tatiana tells me that your lives were in peril." "Indeed," Teresa said, casting a wary eye toward her former cabinmate. "The forced departure at gunpoint was most necessary for your security," she explained. "The environmental radicals of Baikal are very dangerous. They had apparently infiltrated the Institute's survey ship and tried to sink it with all hands. I was fortunately able to contact a leased vessel nearby that assisted in our evacuation. It was best that we departed secretly, so as not to call attention to ourselves and risk further attacks. I have never heard of the Lake Baikal environmentalist groups acting in such a violent manner," Teresa replied. "It is a new breed of youthful radicals. With the reduction in state administrative controls in recent years, I am afraid that the rebellious youths have become much more brazen and forceful." "And what about the scientist, Dr. Sargoth, who was taken off the ship with us?" "He was insistent on returning to the ship to alert the other Institute members. I'm afraid we could no longer vouch for his safety." "Is he dead?" "What about the others on the ship?" "We were forced to evacuate the area for everyone's safety. I have no information on the research ship or Dr. Sargoth." The color drained from Teresa's face as she contemplated the words. "So why haul us here?" Roy asked. We have abandoned the Lake Baikal project for the time being. Your assistance in evaluating potential oil field sites is still of value to us. You were contracted to work for us for 6 weeks, so we will honor the contract through another project. Has the company been notified? Teresa asked, realizing her cell phone had been left behind on the Vrishkajan. I shall need to contact my supervisor to discuss this. Regrettably, our microwave phone line is down at the moment. A common problem in remote regions, as you can surely understand. Once the service is restored, you will of course be free to make any calls you like. Why are you locking us in our rooms like animals? We have a number of sensitive research projects in development. I'm afraid we can't let outsiders go wandering around the facilities. We can give you a limited tour at the appropriate time. And if we wish to leave right now instead? Teresa probed. A driver will take you to Ulaanbaatar, where you can catch a flight to your home. Borjan smiled, his sharp teeth glistening. Still weary from the trip, Teresa didn't know what to think. Perhaps it was best not to test the waters just yet, she decided. What is it that you would like us to do? Reams of folders were wheeled into the study along with several laptop computers, all chock full of geological assessments and subsurface seismic profiles. Borjan's request was simple. We wish to expand drilling operations into a new geographical region. The ground studies are at your fingertips. Tell us where the optimal drilling locations would be. Saying nothing more, he turned his back and left the room, Tatiana tailing close behind. This is a load of bunk, Roy muttered, standing up. Actually, this looks like professionally gathered data, Wofford replied, holding up a subsurface isopark map, which portrayed the thickness of various underground sedimentary layers. I don't mean the data, Roy said, slamming a file down on the table. Easy, big fella, Wofford whispered, tilting his head toward the corner ceiling. We're on candid camera. Roy looked up and noticed a tiny video camera mounted beside the smiling stuffed head of a reindeer. Best we at least pretend to study the files, Wofford continued in a low voice, holding the map in front of his mouth as he spoke. Roy sat down and pulled one of the laptops close, then slunk down in the chair so that the open screen blocked his face. I don't like the looks of this. These people are warped. And let's not forget we were brought here at gunpoint. I agree, Teresa whispered. The whole story about trying to protect us at Lake Baikal is ludicrous. As I recall, Tatiana TLN eaten to blow my left ear off if I didn't leave the Vrishkajan with her, Wofford mused, tugging his earlobe. Not the words of someone who cares about my well-being, I should think. Teresa unfolded a topographical map of a mountain range and pointed out meaningless features to Wofford as she spoke. And what about Dr. Sargoth? He was taken captive with us by accident. I think they may have killed him. We don't know that, but it may be true, Roy said. We have to assume the same outcome awaits us, after we have provided them the information they are looking for. It's all so crazy, Teresa said with a slight shake of her head. But we've got to find a way out of here. The garage, next to the industrial building across the lawn. It was full of vehicles, Wofford said. If we could steal a truck and drive out of here, I'm sure we could find our way to Ulaanbaatar. They've got us either locked in our rooms or under surveillance. We'll have to be prepared to make a break for it on short notice. Afraid I'm not up for any wind sprints or pole vaults, Wofford said, adjusting his injured leg. You two will need to UI without me. I've got an idea, Roy said, eyeing a desk across the room. Making a show of looking for a lost pen among the maps, he stood and walked to the desk, where he grabbed a pencil from a round leather holder. Turning his back to the video camera, he scooped out a silver metal letter opener that was mixed in with the pencils and slid it up his sleeve. Returning to the table, he pretended to write some notes while whispering to Teresa and Wofford. Tonight we'll check things out. I'll get Teresa and we'll reconnoiter the area and figure out an escape route. Then tomorrow night, we'll make our break." With the invalid in tow he added, grinning at Wofford. "I'd be much obliged." Wofford nodded. "Much obliged indeed." 16 Roy awoke promptly at 12 and dressed quickly. Removing the letter opener from its hiding place under his mattress, he groped his way across the darkened bedroom to the locked door. He felt along the door frame, finding the raised edges of 3 metal hinges that protruded on the interior side. Sliding the letter opener into the top hinge, he carefully pried out a long metal pin that held the interlocking hinge together. Removing the pins from the other 2 hinges, he gently lifted the door and pulled it into the room laterally as the exterior deadbolt popped out of the opposite door frame. Roy then crept into the hallway and pulled the door back against the frame, so that upon a casual glance it still appeared closed and locked. Finding the hallway empty, he tiptoed to Teresa's room next door. Unlocking the latch, he opened the door to find her sitting on the bed, waiting. "You did it," she whispered, seeing his figure in the light from the hallway. Roy flashed a thin smile, then nodded for her to follow. They crept into the corridor and moved slowly toward the main foyer. A row of low-wattage footlights provided muted lighting along the hallway, which by all sight and sound appeared completely deserted. Teresa's rubber-soled shoes began squeaking on the polished marble floor, so she stopped and removed them, continuing on in her stocking feet. The foyer was brightly illuminated by a large crystal chandelier, which prompted Roy and Teresa to hug the walls and approach cautiously. Roy knelt down and scurried over to a narrow window, which fronted the main door. Peering outside, he turned to Teresa and shook his head. Despite the late hour, there was still a pair of guards stationed outside the front door. They would have to find another way out. Standing in the foyer, they found themselves at the base of an inverted T. The guest rooms had been to the left and the occupants' private rooms were presumably to the right. So they crept instead down the wide main corridor that led to the study. The house remained still but for an old grandfather clock ticking loudly in the hallway. They reached the study and kept moving, tiptoeing past the main dining hall and a pair of small conference rooms, all decorated with an impressive collection of Song and Jin dynasty antiques. Teresa scanned the ceilings searching for additional video camera monitors but saw nothing. A whispering sound played on her ears, and she instinctively clutched at Roy's arm until he winced in pain from her sharp fingernails. They both relaxed when they realized the sound was only the wind blowing outside. The corridor ended in a large open sitting room with floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides. Though there was little to be seen at night, Teresa and Roy could still sense the dramatic view offered from the mountain perch, which overlooked the rolling steps off valley below. Near the entrance to the room, Roy spied a carpeted stairwell that ran to a lower level. He motioned toward the stairs and Teresa nodded, following him quietly. The thick carpet was a welcome relief to her feet, which were beginning to tire of the hard marble floor. As she reached a turn in the stairwell, she looked up to face a huge portrait of an ancient warrior. The man in the image sat tall on a horse wearing a fur-trimmed coat, orange sash, and the classic Mongol bowl helmet. He stared at her triumphantly through gold-black eyes. His mouth showed a wisp of a grin, exposing sharpened teeth that reminded her of Borgian. The intensity of the image made her shudder and she quickly turned her back on the painting and moved down the next set of steps. The landing opened onto a single corridor, which ran away from the house a short distance. One side of the corridor was windowed, which looked out upon a large courtyard. Teresa and Roy peered out the nearest window, faintly observing a freestanding structure across the way. "There must be a door to the courtyard along here," Roy whispered. "If we can get out here, we ought to be able to move around the end of the guest wing and sneak toward the garage. It's going to be a long way for Jim to hobble, but at least there don't seem to be any guards around here. Let's find that door." They moved rapidly to the end of the corridor where they at last found an exit door. Teresa tested the unlocked door, half expecting an alarm to sound when the latch released, but all remained silent. Together they crept into the open courtyard, which was partially illuminated by a few scattered pathway lamps. Teresa slipped her shoes back on soon after her feet touched the cold ground. The night air was brisk, and she shivered as a chill breeze blew through her light clothes. They followed a slate pathway that angled across the courtyard toward a stone structure at the rear of the property. It appeared to be a small chapel, though it was circular in shape with a domed roof. Its stone composition differed from the marble used in the main house, and it had a decidedly ancient look to it. As they drew close, Roy bypassed the tunneled entrance and followed its curved walls toward the rear. "I think I saw a vehicle in back," he whispered to Teresa, who hung tight on his heels. Reaching the back of the stone building, they found a covered bay enclosed by a low split-rail fence. Once a corral, the interior was crammed with a half-dozen old horse-drawn wagons, their wooden beds stacked with shovels, picks, and empty crates. From beneath a canvas tarp poked the front wheel of a dust-covered motorcycle, while, in the back of the bay, Roy studied the car he had seen across the courtyard. It was a huge old antique, laid with decades of dust and sitting on at least 2 flat tires. "Nothing here that's going to get us to Ulaanbaatar," Teresa remarked with disappointment. Roy nodded. "The garage on the other side of the mansion will have to be our ticket." He froze suddenly as a shrill whine carried near on the breeze. It was the neighing of a horse, he recognized, not far from the courtyard. "Behind the wagon," he whispered, pointing to the corral. Dropping to the ground, they silently crawled through the rail fence and slithered beneath the nearest wagon. Lying behind one of the wagon's old-fashioned wooden wheels, they cautiously peeked TLN off the spokes. 2 men soon appeared on horseback, preceded by the clopping sound of horse hooves on the slate walkway. The horsemen curled around the stone building, then paced alongside the corral and stopped. Teresa's heart nearly stopped when she caught sight of the men. They were dressed in nearly the same garb as the warrior in the hall painting. Their orange silk tunics reflected gold under the courtyard lights. Baggy pants, thick-soled boots, and a round metal helmet with horsehair spike completed their warrior appearance. The 2 men milled about for several minutes, just a few feet from where Teresa and Roy lay hidden. They were so close Teresa could taste the dust kicked up by the horses as they pawed at the ground. One of men barked something unintelligible, and then the horses suddenly bolted. In an instant, both horsemen disappeared into the darkness amid a small thunder of hoofbeats. "The night watchman," Roy declared as the sound of the horses vanished. "A little too close for comfort," Teresa said, standing and shaking the dust from her clothes. "We probably don't have much time before they make another pass. Let's see if we can skirt around the other end of main house and try for the garage." "Okay. Let's hurry. I don't want to meet up with those guys again." They scrambled through the rail fence and headed toward the guest wing of the complex. But midway across the courtyard, they heard a sharp cry and the sudden gallop of horses. Looking back in horror, they saw the horses charging them from just yards away. The 2 horsemen had quietly backtracked to the stone building and broke when they saw Teresa and Roy sprinting across the courtyard. They both froze in their tracks, unsure whether to run back to the main house or flee the courtyard. It made no difference, as the horsemen were already at the edge of the courtyard and had them plainly in view. Teresa watched one of the horses rear up in the air as the rider suddenly yanked on the reins, pulling the horse to a standstill. The other rider continued on at a gallop, directing his mount to where Teresa and Roy stood. Roy saw immediately that the horseman was going to try to bowl them over. A quick glance to Teresa revealed fear and confusion in her eyes, as she stood frozen in place. "Move!" Roy shouted, grabbing Teresa's arm by the elbow and flinging her out of harm's way. The horseman was nearly upon them, and Roy barely managed to sidestep the charging mount, the rider's stirrup grazing his side. Regaining his balance, Roy did the unthinkable. Rather than looking for cover, he turned and sprinted after the charging horse. The unsuspecting horseman galloped a few more yards, then slowed the horse and pivoted it to his right, intending to make another charge. As the horse wheeled around, the horseman was shocked to find Roy standing in his path. The seismic engineer reached up and grabbed the loose reins dangling beneath the horse's chin and jerked them sharply downward. "That's enough horseplay," Roy muttered. The rider had a blank look on his face as Roy fought to restrain the trained horse, the animal heaving clouds of vapor from its nostrils. "No!" The piercing cry came from Teresa's lips, in a volume that could have been heard in Tibet. Roy glanced at Teresa, who lay sprawled on the ground but appeared in no imminent danger. Then he detected a faint object whisking toward him. A vice-like grip suddenly squeezed his chest, while a fiery sensation started to burn from within. He dropped to his knees in a wave of light-headedness as Teresa immediately appeared and cradled his shoulders. The razor-tipped arrow fired by the second horseman had missed Roy's heart, but just barely. Instead, the projectile penetrated his chest just outside his heart, puncturing the pulmonary artery. The effect was nearly the same, with massive internal bleeding leading to imminent heart failure. Teresa desperately tried to stem the flow of blood from the arrow's entry point, but there was nothing she could do about the internal damage. She held him tight as the color slowly drained from his face. He gasped for air before his body began to sag. For a moment, his eyes turned bright, and Teresa thought he might hang on. He looked at Teresa and painfully gasped the words, "Save yourself." And then his eyes closed and he was gone. 17 The Aeroflot TV 154 passenger jet banked slowly over the city of Ulaanbaatar before turning into the wind and lining up on the main runway of Bayandakar Airport for its final approach. Under a cloudless sky, Pitt enjoyed an expansive vista of the city and outlying landscape from his cramped passenger seat window. A large sprinkling of cranes and bulldozers indicated that the capital of Mongolia was a city on the move. A first impression of Ulaanbaatar is that of an Eastern Bloc metropolis mired in the 1950s. Home to 1.2 million people, the city is mostly built with Soviet-style design, featuring Soviet-style blandness and conformity. Drab grey apartment buildings dot the city by the dozen, offering all the warmth of a prison dormitory. Architectural consciousness was an afterthought for many of the large block government buildings surrounding the city centre. Yet recent autonomy, a taste of democratic government, and a dose of economic growth has added a vibrancy to the city that openly seeks to modernise itself. Colourful shops, upscale restaurants, and booming nightclubs are creeping into the scene of the once staid city. At its heart, there is a comfortable blend of old and new. Outlying suburbs are still filled with jaz, muffin-shaped tents made of felt that are the traditional homes of the nomadic Mongolian herdsmen and their families. Hundreds of the grey or white tents jam the empty fields around the capital city that comprises the only free metropolis in the country. In the west, little is known of Mongolia save for Genghis Khan and Mongolian beef. The sparsely populated country wedged between Russia and China occupies an expansive territory just slightly smaller than the state of Alaska. Rugged mountains dot the northern and western fringes of the landscape, while the Gobi Desert claims the south. Across the belt of the country run the venerable steppes, rolling grasslands that produced perhaps the finest horsemen the world has ever known. The glory days of the Mongol horde are a distant memory, however. Years of Soviet dominion, during which Mongolia became one of the largest communist nations, stifled the country's identity and development. Only in recent years have the Mongolian people begun to find their own voice again. As Pitt stared down at the mountains ringing Ulaanbaatar, he wondered whether chasing to Mongolia was such a good idea. It was after all a Russian vessel that had nearly been sunk at Lake Baikal, not a NUMA ship. And none of his crew had been harmed. The oil survey team was certainly not his responsibility either, though he was confident they were an innocent party. Still, there was some connection with their survey on the lake that had contributed to the foul play and abductions. Somebody was up to no good and he wanted to know why. As the jet's tires screeched onto the runway, Pitt jabbed his elbow toward the passenger seat next to him. Giordano had fallen asleep seconds after the plane lifted off from Irkutsk, and he continued to snooze even as the flight attendant spilled coffee on his foot. Prying a heavy eyelid open, he glanced toward the window. Spotting the concrete tarmac, he popped upright in his seat, instantly awake. "Did I miss anything on the flight down?" he asked, suppressing a yawn. "The usual. Wide open landscapes. Some sheep and horses. A couple of nude communes." "Just my luck," he replied, eyeing a brown stain on his shoe with suspicion. "Welcome to Mongolia and Red Hero, as Ulaanbaatar is known." Sargoth's jolly voice boomed from across the aisle. He was wedged into a tiny seat, his face wallpapered with bandages, and Giordano wondered how the Russian could be so merry. Eyeing the fat scientist slip a flask of vodka into a valise, he quickly determined the answer. The trio made their way through immigration, Pitt and Giordano garnering extraordinary scrutiny, before collecting their bags. The airport was small by international standards, and while waiting for a curbside cab, Pitt noticed a wiry man in a red shirt studying him from across the concourse. Scanning the terminal, he observed that many of the locals gawked at him, not used to seeing a 6'3" Westerner every day. A weathered cab was flagged down, and they quickly motored the short distance into the city. "Ulaanbaatar, and all of Mongolia, really has changed a good deal in the past few years," Sargoth said. "Looks to me like it hasn't changed much in the past few centuries," Giordano said, noting a large neighborhood of Feltges. "Mongolia somewhat missed the station on the 20th century." Sargoth nodded, "but they are catching up in the 21st. As in Russia, the police state no longer controls daily life and the people are learning to embrace freedom. The city may look grim to you, but it is a much livelier place than a decade ago." "You have visited often?" Pitt asked. "I have worked on several projects with the Mongolian Academy of Sciences at Lake Khovskol." The taxi careened around a crater-sized pothole, then screeched to a stop in front of the Continental Hotel. As Sargoth checked them in, Pitt admired a collection of reproduced medieval artwork that decorated the large lobby. Glancing out the front window, he noticed a car pull up to the entrance and a man in a red shirt climb out. The same man he had seen at the airport. Pitt studied the man as he lingered by the car. His features were Caucasian, which suggested he wasn't with the Mongolian police or immigration authorities. Yet he looked comfortable in his surroundings, earmarked by a toothy grin that habitually flashed from his friendly face. Pitt noticed that he moved with a measured balance, like a cat walking a tow-path fence. He was no tap dancer, though. In the pit of his back just above the waistline, Pitt saw a slight bulge that could only be a gun holster. "All set," Sargoth said, handing room keys to Pitt and Giordano. "We're in neighboring rooms on the 4th floor. The bellboys are taking our bags up now. Why don't we grab lunch in the hotel cafe and strategize our plan of inquiry? If there's a prospect of a cold beer in this joint, then I'm already there," Giordano replied. "I'm still stiff from the plane ride," Pitt said. "Think I'll stretch my legs a bit with a walk around the block first. Order me a tuna sandwich, and I'll join you in a few minutes." As Pitt exited the hotel, the man in red quickly turned his back and leaned on the car, casually checking his watch. Pitt turned and walked in the other direction, dodging a small group of Japanese tourists checking into the hotel. Walking briskly, he set a fast pace with his long legs and quickly covered 2 blocks. Turning a corner, he shot a quick glance to his side. As he suspected, the man in the red shirt was tailing him a half-block behind. Pitt had turned down a small side street lined with tiny shops that sold their goods along the sidewalk. Temporarily out of sight of his pursuer, Pitt started running down the street, sprinting past the first half-dozen shops. Ducking past a newsstand, he slowed in front of an open-air clothing shop. A rack of heavy winter coats jutted from the shop's side wall, offering a perfect concealment spot from someone rushing down the street. Pitt stepped into the shop and around the coat rack, then stood with his back to the wall. A wrinkled old woman wearing an apron appeared from behind a counter piled with shoes and looked up at Pitt. "Shush," Pitt smiled, holding a finger to his lips. The old woman gave him an odd look, then returned to the back of the shop shaking her head. Pitt had only to wait a few seconds before the man in the red shirt came hurrying along, nervously scanning each shop he came to. The sound of the man's footsteps announced his arrival as he approached and stopped in front of the shop. Pitt stood perfectly still, listening for the sound of heavy leather soles on concrete. When the patter resumed, Pitt sprang from the rack like a coiled spring. The man in the red shirt had started to jog to the next shop when he detected a movement behind him. He glanced over his shoulder to find Pitt, towering nearly a foot taller, only a step behind him. Before he could react, he felt Pitt's large hands grasp his shoulders. Pitt could have tackled the man, or spun him around, or owned him to the ground. But he wasn't one to fight physics and instead simply used their forward momentum and pushed the smaller man ahead toward a round metal hat rack. The assailant smacked face first into the rack and fell forward onto his stomach amid a clutter of baseball caps. The fall would have incapacitated most, but Pitt was hardly surprised when the wiry man bounced up immediately and crouched to strike Pitt with his left hand while his right hand reached behind his back. Pitt took a step back and grinned at the man. "Looking for this?" he asked. With a slight flick of his wrist, he flashed a Serdyukov SPS automatic pistol, which he leveled at the man's chest. A blank look crossed the man's face as his right hand came up behind his back empty. He coolly looked Pitt in the eye, then smiled broadly. "NL Pitt. You seem to have taken advantage of me," he said in English only slightly tinged with a Russian accent. "I don't like people crowding my space," Pitt replied, holding the gun steady. The other man looked up and down the street nervously, then spoke quietly to Pitt. "You need not fear me. I am a friend looking out for you." "Good. Then you can join me for lunch with some of my friends, who will be interested to meet you." "To the Continental Hotel?" The man smiled, removing a child's hat with the image of a running camel on its crest that had somehow stuck to his head during the scuffle. He slowly sidestepped Pitt and began walking in the direction of the hotel. Pitt followed a few steps behind, concealing the gun in his pocket and wondering what sort of eccentric this was who had been following him. The Russian made no move to escape, instead marching boldly into the hotel and across the lobby to the main restaurant. To Pitt's surprise, he walked directly up to a large booth where Giordano and Sargoth were sitting, enjoying a drink. "Alexander, you old goat," he greeted Sargoth with a laugh. "Korsov. They haven't run you out of the country yet." Sargoth replied, standing and giving the smaller man a hug. "I am an invaluable presence to the state mission," Korsov replied with mock seriousness. Eyeing Sargoth's bruised face, he frowned and said, "You look as if you just escaped from the Gulag." "No, just the inhospitable mongrels I told you about." "Forgive me, I have not properly introduced you to my American friends. Dirk, A1, this is Ivan Korsov, special attached to the Russian embassy here in Ulaanbaatar. Ivan and I worked together years ago. He's agreed to help us with the investigation of Avaga oil." "He followed us from the airport," Pitt said to Sargoth with lingering doubt. "Alexander told me you were coming. I was just making sure that no one else was following you." "It seems I owe you an apology," Pitt smiled, covertly handing the pistol back to Korsov, and then shaking hands. "Quite all right," he replied. "Though my wife may not like the looks of my new nose," he added, rubbing a purple welt administered by the hat rack. "How your wife liked the looks of your old one is a mystery to me," Sargoth laughed. The four men sat down and ordered lunch, the conversation turning serious. "Alexander, You told me of the attempted sinking of the Vrishkajan and the abduction of the oil workers, but I didn't know you were seriously injured in the ordeal, Korsov said, nodding at a thick bandage around Sargov's wrist. My injuries would have been a lot worse had my friends not intervened, he replied, tilting a glass of beer toward Pitt and Giordano. We weren't too happy about getting our feet wet in the middle of the night, either, Giordano added. What makes you think that the captives were brought to Mongolia? We know that the freighter was leased by Avaga Oil, and the survey team was working under contract for them as well. The regional police authorities could find no permanent holdings in all of Siberia for the company, so we naturally assumed they would return to Mongolia. Border security confirmed that a truck caravan matching the description of those seen at Listvyanka had crossed into Mongolia at Noshki. Have the appropriate appeals for law enforcement assistance been made? Yes, a formal request was sent to the Mongolian National Police, and cooperation is taking place at the lower levels as well. An Irkutsk police official cautioned me that assistance would likely be forthcoming very slowly here. It is Hugh. Russian influence in Mongolia is not what it used to be, Korsov said, shaking his head. And the level of security here is much reduced from the past. These democratic reforms and economic issues have loosened the state's control over its own people, he said, raising his eyebrows at Pitt and Giordano. Freedom has its costs, pal, but I wouldn't take it any other way, Giordano replied. Comrade one, believe me, we all relish the reforms that have expanded the freedom of individuals. It just occasionally makes my job a little more demanding. And what exactly is your job with the embassy? Pitt asked. Special Attaché and Assistant Director of Information, at your service. I help ensure that the embassy is well informed about events and activities within the host country. Pitt and Giordano gave each other a knowing look, but said nothing. Gloating again, Ivan. Sargov smiled. Enough about you. What can you tell us about Avaga Oil? Korsov tilted back in his seat and waited for the waitress to lay a round of drinks on the table, then spoke in a low voice. The Avaga Oil Consortium? A strange animal. In what manner? Asked Sargov. Well, the corporate entity is a relatively new concept in Mongolia. Obviously, there was no private ownership under communist rule, so the appearance of autonomous Mongolian companies has only occurred in the last 15 years. Aside from the explosion of individual or publicly owned companies in the past 5 years, the earlier entities were all created in partnership with the state or foreign corporations. This is especially true of mining companies, as the locals had no capital to start with and the state owned the land. Yet this wasn't the case with Avaga. They are not partnered with the Mongolian government? Pitt asked. No, their registry confirms that they are fully privately owned. The point is more interesting, as they were one of first companies licensed under the newly autonomous Mongolian government in the early 1990s. The company name, by the way, comes from an ancient city believed to be the first capital of Mongolia. It doesn't take much more than a land lease to start an oil company, Giordano said. Maybe they only started with a piece of paper and a pickup truck. Perhaps. I can't say what resources they began with, but their current assets are certainly more substantial than a pickup truck. What have you been able to verify? Asked Sargov. They are known to have a minimally producing oil field in the north near the Siberian border, as well as a few exploratory wells in the Gobi. They also own exploration rights to some sizable lands around Lake Baikal. Their only real physical asset is an oil field services yard in South Ulaanbaatar near the rail depot that's been around for years. And they recently announced commencement of mining operations at a small copper mine near Karakoram. Nothing outlandish in any of that, Pitt said. Yes, but those are only the publicly acknowledged holdings. A listing of their more intriguing assets I was able to acquire from the Ministry of Agriculture and Industry. Korsov's eyes shifted back and forth, indicating that the Minister of Agriculture and Industry did not actually know that Korsov had acquired the information. A Varga Oil Consortium has acquired oil and mineral rights to vast tracts of land throughout the country. And more amazingly, they have acquired outright ownership of thousands of acres of former state lands spreading all across the country. That is an unusual privilege in Mongolia. My sources tell me that the company paid a considerable sum to the Mongolian government for these land rights. Yet it does not appear to the eye that the company would have the resources to do so. There's always a bank somewhere that's willing to loan money, Pitt said. Perhaps funds were fronted by outside mining interests. Yes, it is possible, though I found no evidence to that end. The funny thing is, much of land is in regions with no known oil or mining geology. A large section courses through the Gobi Desert, for example. The waitress appeared and slid a plate of roast lamb in front of Korsov. The Russian stuffed a large piece of meat in his mouth, then continued talking. I found it interesting that the company head does not appear to have any political clout or connections, and is actually unknown to most Mongolian government officials. The deals the company made were apparently conjured up with cash, the source of which is a mystery to me. No, the company head keeps a low profile in Xanadu. Xanadu? Asked Pitt. It's the name given to the residence and headquarters, such as it is, of the company's chairman. Located about 250 kilometers southeast of here. I've never seen it, but was told about it by a Yukos oil executive who was invited there for a business deal some years ago. It is supposed to be a small but opulent palace built on the design of the original summer home of 13th century Mongol emperor. Filled with antiques. There is supposedly nothing else like it in Mongolia. Oddly, I've never known any Mongolians who have been inside the place. More evidence of unaccountable wealth, Sargov said. So what of our captives? Would they have been taken to the industrial site in town or to this Xanadu? It is difficult to say. The trucks would easily pass unnoticed in and out of the facility here, so that would be a good starting point. Tell me, though, why were these oil workers abducted? That is a good question, and one we would like to find out, Pitt replied. Let's start with the industrial site. Can you get us inside for a look? Of course, Korsov replied as if insulted by the question. I have already surveyed the facility. It is protected by security guards, however, access should be attainable near the rail line. A quick night-time look-see around shouldn't bother anyone, Giordano said. Yes, I suspected that would be your wish. You only need verify the presence of the survey team. Once we establish they are here, then we can push the Mongolian police authorities to act. Otherwise, we will be old men before anything gets done. Believe me, comrades, time can indeed stand still in Mongolia. What about the woman, Tatiana? Have you any information on her? Unfortunately, no. She may have traveled to Siberia under an assumed name, if the immigration authorities are to be believed. But if she is part of a Varga oil and here in Mongolia, then we will find her. Korsov finished devouring his lamb and knocked back a second Chinese brewed beer. Midnight tonight. Meet me at the back of the hotel and I will take you to the facility. Of course, in my capacity, it is too dangerous for me to join you. He smiled, his large teeth glistening. I'm afraid I must be sidelined from the cloak and dagger business as well, Sargov said, waving a bandaged wrist. I'll do my best to assist in any other way, he added with disappointment. Not a problem, comrades, Pitt replied. No sense in creating an international incident with both our countries. We'll just play the lost tourists if anything happens. There should be little danger in some harmless trespassing, Sargov agreed. Korsov's cheerful face suddenly turned solemn. There is some tragic news I must warn you about. A Lukoil Russian oil survey team was ambushed and killed by men on horseback in the mountains north of here 2 days ago. 4 men were brutally murdered for no apparent reason. A 5th man witnessed the murders but managed to escape undetected. A sheep herder found him exhausted and terrified not far from the village of Iru. When the man returned to the scene with the local police, everything was gone: bodies, trucks, survey gear, it had all vanished. An embassy representative met him and escorted him back to Siberia, while Lukoil officials confirmed that the rest of the survey team had gone missing. Is there any link with the Vaga oil? Giordano asked. Without any evidence, we just don't know. But it does seem an odd coincidence, you must agree. The table fell silent for a moment, then Pitt said, Ivan, you have told us little about the owners of Vaga oil. Who is the face behind the company? Faces, actually, Korsov corrected. The company is registered to a man named Tolgo Borgin. He is known to have a younger sister and brother, but I could not produce their names. The woman, Tatiana, may well in fact be the sister. I will attempt to find further information. Public records being what they are in Mongolia, little is known of the family publicly or even privately. State records indicate that Borgin was raised in a state commune in the Kentai province. His mother died at an early age and his father was a labourer and surveyor. As I mentioned, the family doesn't seem to have any particular political influence and are not known to have a visible presence in Ulaanbaatar's upper society. I can only repeat a rumour that the family are self-proclaimed members of Golden Clan. Deep pockets, eh? Giordano asked. Korsov shook his head. No, the Golden Clan has nothing to do with wealth. It is a reference to lineage. With a name like that, there must have been some old money somewhere along the line. Yes, I suppose you could say that. Old money and land. Lots of it. Nearly the entire Asian continent, as a matter of fact. You're not saying Pitt started to ask. Korsov cut him off with a nod. Indeed. The history books will tell you that the Golden Clan were direct descendants of Chinggis. Chinggis? Giordano asked. Accomplished tactician, conqueror, and perhaps the greatest leader of the medieval age, Pitt injected with regard. Better known to the world as Genghis Khan 18 dressed index clothes, Pitt and Giordano left the hotel after a late dinner, making a loud show of asking the front desk where the best neighborhood bars were located. Though foreign tourists were no longer a rarity in Ulaanbaatar, Pitt knew better than to raise suspicions. Casually walking around the block, they settled into a small cafe across from the hotel's rear entrance. The cafe was crowded, but they found a corner table and nursed a pair of beers while waiting for the clock to strike 12. A nearby throng of drunken businessmen warbled ballads in noisy unison with a red-haired barmaid who played a stringed instrument called a yatuk. To Pitt's amusement, it seemed as if the song never changed. Korsov appeared promptly at midnight driving a grey Toyota sedan. He barely slowed for Pitt and Giordano to climb in, then accelerated down the street. Korsov took a circuitous route around the city, driving past the large open Sukbata Square. The public gathering place in the heart of Ulaanbaatar was named for a revolutionary leader who defeated the Chinese and declared Mongol independence on the site in 1921. He would have probably been disappointed to know that a local rock band surrounded by teens in grunge attire was the main draw as Korsov drove by. The car turned south and soon left the city centre traffic as Korsov drove through darkened side streets. I have a present for you on the back seat. Korsov smiled, his buck teeth gleaming in the rearview mirror. Giordano searched and found a couple of weathered brown jackets folded on the seat, topped by a pair of battered yellow hard hats. They'll help ward off the evening chill and make you look like a couple of local factory workers or a couple of Skid Row hobos, Giordano said, pulling on one of the jackets. The worn coat was moth-eaten in places and Giordano felt like his muscular frame would burst the shoulder seams. He smiled when he saw that the sleeves on Pitt's jacket came up 6 inches short. Any all-night tailors in the neighborhood? Pitt asked, holding up an Very funny, Korsov laughed. He then reached under the seat and handed Pitt a large envelope and a flashlight. An aerial photo of area, courtesy of the Ministry of Construction and Urban Development. Not very detailed, but it gives you a rough layout of the facility. You've been a busy boy this evening, Ivan, Pitt said. With a wife and 5 kids, you expect me to go home after work, he laughed. They reached the southern fringe of city where Korsov turned west, following alongside a set of railroad tracks. As they passed Ulaanbaatar's main train station, Korsov slowed the car. Pitt and Giordano quickly studied the photograph under the glow of the flashlight. The fuzzy black and white aerial photograph covered a 2-square-mile area, but Korsov had circled the Avaga facility in red. There wasn't much to see. 2 large warehouse buildings sat at either end of the rectangular compound, with a few small structures scattered in between. Most of the yard, which was walled on the front street and fenced on the rear and sides, was open-air storage for pipes and equipment. Pitt tracked a rail spur that ran out of the east end of the yard and eventually met up with the city's main rail line. Korsov turned off the headlights and pulled into a vacant lot. A small, roofless building sat at the edge, streaked with black soot marks. A former bakery, it had long ago caught fire and burned, leaving only singed walls as its skeletal remains. The rail spur is just behind this building. Follow the tracks to the yard. There is just a chain-link gate over the rail entry, Korsov said, handing Pitt a small pair of wire cutters. I'll be waiting at the train depot until 3, then I'll make a brief stop here at 3:15. Any later and you are on your own. Thanks, Ivan. Don't worry, we'll be right back, Pitt replied. Okay. And please remember one thing, Korsov grinned. If anything happens, please call the US Embassy, not the Russian Embassy. Pitt and Giordano made their way to the burnt-out building and waited in the shadows for Korsov's taillights to disappear down the road before moving around back. A few yards away, they found the elevated rail spur running through the darkness and began following the tracks toward an illuminated facility in the distance. You know, we could be back sampling the local vodka in that cozy cafe, Giordano noted as a chilled gust of wind blew over them. But the barmaid was married, Pitt replied. You'd be wasting your time. I've never yet found drinking in a bar to be a waste of time. As a matter of fact, I have discovered that time often stands still while in a bar. Only until the tab arrives. Tell you what, let's find Teresa and her pals, and the first bottle of Stoli is on me. Deal. Walking several feet to the side of the railroad tracks, they moved quickly toward the facility. The gate across the rail spur was as Korsov described, a swinging chain-link fence padlocked to a thick steel pole. Pitt pulled the tire cutters from his pocket and quickly snipped an inverted L shape in the mesh. Giordano reached over and pulled the loose section away from the fence so Pitt could crawl through, then scampered in after him. The rambling yard was well lit, and, despite the late hour, a steady buzz of activity hummed from within. Keeping to the shadows as best they could, Pitt and Giordano moved alongside the large fabricated building on the east end of the yard. The building's sliding doors opened to the interior of the yard, and the men crept toward the entrance, pausing behind one of the large doors. From their vantage point, they had a clear view of the facility. To their left, a dozen or so men were working near the rail line, milling over 4 flatbed rail cars. An overhead crane loaded bundled sections of 4-foot diameter pipe onto the first rail car, while a pair of yellow forklifts loaded smaller drill pipe and casings onto the other cars. Pitt was relieved to see that several of the men wore mangy brown jackets and battered yellow hard hats that matched their own. Drill pipe for an oil well and pipeline to transfer it to storage, Pitt whispered as he watched the loading. Nothing unusual there. Except they have enough materials to drill to the center of the earth and pipe it to the moon, Giordano mused, gazing across the yard. Pitt followed his gaze and nodded. Acres of the yard were jam-packed with 40-foot sections of the large diameter pipe, stacked up in huge pyramids that towered over them. It was like a huge horizontal forest of metal trees, cut and stacked in an orderly sequence. A side section of the yard was filled with an equally impressive inventory of the small diameter drill pipe and casings. Turning his attention to the open warehouse, Pitt inched around the corner and peered in. The interior was brightly illuminated, but Pitt saw no signs of movement. Only a portable radio blaring an unrecognizable pop tune from a small side office indicated the presence of any workers. Striding into the warehouse, he walked behind a truck parked near the side wall and took inventory with Giordano beside him. A half-dozen large flatbed trailers occupied the front-off building, wedged between two dump trucks. A handful of Hitachi heavy construction excavators and bulldozers lined the side wall, while the rear of the building was sectioned off as a manufacturing area. Pitt studied a stack of prefabricated metal arms and rollers that were in various stages of assembly. A nearly complete example stood in the center, resembling a large metal rocking horse. Oil well pumps, Pitt said, recalling the bobbing iron pumps he used to see as a kid dotting the undeveloped fields of Southern California. He noted that they appeared shorter and more compact than the type he remembered, which were used to pump oil out of mature wells that were not pressurized enough to blow the black liquid to the surface on their own. Looks more like the makings of a merry-go-round for welders, Giordano replied. He suddenly nodded toward a comer office, where they could see a man talking on the telephone. Pitt and Giordano were creeping behind the cover of one of the flatbed trucks and inching toward the warehouse entrance when two more voices materialized near the door. The two men quickly ducked down and scurried around the back of the flatbed and knelt behind its large rear wheel. Through the wheel well, they watched as two workers strolled by on the opposite side of the truck, engaged in an animated conversation as they walked to the office in back. Pitt and Giordano quickly moved through the line of trucks and exited the building, regrouping behind a stack of empty pallets. Any one of those flatbeds could have been at Lake Baikal, but there was nothing that resembled the covered truck we saw at the dock, Giordano whispered. There's still the other side of the yard, Pitt replied, nodding toward the warehouse on the opposite side of the facility. The other building sat in a darkened section off-yard and appeared sealed shut. Together, they moved off toward the second building, threading their way through a small collection of storage sheds that dotted the northern side of the yard. Midway across, they approached a cluster of sheds and a small guard office that marked the main entrance to the complex. With Giordano on his heels, Pitt circled well clear of the entrance, then picked his way closer. Stopping at the last shed, which contained a bin full of grease-stained yard tools, they studied the second warehouse. It was the same dimension as the first warehouse, yet devoid of activity. Its front bay door was sealed shut, as was a small doorway to the side. What also made the building different was that an armed guard patrolled the perimeter. Perhaps worth guarding at an oil field depot? Giordano asked. Why don't we find out? Pitt stepped over to the tool bin and rummaged through its contents. Might as well look the part, he said, hoisting a sledgehammer off the rack and toting it over his shoulder. Giordano picked up a green metal toolbox and emptied its contents, save for a hacksaw and monkey wrench. Let's go fix the plumbing, boss, he muttered, following after Pitt. The twosome marched into the open and toward the building's facade as if they owned it. The guard initially paid little attention to the two men, who, in their ragged coats and banged-up hard hats, looked like any other workers in the yard. But when they completely ignored his presence on the way to the smaller entry door, he snapped into action. Stop, he barked in Mongolian. Where do you think you're going? Giordano did stop, but only to bend down and retie his shoelace. Pitt kept walking toward the door as if the guard did not exist. Stop, the guard yelled again, shuffling toward Pitt as his hand reached for his holster. Pitt kept walking until the guard was only a step away, then he slowly turned and smiled broadly at the man. Sony, no hobler, Pitt said, shrugging his shoulders benignly. The guard contemplated Pitt's Caucasian features and indecipherable phrase with a look of utter confusion. Then the blunt side of a green toolbox arced out of nowhere and struck him in the side of the head, knocking him cold before his body could hit the ground. "I think he bent my toolbox," Giordano said huffily, rubbing a large dent on the end off green case. "Maybe he's got insurance." "I think we might want to find a different resting place for Sleeping Beauty," Pitt replied, stepping around the body. He walked over and tried the handle on the entry door but found it locked. Hoisting the sledgehammer, he swung the iron head against the door handle with a punishing blow. The lock smashed free of the door jamb and Pitt easily kicked the door open. Giordano already had the guard's torso in his arms, and dragged the unconscious man through the doorway and deposited him to the side as Pitt closed the door behind him. The interior was dark, but Pitt flicked on the light switches next to the door and flooded the interior with fluorescent light. To his surprise, the building was nearly empty. Just two flatbed haulers sat side by side in the middle of the floor, taking up a fraction of the otherwise deserted warehouse. One of flatbeds was empty, but the other held a large protruding object covered from view by a canvas tarp. The object under wraps had a streamlined shape resembling a subway car. It was nearly the opposite in dimension of the jaggedly vertical object that they had seen concealed on the truck at Lake Baikal. "Doesn't look like the present we were looking for," Pitt remarked. "Might as well unwrap it and find out what the big secret is," Giordano replied, pulling out the hacksaw from his battered toolbox. Jumping onto the flatbed, he attacked a maze of ropes that secured the canvas in a mummy-umip. As the cut ropes fell away, Pitt reached up and yanked at the canvas coverng. As the canvas tarp fell to the floor, they stood staring at a tube-shaped piece of machinery that stretched almost 30 feet long. A tangled maze of pipes and hydraulic lines ran from a large cylinder head at the front end to a frame support at the tail. Pitt walked around and studied the prow of the device, finding a circular plate 8 feet in diameter studded with small bevel discs. "A tunnel boring machine," he said, rubbing one of the cutter heads that was dull from usage. Korsoth mentioned the company had some mining interests. "I've heard there are some rich copper and coal reserves in the country. A rather expensive piece of equipment for a hack oil company." A shrill whistle suddenly sounded from somewhere across the yard. Pitt and Giordano glanced toward the door and immediately saw that the guard had disappeared. "Somebody woke up and ordered room service without telling us," Pitt said. "And I don't have any change for a tip. We've seen all there is to. Let's go." Meld into the woodwork. They sprinted to the door, which Pitt opened a crack to peer out. Across the yard, a trio of armed guards was headed toward the warehouse in a jeep. Pitt recognized the man in the back seat rubbing his head as the guard Giordano had clobbered. Pitt didn't hesitate, throwing open the door and bolting out of the building with Giordano on his heels. They turned and ran toward the maze of stacked pipes that paralleled the railroad spur. The pursuing guards shouted across the yard, but Pitt and Giordano quickly disappeared behind the first pallet of pipes. "I hope they don't have dogs," Giordano said as they paused to catch their breath. "I don't hear any barking." Pitt had instinctively grabbed the sledgehammer on the way out the door and held it up to show Giordano they weren't completely defenseless. He then surveyed the stacks of pipe around them and forged an exit strategy. "Let's maze our way through the pipes to the rail line. If we can skirt around the loading platform undetected, then we ought to be able to make it back to the gate while they are still sniffing around here." "I'm right behind you," Giordano replied. They took off again, skirting in and around the mammoth stacks of pipe that stood 20 feet high. A few yards behind, they heard the shouts of the guards as they fanned out in pursuit. Fording through the dozens of huge pallets was like snaking through a dense sequoia forest. The pursuers were at a decided disadvantage. Making a beeline as best he could, Pitt steered them in the direction of the railroad tracks, stopping again as they approached the last line of pallets. The rail spur ended just a few feet away, while just beyond was the southern boundary of the compound, marked by a 12-foot brick wall. "No chance at scaling that," Pitt whispered. "We'll have to follow the tracks." They jumped over the railroad tracks and moved toward the loading ramp at a fast walk so as not to attract attention. Ahead of them, the loading of the flat cars continued unimpeded. The workers had stopped briefly when the security alarm sounded, but resumed their loading when they saw the guards driving to the warehouse building. Pitt and Giordano approached the dock, walking along the backside of the flat cars with their hard hats pulled low over their eyes. They were nearly past the first of the TLNEE rail cars when a foreman jumped off the flat car, landing a few steps from Giordano. The workman lost his balance, stumbling into Giordano and bouncing off the stocky Italian like he'd hit a concrete wall. "Sony," the man muttered in Mongolian, then looked Giordano in the face. "Who are you?" Giordano could see the glint of alarm register in the man's face and immediately extinguished it with a right cross to the chin. The man slumped to the ground just as a loud shout erupted in front of them. Standing on the next flat car, two other workers witnessed Giordano punch out their supervisor and yelled out in bewilderment. The workers turned and yelled across the yard, waving their arms at the security jeep, which was just pulling away from the warehouse. "So much for a stealthy getaway," Pitt quipped. "I swear I was just minding my own business," Giordano muttered. Pitt peered down the rail line toward the gate they had cut through. If they took off at a sprint they had a chance to reach it before the jeep cut them off, but the guards would be right on their tail. "We need a diversion," Pitt said quickly. "Try to attract the attention of the jeep. I'll work on getting us a lift out of here. Attracting attention won't be a problem." Together they ducked under the railcar and crawled to the other side. Pitt hesitated in the shadows while Giordano jumped into view and started running back toward the stacks of pipes. A second later, several dockworkers came streaking by after him, dust and gravel rising from their feet inches from Pitt's face. He looked out and saw the security jeep make a sudden turn, its headlights capturing Giordano's image in the distance. It was Pitt's turn to move now, and he jumped from beneath the flatbed and ran toward the next railcar in line. One of the forklifts was setting a pallet of pipe casings on the flatbed when Pitt charged toward the driver's compartment. He still carried the sledgehammer with him and made a flying downward swing as he sprang into the cab. The heavy mallet head struck the foot of the operator before Pitt even landed. The startled driver stared at Pitt with wide eyes before the pain from two broken toes registered in his brain. Pitt raised the hammer as a first cry of agony trickled from the man's lips. "Sony, pal, but I need to borrow your rig," Pitt said. The stunned operator flew out the opposite side of the open cab as if he had wings, disappearing into the darkness before Pitt could wield another blow. Pitt dropped the hammer and slid into the seat, quickly backing the forklift away from the rail car. He had driven a forklift decades before while working at a car parts distributor in high school, and the controls quickly came back to mind. He whipped the forklift around on its lone rear wheel and stomped on the accelerator, aiming the Fiven prongs in the direction of Giordano. Pitt's partner had streaked toward the maze of stacked pipes until he saw one of the armed security guards emerge from the nearest piling. The jeep was descending from the center of the yard with the two other guards while a trio of dockworkers was chasing him from behind. Despite the odds, Giordano quickly figured his best chance was against the unarmed workers trailing him. Grinding to a stop in his tracks, he turned and charged directly at the first man in pursuit. The startled worker hesitated in surprise as Giordano suddenly bore into him, driving his shoulder into the man's stomach. It might as well have been a bull charging a rag doll. A gasp of air wheezed from the man's lips, then his face turned blue as he fell limp across Giordano's shoulders. The tough Italian didn't miss a step, bulling forward with the dead weight into the second worker, who was following only a step behind. The three bodies collided with a sickening thud, Giordano using the body over his shoulder to soften the blow from the second man. In a tumble of arms and legs, the three bodies fell to the ground in a heap, Giordano somehow landing on top. In an instant, he was on his feet, wheeling to face the next pursuer. But the third dockworker, a wiry man with long sideburns, had deftly sidestepped the mass of bodies and whirled behind Giordano. As Giordano rose, sideburns sprang onto his back and cupped an elbow around his throat. A simultaneous fusion of forces converged on him, as the jeep screeched to a halt just inches away while the guard on foot approached yelling with his gun drawn. Realizing he could no longer fight his way out, Giordano relaxed under the grip of the headlock, thinking that this was not quite the end of the diversion that he had in mind. Staring through the windshield, he noticed the driver of the jeep glare triumphantly as if he had just bagged a trophy caribou. The smug guard, obviously head of the security force, started to climb out of the jeep, then hesitated with a quizzical look on his face. The look turned to horror as he turned toward a bright yellow blur flashing out of the darkness. Blazing across the yard, Pitt had the forklift floored and aimed for the driver's side of the jeep. A warning cry erupted from the jeep's passenger, who tried to scramble clear, but there was nothing the driver could do. The twin forks sliced into the jeep like it was made of cheese, penetrating just fore and aft of the driver's seat. The nose of the forklift then bashed into the dorsal, mashing the jeep sideways for several feet and sending its occupants airborne out the opposite side. The two guards tumbled to the ground as the jeep skidded to a halt beside them. Pitt quickly jammed the forklift in reverse and backed away from the mangled car. With the shock of collision just in front of them, Giordano felt Sideburns' grip around his neck loosen a fraction and he reacted immediately. Shoving the man's wrist up, Giordano flung his free elbow into the worker's ribs. It was enough to stun the man and allow Giordano to slip his grasp. Giordano turned and ducked as Sideburns threw a roundhouse punch, which he countered with a hard jab below the man's ear. The smaller man quickly dropped to his knees, gazing at Giordano with a dazed look in his eyes that still left the security guard on foot. Giordano glanced at the armed man a few feet away and was relieved to see that he was no longer pointing the gun in his direction. The guard had instead turned his attention toward the forklift, which was now racing directly toward him. The guard fired two panicked shots in the general direction of the cab, then leaped out of the path of the charging vehicle. Ducking low in the cab, Pitt heard the shots whistle over his head, then yanked hard on the steering wheel as he passed by the guard. The nimble forklift quickly spun around and in an instant Pitt was back on the heels of the man. The surprised guard stumbled as he now tried to flee the rabid forklift and fell face down in its oncoming path. Pitt quickly lowered the front prongs and moved in for the kill. The guard should have rolled to the side but instead tried to stand up and run. As he rose, one of the prongs struck him along the backside and rode up his coat. Pitt jammed the lift lever and elevated the twin prongs above the cab, hauling the guard up into the air with them. Kicking and flailing, the guard dropped his gun as he desperately grabbed at the prong to keep from falling to the ground. "You know, you could hurt someone with this thing, if you're not careful," Giordano said, jumping into the cab and grabbing an overhead roll bar for support. "Safety first, I always say. Or is it second?" Pitt replied. He had already spun the forklift around and was accelerating alongside the railroad tracks toward the gate. As he was passing by the loading dock, several workers stepped forward, then jumped back as the forklift raced by, the security guard dangling from the elevated prong and shouting out for help. Pitt spied a high stack of oil drums ahead and veered the forklift toward the pile. "End of the line for our first-class passengers," he muttered. Driving straight for the drums, he slammed on the brakes when just a few yards away. The forklift screeched and skidded, banging to a jolting stop against the lower wall of drums. Dangling from the elevated prong, the sudden stop jerked the security guard forward, sending him flailing like a bird into the upper stack of oil drums. As he backed the forklift away, Pitt heard mumbled curses from the stack that told him the guard was still alive. Pitt turned the forklift back toward the railroad tracks and mashed the round accelerator to the floorboard. Shouts could be heard from the scene of the wrecked jeep, and Pitt glanced over his shoulder to see that two of the men were on their feet and chasing after them. The popping sound of gunfire echoed from behind, and a few of the rounds found the body of the forklift with a metallic thud. But the humming electric forklift buzzed quietly along, spreading the distance between itself and the angry pursuers. Nearing the gate, Pitt inched the forklift closer to the railroad tracks until the right wheel was bouncing over the wooden ties. "Ramming speed," Giordano said, eyeing Pitt's move and bracing himself for impact. Pitt steered for the left edge of the gate and gripped the steering wheel tight. The left prong struck the gate support post dead-on, severing through the lower metal hinge, as the right prong sliced through the metal fencing. The nose of the forklift then rammed into the gate with the full force of its momentum. The impact drove the forklift into the air momentarily before it mashed the gate off its hinges and sent it flying off to the side. Pitt had to fight the controls to keep the forklift from flipping as it burst out of the facility. The battered forklift bounded over the tracks and onto the gravel track that sided the rail line before settling onto its three wheels. Pitt steered down the gravel path, never lifting his foot off the accelerator. "I hope our taxi driver is early," Pitt yelled. "He better be. We're not going to outrun anybody much longer." Peering back toward the facility, Giordano spotted the headlights of another vehicle skirting the railroad tracks toward the battered gate. Pitt muscled the forklift's controls as it bounced wildly over unseen ruts and rocks in the starlit darkness. Not wanting to give any pursuing shooters an exact target, he had flicked off the headlights when they broke clear of facility. The darkened shadow of burnt-out bakery atop the hill finally appeared ahead and Pitt skidded the forklift to a stop. "Everybody off," he said, holding the brake down until they came to a complete stop. Jumping close, he searched the ground around him until finding a large flat rock. Turning the steering wheel off forklift so it aimed down the gravel track, he dropped the rock on the accelerator and jumped back. The yellow forklift sprung down the path, humming quietly as it disappeared into the night. "A shame. I was starting to get attached to that machine," Giordano muttered as they quickly scrambled up the hill. "Hopefully, a camel-header in the Gobi Desert will put it to good use." Cresting the ravine, they ducked behind a crumbling wall of bakery and peered around the front lot. Korsov's car was nowhere to be seen. "Remind me to badmouth the KGB next time we're in public," Giordano said. A half-mile down the road, they suddenly eyed the red flash of a pair of taillights, illuminated from a tap on the brakes. "Let's hope that's our boy," Pitt said. The duo took off from the building and ran down the road at a sprint. Approaching the crunching sound of tires on gravel, they jumped to the side of the road and hesitated as a car with its headlights off crept out of the darkness. It was the grey Toyota. "Good evening, gentlemen," Korsov grinned as Pitt and Giordano climbed into the car. His breath filled the interior with the odor of vodka. "A successful tour?" "Yes," Pitt replied, "but our hosts wish to follow us home." Behind the bakery, they could see the flash of a bouncing headlight beam from down the hill. Without a word, Korsov whipped the car around and sped off down the road. In minutes, he was barreling down a mix of back-road city streets before suddenly appearing at the rear of their hotel. "Good night, gentlemen," Korsov slurred. "We shall reconvene tomorrow, when you can give me a full report." "Thanks, Ivan," Pitt said. "Drive safe." "But of course." As Pitt slammed the door shut, the Toyota burst off down the street, disappearing around a corner with its tires squealing. Walking to the hotel, Giordano suddenly stopped and pointed. Across the street, music and laughter wafted from the little cafe, still bustling at the late hour. Giordano turned to Pitt and smiled. "I believe, boss, that you owe me a diversion 19 to Razor SAT in study, looking through a seismic report with 1,000-mile stare." A melancholy depression, tinged with anger, had gradually replaced her shock at Roy's brutal killing. He had been like a brother to her and his murder the night before was painful to accept. It had been made worse by the appearance of Tatiana in the courtyard shortly after Roy expired. With glaring eyes that spit fire, she'd hissed at Teresa. "Do not obey and the same fate will befall you." The guard who had killed Roy was summoned to crudely drag Teresa back to her room and keep her under armed guard. Since that moment, she and Wofford had been under constant surveillance. She gazed across the study to the entryway, where two stone-faced guards stood staring back at her. Their brightly coloured silk dells, or tunics, softened their appearance, but she knew from the night before that they were highly trained killers. Alongside her, Wofford sat with his bum leg propped on a chair, deeply engrossed in a geological report. He had been shocked by Roy's death but seemed to have shaken it off quickly. More likely, he was using the task at hand to conceal his emotions, Teresa decided. We might as well give them the work they asked for, he had told her. It might be the only thing that keeps us alive. Maybe he was right, she thought, trying to regain focus on the report in her hands. It was a geological assessment of a basin area in an unidentified plain. Sandstone and limestone rifts were identified as being overlaid with clay and shale stretched across the basin. It was just the type of stratigraphy that was conducive to subsurface petroleum reserves. The geology seems promising, wherever it is, she said to Wofford. Take a look at this, he replied, unrolling a computer printout across the table. Known as a seismic section, the printout showed a computer-enhanced image of several layered levels of sediment for a confined location. The chart was created by a seismic survey team that sent man-made shocks into the ground and recorded the sound reflections. Teresa stood up to get a better look, examining the chart with fresh interest. It was unlike any seismic image she had seen before. Most subsurface profiles were opaque and smudgy, resembling a Rorschach ink blot left out in a rainstorm. The profile before her was a crisp image, with clearly delineated subsurface layers. Amazing image, she remarked. Must be made with some cutting-edge technology. I've never seen anything this precise. It definitely beats anything we've ever used in the field. But that's not the amazing aspect, he added. Reaching over, he pointed to a bulbous shape near the bottom of the page that extended off the edge. Teresa leaned over and studied it carefully. That looks like a classic, not to mention nicely sized, anticlinal trap, she said, referring to the dome-shaped layer of sediments. The cusp of a sedimentary dome like the one before her was a flashing red light for geophysicists, as it is a prime spot for petroleum deposits to accumulate. Nicely sized, indeed, Wofford replied. Pulling over a stack of similar profiles, he spread several on the table. That particular trap stretches nearly 40 kilometers. There's 6 other smaller ones I've found in the same region. It certainly looks like the right conditions for a deposit. You never know until the drill gets wet, but from these images, it looks pretty promising. And there's 6 more? That's a tremendous reserve potential. At least 6 more. I haven't digested all the reports yet, but it is mind-boggling. Taking a stone's throw from the image, there might be 2 billion barrels potentially sitting in that one trap alone. Add in the others and you could have over 10 billion barrels. And that's just for one field. No telling how much is in the entire region. Incredible. Where is the field located? That's the hitch. Someone has carefully removed all geographic references from the data. I can only tell that it is subterranean, and that the surface topography is flat with a predominant sandstone base. You mean we might be looking at the next North Sea oil fields and you don't know where they are located? I haven't a clue. Sargo flagged between sips from a cup of tea, his big belly jiggling with each guffaw. Charging through the night on a forklift, toting an Avaga security guard through the air, he chuckled. You Americans always have such a flair for dramatics. It wasn't the understated exit I would have preferred, Pitt replied from across the cafe table, but a one insisted we ride, not walk. And we still nearly missed last call. Giordano smirked before sipping his morning coffee. I'm sure management is scratching their heads, wondering why a pair of Westerners were waltzing around their facility. A shame you didn't find any evidence that our oil survey friends had been there. No, the only item of interest was the tunnel boring machine. And it was concealed under a canvas tarp similar to the object that was removed from the freighter at Baikal. It is possible the machine was stolen and brought into the country surreptitiously. Mongolia does not have easy access to high technology. Perhaps the company does not want the government to be aware of its technological equipment. Yes, that could be true, Pitt replied. I would still like to know what it was that they hauled away from Baikal under UMAPs. Alexander, have there been any developments in the abduction investigation? Giordano asked before biting into a buttered roll. Sargoth looked up to see Korsov enter the busy cafe situated across from Sukbata Square. I shall let our local expert address that question, he said, standing and greeting his embassy friend. Korsov smiled his toothy grin and pulled a chair up to the table. I trust everyone had a comfortable night, he said to Pitt and Giordano. Just until the vodka wore off, Pitt grinned, cognizant that Giordano was nursing a mild hangover. Ivan, we were just discussing the investigation. Has there been any news on the official front? Sargoth asked. Nyt, Korsov said, his jovial face turning solemn. The National Police have still not been assigned the case. The investigative request is being held up in the Justice Ministry. My apologies, I misspoke when I said that Avaga oil has no influence within the government. It is clear that a bribe is in effect at some level. Every hour might count for Teresa and the others, Giordano said. Our embassy is doing everything they can through official channels. And I am, of course, pursuing leads through unofficial means. Do not worry, my friend, we will find them. Sargoth drained the rest of his tea and set down the empty cup. I'm afraid there is little more that we can ask of Ivan. The Mongol authorities often work on their own time frame. They will ultimately respond to the continued inquisitions from our embassy, despite whatever bribes are impeding the investigation. It may be best if we step back and wait for the bureaucratic hurdles to be cleared before any further action. As it is, I must return to Irkutsk to file a report on the damage to the Vrish Kagin. I have gone ahead and booked airline tickets for the three of us this afternoon. Pitt and Giordano looked knowingly at Korsov, then turned to Sargoth. Actually, we have already made alternate travel plans, Alexander, Pitt said. You are returning directly to the United States? I thought perhaps you would return to Siberia and collect your comrade Rudy first. No, we are not going to the United States, or Siberia, just yet. I don't understand. Where is your intended destination? Pitt's green eyes glimmered as he said, a mystical place called Xanadu. 20 Korsov's intelligence network spat off again. Though the central government in Ulaanbaatar had taken a hard turn toward democracy after the fall of the Soviet Union, there was a sizable communist minority opposition in the government ranks, many of whom still harbored pro-Moscow sentiments. It was a low-level analyst in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that had notified Korsov about the pending Chinese state visit. But it was Korsov who had recognized it as a golden opportunity for Pitt and Giordano. The Chinese Minister of Commerce was arriving on short notice, ostensibly to tour a new solar energy plant recently opened at the edge of the capital city. Yet the bulk of the minister's time was scheduled for a private visit with the head of the Avaga Oil Consortium, at his secluded residence southeast of Ulaanbaatar. I can put you in the motorcade, which will get you past Borjan's front door. The rest will be up to you, Korsov had told Pitt and Giordano. No offense, but I don't see how anyone is going to buy us being part of the Chinese delegation, Giordano said. They won't have to, because you'll be part of the Mongolian state escort. Giordano wrinkled his brow at what seemed to be a small difference. Korsov explained that a formal reception was planned for the minister's arrival later in the day. A large welcoming escort from the Foreign Affairs Ministry would accompany the Chinese delegation for the evening. But tomorrow, when the delegation toured the solar energy plant and travelled to Avaga headquarters, only a small Mongolian security force had been requested to accompany the minister. So we are joining the Mongolian Secret Service? Pitt asked. Korsov nodded. Ordinary officers of the National Police actually fill the roles. It took only a modest enticement to have you inserted as replacement security escorts. You will swap places with the real guards at the solar energy plant and follow the procession to Xanadu. As I told you, I would gladly use my own operatives for the assignment. No, Pitt replied, we'll take the risk from here. You have gone out on a limb for us as it is. It is all deniable by me. And I trust you not to reveal your sources, he added with a grin. Cross my heart. Good. Now just remember to keep a low profile and see if you can prove that your abducted friends are on the premises. We can prompt the Mongolian authorities to action if we have some evidence. Will do. What do we owe you for the bribes? That is such an ugly word, Korsov replied, a pained look crossing his face. I am in the information business. Anything you can share with me about Avaga Oil, Mr. Borgen, and his aspirations will more than repay the pittance spent on the police escort. Which means I expect you back here for borscht tomorrow night. Now, there's an enticement, Giordano groaned. And just one more thing, Korsov added with a smile. Try not to forget to keep the Chinese minister alive. Pitt and Giordano took a cab to the solar energy facility, even an hour ahead of the Chinese minister's scheduled appearance. Smiling at a sleepy-eyed guard at the gate, they flashed a pair of dummy press credentials provided by Korsov and waltzed right into the facility. It was little more than a 10-acre lot peppered with dozens of flat black solar panels that supplemented the electricity produced by a large adjacent coal-burning power plant. Built by the power company as an experimental test station, it barely provided the power to light a football stadium. With more than 260 days of sunshine a year, Mongolia was rich in the essential resource needed to generate solar power, though the technology was well beyond affordability at the consumer level. Steering clear of a hastily assembled greeting platform where a handful of state officials and power plant executives waited nervously, Pitt and Giordano concealed themselves behind a large solar panel near the entrance. Dressed in dark Chinese tailored sport coats and sunglasses, with black woolen beret-type hats on their heads, they easily passed for local security types to those observing from a distance. They didn't have to wait long before the motorcade rolled through the gates a few minutes early and pulled up to the greeting platform. Pitt smiled to himself at the unceremonious vehicles that made up the motorcade, a far cry from the ubiquitous black limousines found in Washington. A trio of clean but high-mileage Toyota Land Cruisers chauffeured the Chinese minister and his small cadre of assistants and security guards. The contingent was led by a Mongol security escort driving a yellow UAZ four-door Jeep. Another UAZ Jeep tailed the delegation, its left front fender battered by a prior traffic accident. The Russian-built UAZs, an offshoot of a military Jeep, reminded Pitt of the boxy International Harvester four-wheel drives built in the US back in the late 1960s. That's our ride, Pitt said, referring to the battered UAZ at the rear. I hope it's got a satellite radio and a nav system, Giordano replied. I just hope it's got tires that were manufactured in this century, Pitt muttered. Pitt watched as the two men in the car casually got out and disappeared into the field of solar panels as the welcoming committee greeted the Chinese minister. With the delegation preoccupied, Pitt and Giordano moved undetected to the car and took the guard's place in the front seats. Here's your nav system, Pitt said, grabbing a map from the dashboard and tossing it on Giordano's lap. He smiled when he noticed that the car didn't even have a radio. A few yards in front of them, Commerce Minister Shinji was making quick order of the welcoming committee. He briskly shook hands with the plant officials, then walked off toward some solar panels to hasten the tour. In less than 10 minutes, he was thanking the officials and climbing back into his car. He's sure got ants in his pants, Giordano said, surprised at the brevity of the tour. Guess he's anxious to get to Xanadu. The tour of the solar energy facility is apparently not the highlight of his visit. Pitt and Giordano scrunched down in their seats as the motorcade looped around the facility and passed right by them on the way to the gate. Pitt then started the car and quickly caught up to the third Toyota in line. The caravan rumbled east out of Ulaanbaatar, curving past the Bayanzurk Nurua Mountains. Mount Bayanzurk, one of 4 holy peaks that surround Ulaanbaatar like points on a compass, capped the range. The scenic mountain peaks gradually gave way to rolling empty grasslands that stretched treeless as far as the eye could see. This was the famous Asian steppe of historical lore, a swath of rich pasturelands that spanned central Mongolia like a wide, green belt. Stands of the thick summer grass rippled like waves on the ocean under a stiff breeze that blew across the open range. The lead vehicle followed an uneven paved road, which eventually turned to dirt, then transgressed into little more than a pair of ruts through the grassland. Driving at the back of the pack, Pitt was forced to navigate through a dirty haze kicked up by the other vehicles and magnified by the dust-laden winds. The caravan travelled to the southeast, bounding across the grass-covered hills for another 3 hours before ascending a small cluster of mountains. At a nondescript iron gate, the delegation turned onto another road, which Pitt noted was professionally groomed. The road climbed several miles up the mountain before skirting a ridge and approaching a fast-moving river. An aqueduct had been built off the river and the caravan followed the cement-lined waterway as it twisted around a tight bend and approached a high-walled compound. The aqueduct continued up to the compound, running underneath its facing stone wall near a single arched entryway. 2 guards wearing bright silk dells stood on either side of a massive iron gate blocking the entrance. As the vehicles slowed to a stop in front of the gate, Pitt contemplated their next move. "You know, we probably don't want to join the party for the grand entrance," he said. "You never were one to fit in with the crowd," Giordano remarked. "Do you know if the other Mongol escorts are aware that we replaced their pals for the afternoon?" "I don't know. And I guess there is no sense in finding out." Giordano gazed toward the entrance, then squinted. "Car problems?" he asked. "I was thinking a flat tire." "Consider it done." Slipping out the passenger's door, Giordano crawled beside the front tire and removed the valve stem cap. Jamming a matchstick into the stem, he waited patiently as a rush of air whistled out off the valve. In a few seconds, the tire deflated to the ground and he screwed the cap back on. Just as he climbed back into the Jeep, the iron gate was shoved open at the front of the line. Pitt followed the line of cars as they entered the compound but stopped at the gate as one of the guards gave him a cross look. Pitt pointed toward the flat tire and the guard looked, then nodded. Barking something in Mongolian, he motioned for Pitt to turn right after he entered the compound. Pitt made a show of limping slowly behind the other cars as he quickly surveyed the complex. The ornate marble residence was directly ahead, fronted by the manicured garden. Pitt had no idea what the real Xanadu looked like centuries ago, but the structure before him was spectacular in its own right. Plenty of pageantry was on display for the minister as a pair of escorts riding snow-white horses led the procession to the front portico. A Chinese flag blew stiffly on a mast adjacent to an arrangement of 9 tall wooden poles. Pitt noticed that a chunk of white fur resembling a foxtail dangled from each pole top. As the procession approached the residence, Pitt strained to identify Borgen among the greeting party on the porch, but he was too far away to see any faces. "Any sign of Tatiana in the welcoming committee?" he asked as he began wheeling the car out of line and toward the building on the right. "There's at least one woman standing on the porch, but I can't make out if it is her," Giordano said, squinting through the windshield. Pitt guided the car toward the garage and drove through its open bay doors. The flat tire flopped loudly on the concrete floor as he brought the car to a stop beside a segregated bay flanked with tool chests. A grease-stained mechanic in a red baseball cap came running over, yelling and waving his arms at the Jeep's occupants. Pitt ignored the man's ravings and flashed a friendly smile. "PFFFT," he said, pointing toward the flat tire. The mechanic walked around the front of the car and examined Giordano's handiwork, then looked TLN off the windshield and nodded. He turned and walked to the end of the bay, returning a moment later with a floor jack. "Might be a good time to take a walk," Pitt said, climbing out of the car. Giordano followed him as they walked toward the open garage door, then stopped as if to mill about while waiting for the tire to be repaired. But rather than watch the mechanic, they carefully scrutinized the interior of the garage. Several late-model four-wheel drives were parked in front, while the rest of the building was filled with large trucks and some excavating equipment. Giordano rested his foot on a maintenance cart parked by the door and studied a dusty brown panel tuck. "The enclosed truck," he said quietly. "Looks a lot like the one at Baikal." "Indeed, it does. How about the flatbed over there?" Pitt said, motioning to a cab and flatbed sitting nearby. Giordano glanced at the truck and flatbed, which were empty save for some canvas and ropes strewn over one side. "Our mystery prize." "Perhaps," Pitt replied. He peered across the grounds and then at the building next to the garage. "We probably have some temporary immunity around here," he said, nodding toward the building. "Let's take a walk next door." Proceeding as if they knew where they were going, they strolled to the brick building next door. They passed a large loading dock and walked through an adjacent glass entry door. Pitt expected to find a reception area, but the entrance led instead into the middle of a large work bay that opened onto the empty dock. Test equipment machines and electronic circuit boards were scattered around several workbenches, being tinkered with by a pair of men in white anti-static lab coats. One of the men, who had small bird-like eyes set behind wire-rimmed glasses, stood and looked at Pitt and Giordano suspiciously. "Stew alley?" Pitt asked, recalling the Russian word for toilet that he picked up in Siberia. The man studied Pitt for a moment, then nodded and pointed down a corridor that ran from the center of the room. "On the right," he said in Russian, then sat down and resumed his tinkering. Pitt and Giordano walked past the two men and turned down the corridor. "Impressive language skills," Giordano said quietly. "Just one of the nearly 5 words I know in Russian," Pitt boasted. "I just recalled Korsov saying that most Mongolians know a smidgen of Russian." They moved slowly down the wide tiled corridor, which stretched 20 feet across, and whose ceiling was nearly as high. Skid marks on the floor indicated the movement of large equipment up and down the corridor. The hallway was lined with large plate glass windows that revealed the interior of the rooms on either side. Small labs, stockpiled with various electronic test and assembly equipment, occupied most of the building space. Only an occasional office and desk, decorated in Spartan blandness, broke up the technical areas. The entire building was strangely cold and silent, in part because only a handful of technicians appeared to work there. "Looks more like the back of a Radio Shack than an Exxon gas station to me," Giordano said. "It does give the appearance they are interested in something other than pumping oil out off ground. Unfortunately, that may mean that Teresa and the others weren't brought here." Passing by the restroom, they continued down the corridor until it ended at a thick metal door that closed over a high floor sill. Glancing around the empty hallway, Pitt grabbed the handle and pushed on the heavy door, which opened inward. The thick door swung back slowly, revealing a vast chamber. The room occupied the entire end of the building, with a high ceiling that rose over 30 feet. Row after row of cone-shaped spikes protruded from the walls, ceiling, and even the floor, which lent the appearance of some sort of medieval torture chamber. But there was no danger from the spikes, as Pitt confirmed when he squeezed one of the foam rubber cone tips between his fingers. "An anechoic chamber," he said. "Built to absorb radio frequency electromagnetic waves," Giordano added. "These babies are usually the property of defense contractors, used for testing sophisticated electronics." "There's your sophisticated electronics," Pitt said. He pointed to the center of the room, where a large platform stood on stilts above the foam floor. A dozen large metal cabinets were jammed onto the platform next to several racks of computer equipment. In the middle of the platform was an open center section, where a torpedo-shaped device hung from a gantry. Pitt and Giordano climbed across a catwalk that led from the door to the platform. "This ain't the stuff of roughnecks," Pitt said, eyeing the equipment. The cabinets and racks contained over 40 computer-sized modules linked together with several yards of thick black cable. Each rack had a small LED display and several power meters. A large box with dials marked Eru-Turken and FR_Eklen sat at the end, next to a monitor and keyboard. Pitt studied the markings on the equipment and raised a brow in curiosity. "My high school foreign language skills may be a little rusty, but those dials are marked in German. I believe that last dial translates to frequency." "German? I would have thought Chinese or Russian would be more in vogue." "Most of the electronics equipment looks to be of German manufacture as well." "There's some serious horsepower involved," Giordano said, counting the array of transmitter cabinets cabled in sequence. "What do you make of? I can only guess." "The large cabinets look like commercial-grade radio transmitters. The racks of computers must be used for performing data processing. Then there's the hanging tripod." He turned and examined the device dangling from the center of the platform. It consisted of 3 long tubes fashioned together and standing nearly 10 feet high. The lower ends flared near the floor, bound with a thickly matted material. The opposite ends, standing well above Pitt's head, sprouted a thick bundle of cables, which trailed to the computer racks. "They resemble some sort of amplified transducers, though bigger than I've ever seen. It could be a beefed-up seismic imaging system, used for oil exploration," he said, studying the tripod-shaped device that hung vertically. "Looks more advanced than any drill operation I've ever seen." Pitt glanced at several manuals and notebooks lying beside the equipment. He flipped through them casually, noting that they were all written in German. He opened what appeared to be the key operating manual and tore the first few pages out, stuffing them in his pocket. "A little light reading material for the ride home," Giordano said. "Some practice for my German verb conjugations." Pitt closed the manual, then they both made their way back across the catwalk and exited the chamber. Walking down the hallway, they heard a sudden commotion coming from the lab at the far end. "The rat fink may have called the heat on us," Giordano said. "A good bet," Pitt said, scanning the hallway. He took a few steps back and opened the chamber door, then returned to Giordano. "Maybe we can try to sneak past them." They quickly moved up the hallway, then Pitt opened the door to one of the windowed labs and slipped in. Giordano followed behind, then closed the door and turned off the lights. As they stood out of sight from the hall window, they noticed an odd chemical smell permeating the room. Peering across the darkened room, Pitt made out a number of stainless steel vats, along with a table full of small brushes and dental picks. "I think they are taking the bait," Giordano whispered. The sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway, drawing close and then passing by. Peeking through the glass, Giordano could see 2 men in silk uniforms marching toward the chamber door. "Find me a broom," he whispered to Pitt, then flung the door open. In a flash, he was running down the hall. But instead of heading for the exit, he ran barreling toward the 2 men. Like a charging linebacker delivering a blindside hit, he plowed into the backs of both men as they were peeking through the chamber door. The collision reminded Pitt of a bowling ball striking a pair of pins to pick up a spare. The 2 men went sprawling into the chamber, flying face first onto the padded floor. Before they knew what hit them, Giordano had popped up from the ground and yanked the chamber door shut behind them. Pitt arrived a second later with a mop he found by the bathroom and broke off a 4-foot section of the handle. Giordano rammed the stick through the door handle and wedged it tightly against the side frames. "That should give us a head start," Giordano said, rubbing his shoulder. "Pam." Pitt smiled at hearing shouts from the men, their voices muffled to a whisper by the sound-deadening materials inside the chamber. They began moving down the corridor when Pitt suddenly stopped by the room in which they had hidden. Just curious, he said, flicking the lights on and re-entering the lab. Remember the cat? Pitt circled the room, surveying the steel vats, which were filled with a clear fluid that smelled of formaldehyde. He stopped in front of one of the vats, gazing at a shiny object that lay in a tray at the bottom. Finding a pair of tongs, he pulled out the item and dried it off on a towel. It was a pendant, made of silver formed in an ornate diamond shape. A falcon or eagle with 2 heads was engraved on the top edge, above a lustrous red stone that sparkled from the center. A finely detailed inscription in Arabic lettering circled the bottom. It had an ancient and imperial look about it, as if it was commissioned for a woman of high royalty. An artifact conservation lab mixed in with an electrical engineering facility. Pitt asked. An odd combination. Maybe he just likes to collect coins. How about we get out of here before our friends remember they are carrying guns? Pitt slipped the pendant into his pocket, then shut off the light and followed Giordano down the corridor at a fast clip. Reaching the large bay at the end, they zipped through the exit door as the white-coated engineer stared at them in surprise. Thanks for the pit stop. Pitt smiled, then disappeared out the door. Outside, the winds had gradually increased, buffeting the compound with gusting swirls of thick dust. Pitt and Giordano stepped back into the garage, finding the mechanic wrestling some frozen lug nuts to get the front wheel off. Pitt moved to the doorway and looked across the lawn toward the main residence. He could just barely make out the 2 Mongolian escorts talking casually on the porch. 2 other men stood on either side of the doorway that led into the residence. If they didn't let our Mongol cohorts in the front door, then I don't think they are going to let us stroll right in, he said. We'll have to find another entrance. If Teresa and the others are here, they would have to be somewhere in that building. Giordano said, scanning the grounds around the residence. We won't have a lot of time to walk around the complex before our chambermaids get loose. Who said anything about walking? Pitt asked. Returning to the garage, he nodded toward the grounds maintenance cart parked near the doorway and checked to see that the key was in the ignition. When nobody in the garage was looking, he grabbed the steering wheel and pushed the cart toward the open door. Giordano stepped over and helped, practically lifting the cart out the door and around the side wall. Out of view of the garage occupants, Pitt hopped in and started up the gas engine. Normally utilized by golf course maintenance crews, the green cart had a small flatbed built behind the 2 front seats. Pitt jammed the accelerator down and the cart burst off across the grounds as the rear tires spit gravel. Glancing to his right, he noticed 2 men on horseback exiting the stable at the far end of the laboratory building, their shapes temporarily disappearing in a blowing swirl of dust. He quickly spun the steering wheel to the left and drove toward the opposite side of the compound. The cart zipped past the main entrance as Pitt followed a path around the perimeter wall, the guards outside paying no attention to the green maintenance vehicle whizzing by. Pitt slowed as the gravel path led to a small decorative bridge. Beneath it, the deep aqueduct waters from the nearby river flowed into the numerous canals that crisscrossed the landscaped grounds. Nice irrigation system, Giordano remarked as Pitt stopped the cart on top of the bridge. To their left, they could see the top halves of a pair of large pipes that carried the water under the compound wall before being dispersed into the canals. Pitt continued on, following the wall around toward the left edge of the residence. There still appeared to be no access to the building, other than through the main portico where the Mongol escorts and entry guards still stood. Ahead, the compound wall ended abruptly at a sharp, rocky precipice. On the other side of the wall, an underground pipe spewed the outgoing canal water in a man-made waterfall that tumbled down the mountainside before rejoining the river below. Pitt parked the cart behind a tree and walked to the edge. An open gap stretched between the wall and the residence, too steep to drive the cart down but not as harrowing as the waterfall drop-off. A small footpath zigzagged down to a narrow plateau that formed the foundation for the hillside residence. Beyond the now strip of level ground, The terrain sloped steeply down the mountain for nearly half a mile, eliminating the need for a rear security wall. Try the back door? Giordano asked. It's either that, or drive the golf cart TLN off the front door. Let's just hope there is a back door. They proceeded to hike down the short but steep trail, which they found heavily trodden with hoof prints. Mist from the adjacent waterfall blew onto them from the strong breeze, sending a damp chill through to their bones. Making their way to the back side of the residence, they found it was built up on a slight berm that rose above them, sided by a rock wall. Not a lot of easy ways in and out of this joint, are there? Giordano asked, eyeing the rock wall that appeared to stretch for the length of the building. I guess the fire marshal hasn't paid them a visit yet. They moved toward the center-of house, hugging the stone wall so as to stay out of view of any windowed rooms above them. The wind was gusting fiercely now, and they shielded their faces with their hats to keep the blowing dust from stinging their eyes. Reaching the edge of the courtyard, they crept behind a low hedge and surveyed the grounds. They immediately spotted the entry door off the courtyard, which was advertised by the presence of 2 silk-clad guards standing at either side. Do you want to try your language skills with these 2? Giordano asked in seriousness. Pitt really didn't want to fight his way into the residence, as there was no real proof that Teresa and the others were even there. But they were already facing a tenuous departure after the encounter at the lab, so there was little more to risk anyway. They needed to know one way or the other. There's a line of bushes across the interior that runs close to the door, he noted. If we can get over to that stone building and work our way around the back side, we might be able to creep up and surprise them. Giordano nodded, looking at the odd stone building across the courtyard. They waited until a thick swirl of dust kicked up, then sprinted toward the round stone structure. Skirting around its back side, they moved toward its entryway. Ducking into the tunnel-like opening, they crouched down and peered at the 2 guards across the yard. The security men were still standing beside the residence door, cowering slightly in the alcove to escape the bite of the wind. Pitt and Giordano had made it across the courtyard unseen. Or so they thought. 21 After a bounce-a-hawker ride across the mountains and steppes of central Mongolia, traversing a road that barely qualified as a pair of ruts, Commerce Minister Shinji was convinced his trek was a wild goose chase. There was no magic supply of oil hiding in Mongolia. He had seen not a single oil well during the entire trip. It was President Fear's fault, foolishly charging at windmills rather than accepting reality. Only Shinji had inherited the Don Quixote outfit. The Commerce Minister waited angrily for his driver to pull up to the next jur, half expecting the president of Avaga Oil to welcome him on a broken-down pony. His anger and disgust softened rapidly when the dusty caravan rolled through the iron gates and into the stately compound of Tolgo Borgin. Arriving at such an outpost in the middle of nowhere suddenly gave a jolt of credence to their journey. And pulling up to the front of the elegant residence, Shinji could see that Borgin was no sheep herder. The host was dressed in a finely cut European suit and bowed deeply as Shinji exited the vehicle. A translator at his side relayed his greetings in Mandarin. Welcome, Minister Shinji. I trust your journey was pleasant. A delight to see the beautiful Mongolian countryside, Shinji replied, maintaining his diplomatic form as he rubbed dust from his eyes. May I present my sister Tatiana, who is our Director of Field Operations? Tatiana bowed gracefully to Shinji, who noted she wore the same look of conceit that Borgin carried. Shinji smiled warmly, then dutifully introduced his entourage. He turned and admired a contingent of horsemen in warrior attire that ringed the driveway. I have heard much about the Mongol horse, Shinji said. Do you breed horses, Mr. Borgin? Just a small stock for my security detail. I require that all my security employees be proficient in horsemanship and expert marksmen with the bow. An interesting testament to the past, Shinji said. A practical one as well. In these parts, a Mongol horse can go where no vehicle can. And some skills of warfare never lose their value. Modern technology is well and fine, but my ancestors conquered half-world with the horse and bow. I find they are still perfectly useful skills today. Please, let us escape this infernal wind and relax indoors, Borgen said, leading the group through the front door. He then led the group down the main hallway toward the large room at the end. Admiring the array of antiques decorating the corridor, Shinji stopped in front of a bronze sculpture of a prancing horse. The patinated green stallion was reflected off a colorful, framed mosaic mounted on the wall. A lovely sculpture, Shinji said, recognizing the design as Chinese. Yuan dynasty. No, the Song dynasty of slightly earlier, Borgen replied, impressed with the minister's eye. Most of the antiques in the house date from the early 13th century, a time of the greatest conquests in Mongol history. The tile mosaic on the wall is an ancient work from Samarkand, and the carved pedestal on which the sculpture sits is from India, circa 1200 AD. Are you a collector? Not officially, the minister smiled. I possess a few modest pieces of porcelain from the Yuan and Ming dynasties, but that is all. I am very impressed with your collection. Objects from that era are not readily marketed. I have an antiquities dealer in Hong Kong, Borgen explained with a flat look. The entourage reached the conference room at the end of the corridor. Its huge floor-to-ceiling windows normally offered an expansive view from the hilltop, but little could be seen beyond the courtyard and sanctuary just below. The strong winds obscured most of the vista with swirling dust, the distant steps peeking through the haze at only random intervals. Borgen strolled past a sitting area with couches and a bar, leading the group to a formal mahogany table where everyone was seated. Borgen took a seat at one end, with his back to the wall. Behind him was a wide set of shelves that displayed a medieval arsenal. A collection of ancient spears, lances, and swords lined half the wall, while several handmade composite bows and metal-tipped arrows were hung opposite. Round metal helmets spiked with horsehair plumes lined the top shelf, fronted by several round clay objects that resembled primitive hand grenades. Guarding the entire collection was a huge stuffed falcon, its wings spread ominously at full breadth. The bird's head was tilted upward and its sharp beak pried open, as if it were shrieking a final cry of death. Shinji looked from the weapons to the falcon and then to the man who owned them and felt an involuntary shiver. There was something about the oil executive that was savage like the falcon. The cold eyes seemed to hint at a hidden brutality. Shinji imagined that his host could pull one of the spears from the wall and thrust it through a man without a second thought. As a cup of hot tea was placed before him, the commerce minister tried to dispel his feelings and focus on the purpose of his visit. My government has received your proposal to supply a significant quantity of crude oil to our country. The party leadership is grateful for your offer and most intrigued by the bountiful nature of the proposal. On behalf of the party, I have been asked to confirm the validity of the proposal and discuss the remuneration necessary to conclude an agreement. Borgen leaned back in his chair and laughed. Yes, of course. Why does Mongolia, nemesis to Cathay for 1,000 years, suddenly desire to assist our uneasy neighbor to the south? How can a dust-laden receptacle of sand and grass, inhabited by ragtag peasants and sheep herders, suddenly materialize as a major source of natural resources? I will tell you why. It is because you made us prisoners in our own land. You and the Russians have barricaded us from the rest of the world for decades. We have become an isolated wasteland, a landlocked island of a forgotten time and place. Well, I'm afraid those days are over, Minister Shinji. You see, Mongolia is a rich land in more ways than one, and you didn't take the time or effort to appreciate that when you had the chance. Only now, Western companies are clamoring to come in and develop our mines and cut timber from our forests. But they are too late for the oil. For when nobody was even interested in prospecting our grounds, we made the effort ourselves, and now we shall reap the rewards. He nodded at Tatiana, who retrieved a map from a side bureau and unrolled it in front of the Chinese minister. She plucked a pair of jade carvings from the center of the table and used them to hold open the scrolled chart. It was a country map of Mongolia. An irregular red oval was overlaid on a section near the southeastern border, appearing like an amoeba that had drowned in a cheap merlot. The spot stretched for nearly 50 miles, its lower end rounding alongside the border of Chinese Inner Mongolia. The Temujin Field. A natural basin that makes your aging Dachshund field look like a bowl of spit, Borgen said, referring to China's largest oil field, which was in a state of decline. Our test wells indicate potential reserves of 40 billion barrels of crude oil and 50 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. The million barrels a day we will sell to you will be a pittance. Why has such a discovery not been publicized? Shinji asked with a hint of skepticism. I have heard nothing of such a find so close to our borders. Borgen smiled, his teeth bared in a shark-like grin. Few living people outside of this room are aware of the find, he said cryptically. My own government knows nothing of these reserves. How else do you think I was able to acquire the entire land rights to the region? There have been minor exploratory forays into Mongolia that have touched upon the oil potential, but they have all missed the primary bonanza, if you will. A proprietary technology of ours helped pinpoint the windfall somewhat by accident, he said with a smile. These are deep reserves, which explains in part why they were overlooked by previous exploration teams. But I need not bore you with the details. Suffice it to say that a number of test wells have provided initial confirmation of the reserve estimates. Shinji sat quietly, the color draining from his face. He had little choice but to acknowledge the reality of the vast oil field. The fact that an arrogant charlatan of questionable morality controlled it made him sick to his stomach. Shinji was playing a weak hand and he knew that Borgen controlled the deck. Having oil in the ground is one thing, but delivering it within 90 days is quite another, the minister said soberly. Your offer suggests we could see crude oil flowing within that time frame. I don't see how that is possible. It will take some doing on your part, but it is quite feasible, Borgen replied. Turning to Tatiana, he asked for another map from the bureau. She unrolled a second chart, which showed a map of Mongolia and northern China. A spider web of red lines crisscrossed the Chinese section of the map. The existing oil pipelines of China, Borgen explained. Take a look at your recently completed northeast pipeline from Dachshund to Beijing, with a spur from the port terminal at Qinhuangdao. Shinji studied the map, noting a small X along a barren stretch of pipeline that ran TLN off Inner Mongolia. The X is 30 kilometers from the Mongolian border and 40 kilometers from a nearly completed pipeline span I am building to the border. You need only extend the pipeline from my termination to that spot on your Dachshund line and the oil will begin to flow. 40 kilometers of pipeline? That can't be completed in 90 days. Borgen stood up and paced around the table. Come now, the Americans laid 10 miles of rail track in a day constructing their transcontinental railroad in the 1860s. I have taken the liberty of already surveying the route and have the necessary pipe committed from a supplier. For additional consideration, I can also provide temporary excavation equipment. Surely for the country that has built the Three Gorges Dam, this should be child's play. You seem to have considered our needs well, Shinji said with veiled contempt. As a good business partner should. Borgen smiled. And, in return, my demands are simple. You will pay a per barrel rate of 146,000 Togrog, or $125 US. You will accede the lands of southern Mongolia, or the Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, as you inanely refer to the territory. And you will provide me a direct and exclusive pipeline to the port of Qinhuangdao, where you will provide me an offloading port facility where I may export my excess supply of oil. As Shinji gasped at the demand, the Mongol turned and gazed out the window, watching the winds swirl like tongues of fire. A movement caught his eye and he peered down at the courtyard. Two men dressed in dark suits were sprinting across it toward the sanctuary. Borgin watched as the two figures looped around the back side of the structure, then reappeared by the entrance and ducked inside. A tightness gripped his throat as he turned to the minister. "If you will excuse me for a moment, I must attend to an urgent matter." Turning his back before the minister could say another word, Borgin strode briskly from the room. 22 The downtown _ILY, forcing Pitt and Giordano to remain undercover in the stone entryway. Pitt looked up and admired the high archway that led to the main chamber of the stone edifice. Though the construction appeared ancient, it had obviously been rebuilt or refurbished, as evidenced by the smooth and unbroken layer of mortar between the stones. Situated in the center of the courtyard, Pitt realized that the main residence was probably built around the little stone building. "A Buddhist temple?" Giordano asked, noting the flicker of candlelight down the corridor. "Most likely," Pitt replied, aware that Buddhism was the predominant religion in Mongolia. Their curiosity piqued while waiting for the winds to resume, the two men moved quietly down the wide corridor and stepped into the main chamber. Under the glow of a dozen burning torches and candles, Pitt and Giordano were surprised to find the chamber was a mausoleum rather than a temple. Though a small wooden altar was built at the far end, a pair of large marble sarcophaguses occupied either side. The tombs were made of white marble and had a modern look, suggesting the occupants had been interred within the last 20 or 30 years. Though Pitt couldn't read the Cyrillic script carved on the top slabs, he guessed they were the tombs of Borgin's mother and father, based upon Korsov's biography of the oilman. He could not wager a guess about who lay in the centerpiece of the crypt, however. Standing on a polished marble pedestal was a carved granite sarcophagus that appeared much older. Although not massive in size, the tomb was illustrated with horses and wild animals carved across the top and sides, overlaid with paint. Though the images were clear, the paint had worn thin from aging. At the head of the tomb, 9 posts rose into the air, each dangling a shock of white fur, as they had seen at the entrance to the residence. "Somebody got a nice send-off to the afterlife," Giordano said, eyeing the tomb. "The illustrious Nero." "Borgin must be something of a blue blood," Pitt replied. Giordano looked past the sarcophagus and noted an object lying beneath the altar. "Looks like they are going to need another coffin in here," he said, nodding toward the object. Overlooked as they entered the chamber, the body both men now saw was stretched out on a bench beneath the altar. Pitt and Giordano walked over and were shocked to recognize the corpse. It was Roy, half covered in a thin blanket, but with the shaft of the arrow still protruding from his chest. "Teresa and Wofford are here," Giordano said, his voice trailing off. "Let's hope they haven't suffered the same fate," Pitt said quietly, pulling the blanket up so that it covered Roy's face. As he wondered whether they might be too late, the stillness of the chamber was suddenly broken by the approaching clatter of boots on the stone floor. A second later, the 2 guards Pitt had spied across the courtyard burst into the mausoleum. Dressed like the guards at the front gate, they didn't appear to be carrying traditional firearms. Instead, each man clutched a wooden spear capped by a razor-sharp metal tip. A short knife in a scarab hung from their waists, while on their backs they carried a small quiver and bow. They were the weapons of war used by the ancient Mongol horse soldiers and were every bit as deadly at short range as a modern handgun or rifle. The guards slowed as they entered the chamber until spotting Pitt and Giordano at the altar. Regaining their speed, they charged around the central crypt with their spears thrust in front of them. It was a small stroke of luck that the guards did not stop and hurl their pikes at Pitt and Giordano but instead tried to impale them at close range. Giordano reacted first, grabbing a small wooden bench by the altar and pitching it toward the legs of the charging guards. His aim was hew and the wooden seat struck the nearer man's legs hard in the shin, taking his feet out from under him. He stumbled face first to the floor, his wooden spear rolling harmlessly to the side. The second guard leaped over the bench like a high hurdler and continued the charge, heading straight for Pitt at full speed. Pitt stood lightly on the balls of his feet, his legs coiled and his eyes glued to the tip of the spear as he waited for the attacker to lunge. Seeming to defy reason, he stood perfectly still, providing a stable target to aim for. The guard assumed Pitt was frozen with fear and would soon be an easy kill. But Pitt waited and watched until the guard was just a step away, drawing back the spear for a lethal forward jab. With a quick thrust of his legs, he sprang to one side while reaching out with his left hand and shoving the shaft of the spear in the other direction. The guard charged past, realizing with a sudden blank look on his face that he was stabbing air. He attempted to twist the spear to the side, but he had already run the spear tip past Pitt's body. Pitt tried unsuccessfully to grab the shaft but lost his grip as the guard barreled by and swung it toward him. The side-off shaft whipped around and jammed Pitt on the shoulder as it slipped through his fingers. Both men were thrown off balance and staggered in different directions, the guard falling across the altar while Pitt was knocked toward the crypt. Pitt quickly rolled to his feet to face his attacker, then backed up toward the stone tomb that loomed a few inches behind him. The guard was leery of Pitt now, eyeing him for a moment as he regained his balance. Tightening his grip on the spear, he took a deep breath then charged again at Pitt, his eyes locked on his prey to ensure the kill. Pitt stood unarmed with his back to the crypt, his eyes darting about in search of a weapon. Off to the side, he saw Giordano lunge at the fallen man on the ground. Preoccupied with subduing the first guard, Giordano was in no position to offer immediate help. Then Pitt remembered the fur-tailed poles. The 9 tall wooden poles stood in individual marble base plates at the head of the tomb. Pitt quickly backed over to the poles and reached around with his right hand, covertly gripping one of the poles behind his back. The guard thought nothing of the movement, simply adjusting his angle toward Pitt as he accelerated his charge. Pitt hesitated until the guard was a dozen steps away, then quickly yanked the upright pole toward the ground in front of him. At 8 feet in length, the pole easily outstretched the guard's spear. With a stunned look, the guard helplessly tried to slow his charge as he realized Pitt was lunging at him with the huge rod. Too late, the blunt end of the pole struck in his stomach, driven forward by Pitt with all his might. The shocked guard was driven off his feet before falling to one knee, gasping for air as the wind was knocked out of him. The blow pried the spear from his claw-like grip, the lance rattling across the polished floor. Ignoring Pitt, he desperately crawled toward the weapon before looking up in horror. The wooden pole had been flipped around and now the marble base was hurtling toward him like a wrecking ball. Attempting to duck, the guard was struck on the top of his skull, dropping him flat to the floor in total unconsciousness. No respect for a man's furnishings, Giordano's voice grumbled as the pole and marble base crashed to the floor. Pitt looked over and saw Giordano rubbing the back of his fist as he stood over the unconscious body of the first guard. "You okay?" "Much better than my friend here. What do you say we get out of this box before any more royal lancers show up?" "Agreed." The 2 men hustled out of the chamber, Pitt scooping up one of the loose spears on their way out. The Tind whistled through the archway as Hay reached the entryway and peeked cautiously into the compound. The sight was not encouraging. 2 horsemen, clad in bright silk tunics and round metal helmets, sat on their mounts near the residence door, replacing the foot guards. Nearby, another guard on horseback was combing the courtyard for signs of Pitt and Giordano. Knowing nothing good would come by hanging around, the 2 men ducked out the opposite side of the archway under a dirty gust of wind and crept around the back side of the stone mausoleum. As they moved toward the rear of the stone structure, they could see down the right wing of the residence. Curling around the far edge of the building, they spotted a half-dozen horsemen in brightly colored garb riding in their direction. Unlike the guards they had encountered so far, these men appeared to have rifles slung over their shoulders. "Fine time for the cavalry to appear," Giordano said. "Just makes our exit route a little clearer," Pitt replied, knowing they would have to quickly cross the courtyard and backtrack the way they came in order to avoid the patrol. Reaching the covered corral at the rear of the crypt, they ducked in to cut to the other side. Winding through a maze of crates and equipment, Pitt briefly eyed the large dust-covered antique car parked in back, surprised to identify it as an early 1920s Rolls-Royce. He started to take a step over the opposite rail when a whistling sound ripped past his ear, followed by a sharp twang. He glanced to his side to see an arrow fluttering out the side of a wooden crate just inches from Giordano's head. "Incoming!" he yelled, ducking as another arrow whistled by. Giordano was already crouching behind a wooden barrel when the arrow slammed into a support post. "A fourth horseman," Giordano said, peering over the top of the barrel. Pitt looked into the courtyard and saw the horseman beside a hedge, pulling on a bowstring to fire a third arrow. Pitt was the intended target this time, and he just barely slipped behind a cart before the arrow zinged by. It no sooner struck the cart than Pitt jumped to his feet and turned toward the guard. It was his turn to retaliate now. As the horseman reached over his back to draw an arrow, Pitt let fly the spear he'd carried from the crypt. The horseman was nearly 50 feet away, but Pitt's throw held true as the lance soared toward the man in the saddle. Only a quick turn saved the guard from being impaled, but the sharpened spear still pierced flesh, striking the man's right arm above the elbow. His bow fell to the ground as he clasped the wound with his left hand to stop the flow of blood. Pitt and Giordano's respite from attack was short-lived, however. The other three horsemen quickly closed ranks with their wounded partner and resumed the aerial barrage. On the opposite side of the corral, the galloping hoofbeats of the other patrol echoed above the shrieking wind as they too raced to the scene. Within minutes, the air in the corral was filled with a flying maelstrom of razor-tipped arrows, bursting into the wooden crates and carts with deadly force. The archers were highly skilled at their lethal talent, their arrows following Pitt and Giordano's every movement like a magnet. If not for the gusting winds, the two men would have been killed quickly. But the swirling gusts hampered the horsemen's vision, as well as deflected the flight of their arrows. For their part, Pitt and Giordano kept the attackers from approaching too closely. Though weaponless, the two men improvised a defense as best they could. They found the wagons to be full of tools and field implements, which they turned into makeshift projectiles. Giordano was particularly proficient at heaving double-pronged picks, managing to impale one guard in the thigh with a throw while knocking another from his horse with a swirling toss. The flying picks and shovels temporarily kept the riders at bay, but the horsemen knew that they had the men trapped. Amid the battle, the dusty winds had served as an ally to Pitt and Giordano, providing intermittent clouds of cover while distorting the archers' fire. But as if the atmospheric gods decided to take a respite to inhale, the blowing winds suddenly fell for a moment. As the dust settled and the howling ceased, the sudden calm spelled doom for the two trapped men. Readily visible in the middle of the corral, the men now had arrows flying at them in a relentless fury. Standing to fight would mean instant death, and the two men dropped their tools and dove for cover. They both rolled under a large wagon, finding minimal protection behind the large spoked wheels. A half-dozen arrows buried their razor tips into the sides of the wagon just inches above their heads. From the opposite side of the corral, gunfire now erupted, as the second patrol abandoned their bows and sought to end the siege with rifle fire. "I can do without the custer scene," Giordano muttered, a trickle of blood running down his cheek where a splintered arrow shaft had ricocheted. "You don't suppose they would bite at a white handkerchief?" "Not likely," Pitt replied, thinking of Roy. An arrow smashed into the wagon wheel beside him and he instinctively rolled away from the impact. A thin knobby protrusion struck him in the back, halting his turn. He twisted his head to find an object covered in a dirty canvas tarp sitting next to the wagon. Another wave of arrows came flying in, forcing him to crouch to the ground alongside Giordano. The next cloud of dust, "What do you say we rush one of the horsemen on the fringe?" Giordano asked. "You grab the reins, I'll grab the rider, and we've got ourselves a mount. Only way I can see us getting out of here is to make a play for one-off horses." "Risky," Pitt replied, "but likely our best chance." Rolling onto his side to survey the perimeter, he accidentally kicked off a section of the tarp covering the object by the wagon. Giordano noticed a sudden glint sparkle in Pitt's eyes as he peeked under the tarp. "A change of plans?" he asked. "No," Pitt replied. "We'll just try riding out of here on a horse of a different color." 23 The popped with the receipt of a signal, followed by the caller's voice. The blowing wind created a background static that muffled the gravelly voice, though the proximity of the transmission made for a strong signal. "We have them surrounded behind the sanctuary. They arrived with the Chinese delegation as Mongolian state security escorts, but are apparently imposters. My guards who were locked in the test chamber claim they are not Chinese but appear Russian." "I see," Borjan replied, speaking into the handset in an irritated voice. "Government agents or, more likely, spies from a Russian oil company. See that they don't leave the compound alive, but hold the gunfire until the delegation has departed. I will expect a full report from security as to why they were not monitored at their arrival." Borjan replaced the handset, then closed a cherry wood cabinet that concealed the two-way radio transmitter. Exiting the small anteroom, he walked down the hall and returned to the formal conference room. The Chinese minister stood at the window staring into the dust storm outside with his own sense of swirling obfuscation. "Excuse the interruption," Borjan said, taking a seat with a grim smile. "A slight mishap has occurred with two of our state escorts. I'm afraid they won't be able to join you on your return trip. I will, of course, provide replacement escorts, if you desire." Shinji nodded vaguely. "The gunshots we are hearing from the outside?" he asked. "A training exercise by my security guards. No reason to be alarmed." The minister stared blankly out the window, his mind clearly elsewhere. As if slowed by age, he sluggishly turned and sat down across from Borjan. "Your offer is akin to blackmail and your demands are preposterous," he said, his anger finally surfacing. "My demands are non-negotiable. And perhaps they are not so preposterous for a country facing an economic meltdown," Borjan hissed. Shinji stared at his host with contempt. He had disliked the arrogant and demanding magnate from the moment they met. Though perfunctorily gracious, he obviously had no respect at all for China or its leadership position in the world. It pained Shinji even to attempt to negotiate, but he knew the state leaders, and the president in particular, were expecting a deal for the oil. With reason, he feared his country's leadership would accept the abominable proposal out of desperation. If only there was another way. "Minister Shinji, you must view it as a mutually beneficial transaction," Borjan continued, regaining his composure. "China gets the oil it needs to keep its economy running, I get a long-term commitment as a major supplier, and the Mongolian Autonomous Republic rejoins its rightful place as part of Greater Mongolia. Acceding sovereign territory is not an act taken lightly. There is nothing of significance that China must accede. We both know the region is little more than a rural dust bowl that is largely occupied by Mongol herders. My interest in reunifying the region is born of a cultural desire to restore the lands that once belonged to our nation. You may be correct that the region represents little of value. Still, it is most unusual for a private entity to be interfering in territorial exchanges. This is true. In fact, my government knows nothing of our accord. They will find it a quite pleasing political gift, one that will be most favored by the masses. And you will benefit handsomely, no doubt. As broker, I have assigned a portion of the land rights to my company, but it represents only a small percentage of the total." He smiled devilishly. He handed a thick leather binder to Shinji. "I have already worked up the necessary agreements for state representatives of both countries to sign. It would please me to receive acknowledgement of your country's acceptance at the earliest opportunity. I will be reporting to the General Secretary's Council tomorrow afternoon. A decision will be forthcoming. Your fixed position on the terms may negate an agreement, I must warn." "So be it. Those are my terms." Borjin rose to his feet. I look forward to a long and fruitful relationship, Minister Shinji. Borjin bowed graciously, if insincerely. Shinji rose and bowed stiffly in rhythm, then left the room with his entourage. Borjin and Tatiana followed the Chinese delegation to the door and watched as they staggered through the howling dust storm to their cars. As the taillights blinked past the guard gate, Borjin closed the door and turned to Tatiana. "The plum is ours for the taking," he said, walking back down the corridor. "Yes, but the risks are many. They will not find it easy to give up the lands of Inner Mongolia. Perhaps they will begin to suspect something." Nonsense. The Chinese can appreciate the cultural desire of Mongolia to seek unification with its prior territory. A perfect cover story. And a rich irony, that they will give us the lands that we will in turn exploit to sell them oil. They will not be happy once they learn the truth. They might null the agreement, or worse. And they won't want to pay prices above the market rate. The latter point is a simple matter. With our newfound technology, we can keep the entire market unstable for years and profit richly. We have already proven that in the Persian Gulf, and will do so again. They reached the conference room and stepped inside, moving to the small bar that was surrounded by dozens of shelved liquor bottles. Borjin reached for a bottle of cognac and poured 2 glasses. "My dear sister, we have already won. Once the oil starts flowing, we will have the Chinese by the throat and they dare not renege. Should they have a change of heart, we simply accelerate the pipeline to Siberia and link up with the connection to Nakhodka. Then we will be able to sell our oil to Japan and the rest of the world and laugh in their face. Yes, thanks to our brother's fire ship incident at Ningbo, the Chinese are in a desperate bind. Temujin has been working miracles, hasn't he? I need not remind you that he nearly caused my death in Baikal," she said irritably. "An unforeseen side effect, the large wave. But no matter, you are here safe now," he said with a slightly patronizing tone. "You must admit, he has been most effective. Coordinating the pipeline destruction in Siberia, then setting fire to the Chinese port when a suitable fault line could not be found. And the Persian Gulf team he assembled has been most effective. After the next demonstration in the Middle East, the Chinese will be crawling to us on their knees. And Temujin is proceeding across the Pacific to North America for the final strike. They are already at sea. The Baikal equipment arrived in Seoul 2 days ago, and they departed shortly thereafter. I sent the Kentai excavation team with Temujin, since we had to cease operations after the incident with the Russian survey team. Their search efforts have produced nothing anyway. It is apparent from the empty crypt we found near Genghis that the other tomb was ransacked or else never interred. It is a mystery why the associated riches have never come to light. No matter, as the Chinese will soon provide us a healthy cash flow. We'll have to wait a week or 2 for the next oil shock," he said and smiled, "then they will be agreeably inclined." Stepping out of the conference room, he walked to the adjacent staircase, his sister following close behind. Stopping at the head of the stairs, he raised his glass to the huge portrait of the ancient Mongol warrior that hung on the facing wall. "The first step is complete. We are well on our way now to restoring the riches and glory of Golden Clan. Our father would be proud," Tatiana said. "He has made it possible." "To father and to our lord, Chinggis," he said, swallowing a gulp of the cognac. "May the conquests begin again." 24 Behind the residence, the head of security refastened a handheld radio to his belt. A bear-sized man by the name of Babold, he had just received word that the Chinese delegation had left the compound. If 2 marauders were still alive in the corral, they could be finished off with the rifles now. The swirling dust obscured the interior of the corral, but the earlier rain of lead and arrows must have taken the 2 spies down. There was no longer the futile attempt to fling field implements at the surrounding forces. And, in fact, there had been no sight of either man for several minutes. They were surely dead by now, he surmised. Just to be sure, he ordered 3 more volleys of rifle fire into the center of the corral, then halted the shooting. Removing a short sword he carried at his waist, Bob dismounted and led 3 other men on foot toward the corral to examine the bodies. They marched to within 10 feet of the wooden fence when they heard the sound of a wooden crate being smashed inside. As Bob and his men froze in their steps, a new sound emerged, that of a metallic whirring that slowly died away. The security head took a tentative step forward, finally seeing movement behind one of the wagons as the whirring noise repeated itself again and again. "There," he shouted, pointing toward the wagon. "Aim and fire." The 3 guards raised their carbines to their shoulders as a loud pop reverberated from inside. As the gunmen tried to take aim, a wall of boxes suddenly erupted from the side of the corral, knocking out a section of the wooden fence. An instant later, a low-slung object came bursting toward them accompanied by a screeching din. Bob stared wide-eyed as he watched a faded red motorcycle with attached sidecar racing straight toward him. The motorcycle appeared riderless, with a wooden crate propped on the seat, next to another crate atop the sidecar. Sidestepping its path, Bob realized his eyes were deceiving him and quickly hoisted his sword in defense of the approaching machine. But it was too late. As the motorcycle brushed by, a one Giordano popped through the crate on the sidecar like a crazed jack-in-the-box. In his hands he gripped a square-blade shovel, which he swung at Bob. The blunt face of the blade struck the security chief on the side of his jaw with a hard smacking sound. Bob quickly melted to the ground, a look of stunned confusion frozen on his face. The motorcycle charged toward the 3 guards behind Bob, who scattered in panic without firing a shot. One man slipped and fell, his legs run over by the sidecar's wheels. The second man dove to safety, while the third got whacked in the back of the head by Giordano's shovel, sending him sprawling. Peeking through a slot in the wooden crate draped over his shoulders, Pitt gunned the motorcycle away from the mounted riflemen and steered toward the group of archers. Picking a gap in the horses, he blasted toward the hole to break through the siege line. "Keep close, the heat's about to turn up," he shouted to Giordano. An instant later, a flurry of arrows began pinging into the sidecar and ripping into their makeshift wooden anna. Pitt felt a stinging in his left thigh from an arrow nick, and would have noticed a trickle of warm blood running down his leg had his senses not been focused elsewhere. The aged motorcycle ripped toward the line of horsemen, trailing a cloud of black smoke from its over-it carburation. As Pitt had hoped, the riflemen behind him had held their fire for fear of shooting the archers. But archers themselves had no such qualms and let loose with a flurry of flying arrows. Pitt decided to lessen the fire and drove directly toward one of the horses. The startled beast reared on its hind legs and spun to the side to let the noisy contraption pass, leaving its rider hanging on for dear life. Pitt saw the flash of a lance go soaring by inches in front of his face, piercing the ground nearby. Then he was past the rearing horse and the line of archers, speeding away from the courtyard. Giordano spun backward in the sidecar and peeked over the edge of his protective crate. The horsemen had quickly regrouped and began chasing after the motorcycle. "Still on our heels," he shouted. "I'm going to play toss with these guys. Let me know when we get to the ski jump." "Coming up," Pitt replied. Before climbing aboard the motorcycle, Giordano had noticed a gunny sack full of horseshoes hanging from the wagon. He had judiciously tossed the bag into the sidecar and now used the metal shoes as projectiles. Popping out of the crate, he began hurling horseshoes at the nearest rider's head. The loopy hunks of metal were awkward to throw, but Giordano quickly took note of their aerodynamic qualities and began zeroing in on his targets. He quickly dazed 2 off-riders and disrupted the bow fire of several others, forcing the pursuers to keep their distance. In the driver's seat, Pitt raced the motorcycle across the edge of the courtyard while holding the throttle at full. When he rolled against the Czechoslovakian motorcycle in the corral, he figured the 1950s era bike was a metal corpse. But the 1953 Czech Jaguar 500 OHC still had air in its tires, a couple of gallons of stale gas in its tank, and its engine turned over freely. On the seventh kick of its manual starter, the old twin-cylinder motor coughed to life, giving Pitt and Giordano a slim chance at freedom. With the help of Giordano's horseshoe toss, they had opened up a comfortable lead over the pursuing horsemen. Pitt suddenly swung the handlebars to one side and aimed for the rear edge of the property. "Fasten your seat belt, we're ready for takeoff," he yelled to Giordano. Giordano ducked back into the sidecar and grabbed a handrail that ran across the front off compartment. In his other hand, he gripped the last of the horseshoes he was preparing to toss. "For luck," he muttered, and wedged the horseshoe into the cowling of the sidecar. There was no wall at the back of the estate, as the edge of the yard dropped down a steep precipice. Pitt knew it might be suicidal to make the attempt, but there was no other avenue for escape. Blasting toward the edge of the yard, he braked slightly, then guided the motorcycle over the brink. Pitt could feel his stomach drop as the ground disappeared from beneath their wheels and the motorcycle thrust forward. The first 30 feet were nearly a vertical drop and they plunged through the air before the front wheel kissed the ground. The rest of the motorcycle struck hard, jarring the wooden crates off the driver and passenger. The wooden shields, stitched with arrows, crashed to the ground beside them. Pitt was thankful to be free of the clumsy obstacle, though he knew the boxes had probably saved their lives. His focus quickly diverted to keeping the motorcycle balanced. With the uneven weight of sidecar, the motorcycle by all rights should have flipped when they struck the ground. But Pitt kept a firm hand on the handlebars and deftly adjusted the front wheel to compensate for the uneven landing. Fighting the natural instinct to pull away, he kept the motorcycle aimed straight down the mountain. The forward momentum stabilized the bike and sidecar, though they now tore down the slope at breakneck speed. Giordano's horseshoe seemed to bring them luck, as they faced no large rocks or major obstacles in their path down the steep face. Flecks of gravel occasionally spewed off the ground in front of them and Pitt realized they were being shot at from the ledge above. The roar of the motorcycle and the howl of the wind easily obscured the sound of the gunshots. A swirl of dust blew over them, providing temporary cover from the peppering gunfire. But the winds also blinded Pitt. He held the handlebars rigid and just hoped they wouldn't fatally collide with a rock or tree. Up on the ledge, several guards stood and fired at the fleeing motorcycle with their carbines, cursing as it disappeared into a blowing cloud of dust. A half-dozen other horsemen continued the chase, leading their mounts down the steep incline. It was a slow descent for the horses, but once past the initial drop, the guards continued the pursuit with speed. On the motorcycle, Pitt and Giordano hung on for dear life as the machine barreled down the mountain at nearly 80 miles per hour. Pitt finally released the rear brake, which he had instinctively held locked up since they went over the edge, realizing it was doing little to slow their descent. After several seconds of a near-vertical plunge, the incline gradually eased. The slope still fell away sharply, but they no longer had the feeling of free falling. Pitt began to twist the handlebars slightly to avoid shrubs and rocks that dotted the hillside, regaining a minor control over the bike. Bounding over a sharp rut, both men flew out of their seats but were able to recover before the next dip. Pitt felt like his kidneys were being crushed with each bump, the stiff springs and hard leather seat offering little in the way of comfort. Several times the motorcycle careened to one side or another, teetering on the brink of flipping over. Each time, Pitt nudged the front wheel just enough to keep them upright, while Giordano would shift to aid balance. Pitt couldn't avoid every obstacle and several times the sidecar crashed over small boulders. The streamlined nose-off sidecar soon looked like it had been battered with a sledgehammer. Gradually the steep incline abated and the rocks, shrubs, and scattered trees gave way to dry grass. Pitt soon found himself feathering the throttle to maintain speed as the terrain softened. The wind was as harsh as ever and seemed to blow directly into Pitt's face. The swirling dust was thick and constant, limiting visibility to a few dozen feet. "We still have a tail," Pitt shouted. Giordano nodded yes. He had stolen glances behind them every few seconds and had observed the initial contingent of horsemen start their ascent down the mountain. Though the pursuers were well behind now and long since obscured by the blowing blankets of dust, Giordano knew the chase was just beginning. Pitt knew it as well. As long as the old motorcycle surged on, they would remain well ahead of the pursuing horses. But it might be a contest of illusion, and Pitt could only hope that their tracks would be obscured by the urine storm. The fact remained that their lives were pinned on an aged motorcycle with limited gas. Pitt inquisitively reflected on the Czech motorcycle. The Jawa originated before the war, growing out of a factory that produced hand grenades and other armaments. Known for their lightweight but powerful engines, the post-war Jawas were fast and technically innovative bikes with a reputation for durability, at least until the factory was nationalized. Despite gulping on a tank of flat gas, the old motorcycle purred along with barely a sputter. "I'll take what you give me," Pitt thought, realizing that the more distance he put between himself and the horseman, the better. Gritting his teeth, he squinted into the blowing dust and squeezed the throttle harder, holding tight as the old motorcycle roared into the swirling gloom. 25 Darkness settled the broad, rolling steppes. High clouds floating above the blowing dust blotted out the moon and stars, pitching the grasslands into an inky black. Only a tiny pinprick of light poked sporadically through the dry ground storm. Then the shaft of light would disappear, devoured by a blowing blanket of dust. In its wake was left the accompaniment roar from a two-cylinder, four-stroke motor, whose constant rumble throbbed on without missing a beat. The Czech motorcycle and sidecar bounded over the sea of grass like a jet ski hopping the waves. The aged bike groaned over every bump and rut but charged steadily across the hills. Pitt's hand ached from holding the throttle at full, but he was driven to coax every ounce of horsepower out of the old motorcycle. Despite the lack of a road and the wallowing sidecar, the old cycle charged across the empty grasslands at almost 50 miles per hour. At their sustained speed, they were widening the gap between their pursuers with every mile. But at the moment, it was an inconsequential point. The motorcycle's tires left an indelible track in the summer grass, which offered a conspicuous trail to their whereabouts. Pitt had hoped to discover a crossroad that he could use to obscure their tracks, but all he found was an occasional horse path, too narrow to hide their tire marks. Once, he saw a light in the distance and attempted to steer toward it. But the brief ray vanished under a dust cloud, and they were left running across the darkened void. Though no roads appeared under the dim glow of the headlamp, Pitt could see that the landscape was gradually changing. The rolling hills had softened, while the grassland underfoot had thinned. The terrain must have moderated, Pitt noted wryly, as it had been a while since he had heard Giordano curse from the jolts. Soon the hills disappeared altogether and the thick grassland turned to short turf, which eventually gave way to a hard gravel surface dotted with scrub brush. They had entered the northern edge of the Gobi Desert, a vast former inland sea that covers the lower third of Mongolia. More stony plain than billowy sand dune, the arid landscape supports a rich population of gazelles, hawks, and other wildlife, which thrive in a region once swarming with dinosaurs. None of that was visible to Pitt and Giordano, who could just barely make out rising granite uplifts among the sand and gravel washes. Pitt leaned hard on the handlebars, steering around a jagged stone outcropping before following a seam through giant boulders that eventually opened into a wide flat valley. The motorcycle picked up a burst of speed as its tires met firmer ground. Pitt was blasted by thicker swirls of dust, though, which made the visibility worse than before. The three-wheeled machine charged across the desert for another hour, smacking shrubs and small rocks with a regular battering. At last the engine began to hiccup, then gradually stuttered and coughed. Pitt coaxed the bike another mile before the fuel tank finally ran as dry as the surrounding desert and the engine wheezed to a final stop. They coasted to a stop along a flat sandy wash, the silence of the desert enveloping them. Only the gusting winds whistling through the low brush and the blowing sand skittering over the ground tested their hearing, blown raw by the motorcycle's loud exhaust. The skies above them began to clear and the winds settled down to just sporadic bursts. A sprinkling of stars peeked through the dusty curtain overhead, offering a snippet of light across the empty desert. Pitt turned to the sidecar and found Giordano sitting there caked in grit. Under the twilight, Pitt could see his friend's hair, face, and clothes saturated with a fine layer of khaki dust. To his utter disbelief, Giordano had actually fallen asleep in the sidecar, his hands still tightly gripping the handrail. The cessation of the engine's blare and the non-stop swaying eventually stirred Giordano. Blinking open his eyes, he peered at the dark, empty wasteland surrounding them. "I hope you didn't bring me here to watch the submarine races," he said. "No," Pitt replied. "I think it's a horse race that is on tonight's billing." Giordano hopped out of the sidecar and stretched while Pitt examined the wound to his shin. The arrow had just nicked the front off his shin before embedding itself in a cooling fin on the motor. The wound had stopped bleeding some time ago, but a splatter of red-based dust ran down to his foot like a layer of cherry frosting. "Leg okay?" Giordano asked, noticing the wound. "A near miss. Almost nailed me to the bike," Pitt said, pulling the broken arrow shaft from the engine. Giordano turned and gazed in the direction they had travelled. "How far behind do you suppose they are?" Pitt mentally computed the time and approximate speed they travelled since leaving Xanadu. "Depends on their pace. I'd guess we have at least a 20-mile buffer. They couldn't run the horses faster than a trot for any sustained amount of time. Guess there wasn't a short road down the back of that mountain or they would have sent some vehicles after us. I was worried about a helicopter, but they couldn't have flown in that dust storm anyway. Hopefully, they got saddle sore and threw in the towel. Or at least stopped until morning, which would give us a little more time to thumb a ride out of here." "I'm afraid there doesn't appear to be a truck stop in the vicinity," Pitt replied. He stood and turned the motorcycle handlebars in an arc, shining the headlight across the desert. A high, rocky uplift stretched along their left flank, but the terrain was empty and as flat as a billiard table in the other three directions.